No Mistaken Identity for a Cowboy. Book 2 in the Escape to Cowboy Crossing series. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Dedicated to Kim for her help and support. Chapter 1. Paisley knew this was the weirdest idea she'd come up with. That was saying something, because if weirdness was a country, she'd be its president. Her friend, Madeline, stared at her and hugged her delicate porcelain cup in her elegant long fingers. "Good thing I wasn't drinking coffee when you asked me this. Or I'd spew it all over you." Madeline was always so cool and composed. Paisley doubted her friend ever spilled any drink on anyone. Maybe that aloofness together with high cheekbones and symmetrical features was what made men search Madeline out. Including the guy who made Paisley's heart beat faster. But the latter was her own fault. She adjusted her bumblebee headband as she leaned against the marbled counter. There was a first for everything, so she moved away from her gorgeous friend, just to be on the safe side if some coffee would fly her way. She clutched the counter's edges. It's not as crazy as it sounds. Maybe she was trying to convince herself more than Madeline. I've been communicating with this guy online for years. And now he thinks I'm you. Or, well, you're me. Okay, it did sound a little crazy. Paisley twirled a strand of her pink hair around her finger. Why would he do that? Madeline pinned her with a gaze from those blue eyes that made men lose their minds. Paisley had never mastered anything similar. She squirmed. Her friend meant well, but she didn't like feeling like a bug under a microscope. I sent him a group photo of me and my friends, including you. He jumped to the conclusion that I was, well, you. Because any man's attention moved straight to Madeline wherever she went. Paisley's heart skipped a beat as she thought about his photos, and warmth pooled in her belly, spreading gingerly. His hair was cut short, military style, and he filled out his uniform nicely. But it went beyond the uniform, and she didn't mean his biceps. It was much more about the way he treated her. The way she wanted to be treated. In real life, guys dismissed her as a geek or weirdo, and if they didn't, it didn't end well, anyway. How could she have that much of the proverbial spark with someone she'd never met? Yet it wasn't just a spark. It was already a fire burning inside. What were you thinking, sending that photo? Madeline voiced Paisley's thoughts as she sipped her coffee. If Madeline had been born in different times, she'd be born a duchess. Or a queen, maybe. No wonder her nickname was Ice Queen in high school. Paisley peeled herself from the counter. I know. And you're not helping. Okay. What can I do to help? Madeline's expression softened. Finally. Then those blue eyes narrowed, and she clattered the cup onto the counter. Oh no. No, no, no. That's what Paisley liked about their friendship. She didn't have to spell it out for her foster sisters. They understood her without words, though for some of them it took longer than others. Yes. Paisley nodded, making the bumblebee construction on her head bob. All you have to do is meet with him as me and introduce me as your friend. Of course, the chance that his attention would switch from gorgeous Madeline to Paisley was slim to none, but she had to try. No. And wouldn't it seem weird we have the same names? Madeline shook her head. You should have told him the truth from the get-go. Paisley rolled her eyes. Don't you think I know that? Madeline studied her, her eyes unreadable, as always. You really like this guy, don't you? Did she have to say it? Paisley swallowed hard and twirled a strand of azure blue hair this time. Then she lifted puppy eyes at her friend. Even Madeline couldn't be immune to puppy eyes. Please? If you don't do this, I can't meet him. And I want to meet him. Wasn't that the truth? Okay. Before Paisley had a chance to exhale, Madeline continued, but you're going to tell him the truth. Eventually, Paisley muttered, and this time she did exhale fully. A lazy smile tipped Madeline's expertly outlined lips. Oh. She was up to something. But it wasn't like Paisley could back out at this point. Okay, one disaster averted somewhat. Relieved, she poured herself a glass of orange juice and walked to her room. She opened her laptop covered in butterfly stickers. Usually, working on her laptop uplifted her. But this time, heaviness weighed on her shoulders. She stared at the screen. Could she do this? Or would it be better not to know? She'd lived decades without knowing who her parents were or anything about her birth siblings, if they even existed. Why this sudden desire to track them down? Was it because Cormac had talked so much about his brothers? He didn't mean to be insensitive, but it created a longing in her for what she didn't have. Yes, she had foster sisters whom she adored, though some of them, Madeline, didn't always make it easy. But Paisley wanted something more. Deeper. Different. She couldn't name it yet. And if she could ever have a chance with Cormac, which she doubted at this point, she needed to know about any genetic diseases. Her exes broke up with her partly because they didn't want a wife who could be a genetic bomb about to explode. She took a deep breath. She was a whiz at digging up information. And knew which ancestry websites she could look at. Of course, there were no guarantees. On the other hand, ignorance was bliss. What if she discovered something about her parents that crushed her? She was the optimistic one of the foster sisters, but she'd learned to be realistic. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. Then she started typing. Her phone pinged an incoming message. Her heart fluttered like the butterfly wings on her laptop at Cormac's name on the phone screen. I look forward to seeing you. Madeline's words rang in her ears. Just tell him. Easy for Madeline to say. Men fell at her feet right and left. Paisley wasn't ready for another rejection. It was bad enough that her parents had rejected her, then the boys she liked because she didn't fit into their idea of a girlfriend. Only her foster sisters stood by her. But there should be a way out of this sticky situation. She just hadn't figured it out yet. She typed, "Can't wait to see you." A nervous giggle escaped Paisley's lips when she entered the restaurant. Cormac was even more attractive in person than in his photos. All that army training filled out the camo t-shirt nicely, and his biceps were impressive. But his smile made her heart stop and restart again. He looked so serious in the photos he'd sent her, and for good reason. But one of the things she appreciated most in people was a sincere smile that reflected in their eyes. Oh, those brown eyes. Whoa. Despite the open smile, or maybe because of that, they were smoldering. Her pulse went into staccato. How was she going to do this? Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. She was ready to turn around. Oh no you don't. Madeline took Paisley's elbow and guided her forward. You'll do great. You'll see. Where's your usual optimism? Running out the door instead of me right now, Paisley muttered as the aroma of barbecue ribs and fries greeted her. Her empty tummy did a panicky roll. Communicating online was so much simpler than risking rejection in person. Again. Madeline sent her a compassionate glance as she half-guided, half-dragged Paisley across the restaurant, past a blur of rustic tables with fresh spring flowers. It's going to be fine. It's impossible not to love you. Thanks. Despite her famed optimism, Paisley wasn't so sure about the latter, and 2 breakups confirmed her theory. But her friends' support warmed her. Lots of people considered Madeline cold and uncaring, and only her foster sisters knew her true nature. Paisley's gaze switched from her friend to the man she'd pined for. A man who didn't even know she existed yet. Cormac's face lit up as he cited them, and awareness jolted through her. No, not them. He was happy to see beautiful Madeline, who he was sure was his pen pal. Well, any man would be happy to see Madeline. Chiseled features, luscious chestnut hair, and legs for miles had that effect on people. Petite and a little on the plump side, Paisley shrank behind her sister. Sure enough, Madeline would have none of that. Instead, she pushed Paisley forward. Madeline's voice was saccharine sweet, which was unusual for her. At least, she was making an effort for Paisley's sake. Great to meet you in person, Cormac. And here's my friend, Paisley, who's totally wonderful. We all adore her. Paisley cringed as Cormac stared at them. His brown eyes winged up at the edges even as his brow pinched together, and she didn't blame his confusion. Nice to meet you in person, Paisley. He moved in to hug Madeline, but she slipped back. She wasn't a hugging type, and only the girls had broken through that barrier. But Cormac couldn't have known that. Something unreadable flashed in those smoldering eyes, and he turned to Paisley. Having learned his lesson, he offered a handshake. And nice to meet you, too, Paisley. Paisley realized the faux pas. It's a popular name. Well, not exactly, but how else was she going to explain that she and her friend had the same name? And, it's great to meet you. His handshake was firm and strong, but she didn't expect anything less. His large hand swallowed her small one. Maybe that was part of the attraction for her. By the sheer virtue of his profession, he was a protector. As a child, she'd been bullied in foster homes. Then in school, before one of her foster sisters defended her. Then people tended to exclude her because she was, well, weird. People didn't like things that were different, that were hard to explain. Her latest relationship had been emotionally abusive, she knew it now, before he discarded her because she didn't suit his posh lifestyle. Not to mention she'd never met her parents. She'd grown used to rejection, but it didn't mean she liked it. Being able to communicate with someone strong and understanding who accepted her for who she was had been nice. She swallowed hard. No, he wasn't accepting her for who she was because she'd let him believe she had Madeline's appearance. Was Paisley so afraid of another rejection that she used her gorgeous friend as insurance against it? The pause stretched. He gestured to the oak table. I'd love for you both to join me for dinner. Both. Right. Paisley nearly snorted. No man in his right mind would look at Paisley when he could ogle Madeline. Maybe one reason Paisley colored her hair pink and blue and wore strange constructions on her head was to be noticed. The world could reject her if it wanted to, but she wouldn't allow it to ignore her. Surely, he was just being polite. As Madeline nudged Paisley to the available seat, Madeline gave him the megawatt smile she used as a defense mechanism. I have an emergency, and I've got to run. But Paisley here will be glad to keep you company. Paisley's jaw dropped. What? That wasn't part of the plan. At all. His eyes dimmed. You're leaving already? Like I said, an emergency. Madeline had the decency to infuse guilt in her voice, but she didn't apologize. She rarely did. Before leaving, she leaned to Paisley and gave her a quick hug, though she wasn't a hugging person, and whispered in her ear. You'll do great. He'll love you as much as we do. Paisley had doubts on both accounts. Love wasn't given easily to people like her, and she'd never beg for it. She put on a brave smile as she slipped into her seat and dug into her supply of inner sunshine. Finding a bright side in everything was her survival technique. Well, how bad could it get? It was just dinner. And it wasn't like he was going to stay forever. His life belonged to the army. The thought tasted bitter. So much for looking at the bright side. But then, she wouldn't have time to mess up a relationship that didn't exist in the first place. There. A bright side. Her favorite waitress, Mackenzie, sauntered to the table in all her blue lipstick, black fingernailed, 5 earrings in one ear glory. The girl was fine with being herself, and Paisley liked it. One evening when Paisley and Madeline had dinner at this restaurant, Paisley and Mackenzie started talking. The girl was into computer programming, so Paisley had given her some pointers. They'd started communicating, and Paisley ended up tutoring her in several school subjects. They could become friends if Paisley had allowed it. Mackenzie looked from Paisley to Cormac and back and nodded her approval. He's a hottie. What would you and the hottie like to drink? Paisley's cheeks flamed up. Lemonade. With lots of ice. She needed to cool off. His lips twitched, and the tan skin beside his eyes crinkled up. I'll take the same. And thanks for the compliment. Good. He could take a joke. Got you. Mackenzie handed them menus. Her gaze stopped on the hottie. This town has lots of great things to offer. Then she looked pointedly at Paisley. Paisley slunk in her seat. Mackenzie wasn't trying to play a matchmaker, was she? Chuckling, Mackenzie hurried away but reappeared with their drinks surprisingly fast, curiosity gleaming behind heavily mascaraed eyes. Did you decide what you want? She looked at Paisley, then pointed with her eyes at Cormac. Paisley loved the girl and never advocated violence. Otherwise, she'd have an urge to smack her with a menu. But if Paisley didn't order fast, Mackenzie might hover nearby and drop hints indefinitely. Barbecue ribs, fries, and a garden salad. Extra tomatoes in the salad, please. Cormac, who didn't have a chance to study the menu, returned it unread. You know what? That sounds awesome. I'll have the same. Mackenzie smiled teasingly as she picked up the menus. She opened her blue lipstick-covered mouth as if to say something. But Paisley glared, so Mackenzie sauntered away. Gotta love a man who knows what he wants. Huh. Where did that thought come from? I'm sorry you got stuck with me. Paisley took a sip of her lemonade, cold liquid spreading through her. Well, this was awkward. I don't consider it stuck. He gave her another smile. While she'd loved his overflowing masculinity in the photos, his warmth in person drew her in even more, coated her like a soft blanket Madeline had given her when they'd first met in the Finch's foster home. Paisley's blanket had been threadbare and as thin as the foster parents' patience with a scared girl who'd been beaten up in her previous home. Then another pause stretched before he spoke. If it's okay to ask, what do you do for a living? It was an innocent question, but she fidgeted. Computer software design. His eyebrows shot up. Just like Paisley? Arg. Well, she walked into it, hadn't she? Madeline was right. Paisley should just tell him the truth. Instead, she said, Yup. You'll find a lot of similarities between us. No kidding. For some time, they talked about computer software and games, a topic where she thrived and one that brought them together in the first place. It was nice, and rare, to find someone who could rival her computer genius. If she hadn't tried to be modest, she'd say almost impossible. Mackenzie brought the tray with their food, but the restaurant was getting busy. So she didn't stay to give Paisley pointers with her eyes. Paisley kind of missed that. Cormac said grace. She kept quiet. Her foster parents didn't care much about feeding their charges, much less about instilling any kind of values. Paisley and the rest of the girls were just a paycheck and later free labor at the cafe their foster father owned. Sometimes it set her teeth on edge, though she wasn't one to hold a grudge. But the good part was the Finches weren't physically abusive, and that was a big plus. And they'd given the 5 girls the opportunity to stay together, which was an even bigger plus. One of her foster sisters, Jessie, had become a Christian after falling in love with Cormac's brother. Paisley wondered sometimes how it would feel to have that much faith. Or would God reject her, too? Well, food never failed her, and her slightly expanding waistline could confirm it. This looks delicious. People who'd gone hungry for years had a special appreciation for food. She'd learned to enjoy every bite. She drew her plate closer, then reached for the ketchup. She liked her fries covered in lots and lots of ketchup. Apparently, Cormac had the same idea because their fingers met over the bottle. Awareness rushed through her. She jerked her hand back as if she touched fire, and maybe she did. You go ahead. He gave her another one of his lopsided grins that melted her heart faster than butter melted on her biscuit. No. Ladies first. She snorted as she reached for the ketchup bottle for the second time. Madeline moved and dressed like royalty, but Paisley was far from a lady. Hence, the snort. She tried to squirt the ketchup on the fries, but the bottle wouldn't cooperate. She tried harder with the same result. May I help you with that? His hand moved toward her. She covered the bottle protectively. I've got it. She'd been independent since she was a child. She'd had to be. The bottle must be empty. She peered into the opening in the white top to check. I'll ask for another one. And that was when the bottle decided to cooperate. Paisley gasped as red liquid covered her. Chapter 2. Well, I can say for sure the bottle wasn't empty. It might be now though, because I'm wearing all the contents. A blob departed from Paisley's forehead and plopped on her knees. Cormac's lips twitched as he handed her napkins. Was he trying not to laugh? Well, she was a girl who could laugh at herself. So she did. Then she got up. Napkins won't be enough. I'll have to run to the restroom and wash my face. She looked down. The skirt, too. She hurried to the restroom. Once there, she cringed at her reflection. She didn't just get sauce on her face, but on her funky pink sweater with a green caterpillar, as well. The caterpillar grinned at her, mouth now covered in ketchup. Paisley couldn't have gotten a worse start to a date if she tried. Not that this was a date. It would have been for Madeline had she stayed, though. Arg. But Paisley had never been one to wallow in self-pity. She scrubbed her face and blotted away the stains the best she could. As much as she regretted not telling him the truth from the beginning, being sort of incognito, fine, under the wrong identity, gave her the freedom to be awkward and even a little ridiculous, the freedom to make mistakes and faux pas. The same thing she loved about the online world. On the internet, she didn't have to worry about people laughing at her for being weird or different, like the children had at school. Not that Cormac would laugh at her. She squared her shoulders and marched back to their table. Was she mistaken about a soft gleam in his eyes when he saw her coming back? If only he didn't have to return to the army base on the other side of the world. If only he could like her instead of tolerating her as an annoying substitute for the woman he liked. If only she didn't have so many sad experiences in her past. She'd tell him soon. Just not right now. Are you okay? He asked. She gave her standard answer. I'm great. He handed her a new ketchup bottle. Here. I already checked it. It's full, and it works. Thanks. She drowned her fries in ketchup and gave the food its due. Her taste buds rejoiced. Man, this restaurant is one of the best things about this town. She looked at the man opposite her. Though not the best thing, because she was staring at the best Cowboy Crossing had to offer, as far as she was concerned. For a while, she dodged his questions about her the best she could because there would be too many similarities with what she told him online. Instead, she asked about him. He talked about his family, growing up on the ranch, his parents whom he loved and their devotion to each other, and the brother who'd recently married, creating longing in her for all the things she didn't have. But she watched him closely enough to note the hint of pain when he talked about his father. From their communication online, she knew his father didn't approve of Cormac's profession. She wanted to reach for his hand in silent support, but she stopped herself. She made compassionate noises and did her best not to drown in those brown eyes the way her fries now drowned in ketchup. To distract herself, she picked up her lemonade glass, her fingers tightening around the cool, smooth surface. Maybe because she was all a bundle of nerves, but somehow, the glass slipped from her hand. She tried to catch it, and she almost did. After it doused most of its contents on his t-shirt. Oh no! She gasped. I'm so sorry. He shot to his feet. It's not a big deal. Things happen. Yep. Things were happening inside her now. like fast heartbeat and rapid breathing. She placed her glass on the table. She wasn't going to stare at his torso where the fabric now clung. The camouflage pattern wasn't camouflaging anything. Were those hard ridges called 6-packs or 12-packs? Congratulations. She was staring. Gawking even. She glanced around. Every female in the restaurant seemed to stare at him, as well. Let me help you with this. She bolted to her feet and snatched napkins from the table. As she blotted the fabric, the heat of his skin met her fingers. She could even feel his heartbeat. Or was it her own thudding in her fingertips? He took the paper napkins from her. It's okay. I've got it. Great. He didn't want her to touch him. She sank onto her seat and plastered a smile on again. She'd learned that, if you kept smiling, often your mood improved for real. Another nervous giggle escaped. It's a good thing I'm not in the military. Imagine if I dropped a grenade instead? He gave her a strange look, but he didn't say anything. Right. Dropping a grenade wasn't a joking matter. It was best to wrap this meal up, and it hadn't even started yet. Really, what could they have in common? He was from a large loving family with an Irish heritage he was proud of. She was a foster child and had no clue who her parents were. He was serious, and she was bubbly and relaxed when she wasn't this nervous. If she took herself or life too seriously, she wouldn't have survived. He was as honorable as they came. She'd hacked into other people's databases several times to collect information to protect her girls. Not exactly a model of moral integrity. Not to mention she was going to stay in Cowboy Crossing while he was going to return to serve on the other side of the world. She couldn't allow him to get close. That could only lead to one more heartbreak. She'd had enough rejections in her life. She was also a girl with secrets who didn't let men into her life easily, if at all. All that was just to start the list off. Why did she think this could work? Another disastrous dinner prickled her memory. She'd spilled red wine on the tablecloth at her ex's family dinner. He'd broken up with her afterward. It wasn't just about the tablecloth. They didn't fit well together anyway. Back to the present and the hottie in front of her. She didn't want him to get sick because of the wet t-shirt. Which must also be sticky. Yuck. She eyed his jacket on the chair. You should take your t-shirt off, she blurted out. His dark eyebrows, with a hint of the same red as in his hair, shot up. Excuse me? Heat scorched her cheeks again. I didn't mean it like that. Well, maybe a little, but she wasn't going to admit it. Even to herself. I just feel bad for you sitting here in a wet t-shirt. It might be cold. And uncomfortable. She was blabbering, and she knew it. Well, what kind of ending could a disastrous date have except for disastrous? He put on his warm jacket and covered his spectacular torso. No thinking like that. She shot to her feet. I have to go. Before one of the ribs left on her plate hit him on the forehead or something. She usually wasn't clumsy, but somehow, she forgot everything in his presence, including limb coordination. And they'd just met. His lips twitched up. Did that mean he wasn't angry about the lemonade shower? Do you have an emergency, too? She tilted her head. One lie was bad enough. She wasn't going to tell him another one. No. But it looks like it's not one of my best days today, and I don't want anything else to happen to you. She snatched her magenta-hued blazer, slipped into it, then turned around, and rushed to the exit. And collided with Mackenzie, who carried a tray of chicken wings and fries. Mackenzie yelped while wings flew in the air, and the irony wasn't lost on Paisley. Thankfully, Cormac was already there and caught the tray and the rest almost like a famous superhero. Except, he didn't catch her since she didn't slip, and that was a pity, to think about it. Here we go. He gave the tray back to Mackenzie. Paisley did end up wearing barbecue sauce, but at this point, what were a few more stains? An amazing catch, she said as Cormac averted the crisis. Yes, he is, Mackenzie whispered to her as she passed by with the tray. She wasn't wrong. Let me follow you home. Just to make sure you get there all right, Cormac said. Paisley's heart skipped a beat, but then she cringed. He probably thought she was a disaster on wheels, too. She headed to the front door and wasn't surprised when he followed her. I'm usually a well-functioning adult, she said when he opened the door for her. That might sound way more believable if she didn't wear a grinning caterpillar on her sweater along with barbecue and ketchup stains and a bumblebee contraption propped up in her blue and pink hair. Cool, fresh air met them outside. It was an unusually warm spring in the Show Me State this year, and she'd always loved the sunshine. When she got to the lodge, Cormac turned around once she reached the gate. She turned to her trusting friend who always brought her joy. No, not Madeline, because she was taking her dog for a walk. Paisley's laptop. After all the disasters today, Cormac would make sure he saw Madeline, not Paisley next time. No doubt. The thought created an emptiness inside her that needed immediate filling, and she ached to work on her secret project. Despite trying to walk away several times, she'd kept returning to it. It should be safe by now. She hoped. The project put joy in her heart, and joy to her was like wings to butterflies. Then a weird sense of apprehension settled over her as she perched on a chair and opened the laptop. She tried to keep her desktop clean, but somehow, she always ended up with a plethora of folders on it from different projects. Yet she knew each one's placement and name. Her eyes narrowed as she zoomed in on a folder that didn't belong. Sometimes people considered her absent-minded because she looked like she'd picked up the weirdest things lying around and threw them on. But she wasn't absent-minded at all. She hadn't created that folder. It was titled with the first letter of her name. Despite the apprehension and anger over her privacy being violated, respect tweaked her interest. It might seem relatively easy to hack into someone's computer in the movies, but in reality, it required great skill. In the few instances she'd done it for the girls, she'd gone to huge lengths to cover her tracks. Hacking was illegal, after all. But whoever visited her virtual territory uninvited had wanted her to see this. It could be anything from revenge to a challenge to a warning. Let's see. With her heart rate increasing and her curiosity piqued, her fingers hovered over the touchpad. She shouldn't open the folder. But then someone could have wiped out all her files with a virus already. Curiosity won. She had to see what was inside. Her blood rushed faster as she clicked on the folder. The folder only carried one file, a Word file, and it had her name on it. Literally. Not exactly imaginative, but okay. She checked it for viruses, then opened it. Then she stared at a single sentence. Stop searching. Chapter 3. Cormac suppressed guilt pangs the next day as he drove to the lodge where the Paisleys lived. For months, he'd felt close to his pen pal, who seemed to understand him like nobody else had. So how could he be so drawn to her friend, strangely enough, with the same name after only spending an hour with her? That would be the ultimate betrayal to Paisley. The pen pal Paisley. But when he thought about his trusted pen pal, he no longer had the image of a tall well-shaped woman with chestnut-hued hair, but of a petite woman with fascinating pink and azure blue curls and infectious laughter. Talk about a weird feeling. And confusing. Growing up on the ranch made him a straightforward guy who liked his answers as clear of obstructions as wide-open meadows and his life as unclouded from confusion as a sunny summer day. His heart shifted. He still loved the place where he'd grown up, but since he couldn't save Stephen, it only felt right to take his late friend's place, to do what Stephen couldn't. A familiar ache throbbed through Cormac. If only he could go back and change that horrible afternoon all those years ago. He approached the gate and the intercom, and his senses went on high alert. At the ranch, they had a wooden fence to keep the horses in, not always effectively, but this high cement wall made his brow shoot up. This looked like a firewall against an invisible threat. In Cowboy Crossing, people often didn't even lock their doors. What warranted this kind of precaution? Paisley, the one with the model's looks and chestnut hair, had called him in the morning and invited him to the lodge for lunch. His delight over the invitation quickly succumbed to a sting of disappointment that the Paisley with the bubbly personality and funky hair wasn't the one who'd called him. Either way, he couldn't afford to get attached. He punched the numbers, got buzzed in, and drove through the gate. He was going back to the army base in Germany in a month. And they could send him into a conflict zone in a different country at any time. Yes, he'd seen military families, but he couldn't do that. His devotion had to be precise and complete. Especially after not one, but two, of his girlfriends had decided that the wait was too long for them. Several of his buddies had received similar Dear John letters, including Stephen, whose wife had found someone else and left him after 5 years of marriage. Cormac had been on leave and back at the ranch at the time Stephen had received that Dear John letter. Stephen had enlisted on a dangerous mission soon afterward and gotten killed. Cormac's blood boiled, and his heart hurt for his best friend. They'd been friends since they'd been 6 years old, pretty much all the time Cormac could remember. He parked and picked up the pie his mother had made. Not that he thought either one of the Paisleys would be like Stephen's wife. But then, Stephen had probably thought the same thing about his wife. Cormac couldn't risk another girl leaving him again. He just couldn't. It was one thing to exchange friendly letters with a model like Paisley. But his spark of attraction for the adorably awkward and unconventionally cute Paisley with cotton candy hair he'd so wanted to run his fingers through meant he'd have to stay away from the lodge and its inhabitants. The dull ache still reminded him how much he missed Stephen. Not that Cormac's brothers weren't his friends. They were. He winced. He was the one who wasn't such a good friend to them lately, living far away. He'd even missed his brother's wedding, and now when he was here, the newlyweds were in the Caribbean on their honeymoon. But as he ran up the porch, his thoughts switched to the perky Paisley. Was it too much to hope she'd be home as well? Arg. What was he thinking? His loyalty should be to the friend who'd stood by him for months, not some fascinating woman he'd just met. He liked things clear and simple. So how did he get tangled up between two Paisleys? The front door opened before he had a chance to press on the doorbell. The pink and blue-haired Paisley looked up at him, sending a pleasant jolt through him. Hazel eyes blinked. "You're here." "Oh, okay." Not the greeting he'd expected. But he confirmed the obvious. "I'm here." Then something probably not so obvious. "The other Paisley invited me." She muttered something like, "I'm going to kill her." No, he must have been mistaken. Paisley seemed too sweet to say that. He stepped inside as she waved him in. "It's best if you start calling her Madeline." She led him to the dining room. "Is that her middle name?" We just call her that." He didn't know what to expect from a place where these two women lived, but based on this Paisley's appearance, he'd imagined lots of pink and blue. Instead, the lodge interior had a rustic vibe with oak furniture, wildlife paintings, and gleaming hardwood floors. He could feel at home here. Huh. Where did that thought come from? Pink and blue throw pillows on the living room sofa hinted at this Paisley's personality, as did the matching colorful accent rugs. Cheerful seascapes on a sunny day and a cubism painting with cubes the same colors as the throw pillows, and Paisley's hair brightened up the dining room. He could see a pattern now. "Thank you for the pie. Let me bring cups and saucers." Madeline put a kettle on the stove before she left. Suspicion tinted Paisley's bright voice, but then she smiled. With her amazing smile, her entire body radiated joy, and her eyes glowed luminous. Even the caterpillar on her sweater had smiled yesterday. Today, it was a grinning butterfly, and the logic of the metamorphosis wasn't lost on him. In her own environment of the lodge, she'd transformed into a confident woman comfortable with herself, which gave her unconventional beauty even more vibrance. "Do you like hot tea?" Her musical voice filtered through his thoughts, and the attraction made him feel like he, instead of the tea bags, was in hot water already. "I know it's an acquired taste. We have peppermint, passion fruit, orange, and peach flavors." Peach. He meant, she smelled like peaches. She took it as the flavor he'd chosen, and that worked well, too. Her phone rang in her pocket, and she froze. It stopped ringing, then started again. She sent him an apologetic look. Sorry. It might be important. Of course. He nodded. He was the one intruding in her life, and he was curious about her world. It had to be as fascinating and unusual as she was. The smile slipped from her lovely face as she listened to the caller, and his gut tightened. Bad news? Her sunny eyes dimmed, even as a steel determination that contrasted her fun appearance hardened her jaw. I'll take care of it now. That was all she said before she disconnected. Her lips tipped in apology. I'm sorry. I need to do something, right now. It might take some time. He was asked to leave. Disappointment ripped through him. It's okay. Don't worry. He needed to get back to the ranch to help his parents anyway, and he shouldn't be here in the first place. He placed the pie on the oak dining table, but the bitter taste in his mouth soured his whole attitude. That bitterness and disappointment didn't make sense because he wasn't looking for romance or anything long-term. She sighed, and the butterfly on her sweater seemed to sigh along with her. I'm really sorry. How about a rain check, please? I'd like that. No apology needed. No problem at all. His gaze lingered on her when he should be leaving. These women had an awful lot of emergencies. And his instincts told him they had a lot of secrets, too. Do you know you volunteered for pony duty today? I did what? Cormac's voice rose in response to his brother's question as he and Brandon finished grooming the horses the next morning. Several horses neighed and raised their heads and swished their tails as if frightened. He reminded himself to keep his voice even and movements slow. He loved horses too much to scare them, and besides, nobody wanted to get a huff to the head. I did what? He repeated more calmly. Remember, we offer pony rides for children at the town square several times a year? And you missed out on so many by not being here? Brandon moved aside as if expecting Cormac to take a mocking swing at him. Cormac wouldn't do it. Well, not in the stable. Okay. Sure. I just don't remember volunteering for it. A fair warning would have been nice. He'd wanted to call funky-haired Paisley, maybe ask her for coffee and cash in that rain check she'd promised. His heart skipped a beat. Was he a fool to think that? Shouldn't he be spending time with his pen pal? Did Paisley's dismissal yesterday mean she wasn't interested? With his dating skills so rusty, he had no clue. He wanted to ask Brandon's opinion, but Brandon pining after some woman who'd broken up with him meant it wasn't a good idea. Cormac didn't know the details. He wasn't here then, and Brandon wasn't talking now, didn't even mention her name. Brandon brushed a Palomino's thick coat. Don't remember volunteering? What family raised you again? Right. Cormac should have known better. From casseroles for sick neighbors to Irish food booths at fundraisers, his family had been active in their small-town life. They'd taken in stray animals and people who'd needed a place to get back on their feet. If his parents thought they could help, they did. The boys were part of it from an early age, and none of them had ever questioned it. It didn't seem like they slowed down now. But when their ranch had struggled, the neighboring ranchers had come to help. He reached into his pocket and shared a bunch of carrots with the horses. As in childhood, their happy crunching made him smile, causing a pleasant wave inside. Horses were acknowledged as great therapy. He'd known men who'd gone into combat zones and returned empty-eyed. Maybe one day he'd start a project with horse therapy for veterans. Well, for that he'd have to be back on the ranch. And that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Sure. I'll do it. He made sure all the horses had fresh water. He didn't mind the pony and children duty. He'd loved helping out with the project when they'd been teens, and Brandon had a point. In a way, Cormac had deserted the family ranch and the projects that came with it. Guilt stung, but he held his head high. Joining the army had been the right choice, even if his father argued it was a mistake. But a longing stirred Cormac. He missed this place. He missed the people and animals. Brandon slanted a glance at him. Kieran will bring 2 ponies to the town square. Will you need my help afterward? Nah. It sounds like fun. He patted a pony on the neck. They had Shetland ponies on the ranch as well as the Appaloosa-colored pony of the America's breed. This Shetland boasted bay coloring, intelligent, widely spaced eyes, and small quick-moving ears. He displayed the compact body with a sturdy build and short legs characteristic of the breed. After what Cormac had gone through in army training, pony rides should be a piece of cake. I mean, how difficult can it be to work with children? Brandon's lips twitched as if he tried to suppress a smile. An hour later, Cormac knew the answer to his question. First, way more children seemed to be in town now than he remembered, and somehow, they all gathered in the town square now. The town must have grown significantly after his teenage years. Several booths were being set up a safe distance away, and the aroma of fresh-baked bread reached him. The pony ride line was growing fast, and some children weren't patient about waiting. And when one child started crying, it caused a chain reaction. To make things more challenging, some children didn't want to get off the ponies either. It took time and a lot of effort to get them in and out of the safe riding equipment Kieran and Cormac had brought. Another scream split the air, thankfully without spooking Dennis, whose only sign of irritation was a swishing tail. Cormac could understand why his brothers had chosen Dennis for this duty. Well, besides the fact that he was gorgeous with silver dapple coloring, dappled chestnut body, and silvery white mane and tail. Cormac had heard explosions before. He'd been shot at before, if only in training exercises. His ears should have been okay with a few screams. Yet the children made him want to run for cover, even though he'd never admit it even to himself. Now, his eardrums threatened to explode. Thankfully, Kieran had stayed behind with another pony, his a chestnut, and Cormac was grateful to have him helping. Cormac could manage on a one-man mission in the desert, but not in a small town among screaming children. His stomach tightened, though he did his best not to show his discomfort or even feel it. Horses and children could sense emotions. After his and a child's parents' joint efforts to get tiny fingers to let go of the bridle, who'd think such fragile fingers could hold on so strong, sweat trickled down his back. The day was unusually warm for spring, but it wasn't that warm. Arg. Most of the children were behaving now, but one was stomping his feet, expressing his unhappiness over standing in the line. Kieran winked at him. Having fun yet? Chapter 4. Cormac figured it was best not to reply. Wearing a Wrangler shirt and sporting a wide smile, Kieran didn't look rattled. He seemed happy and content on the ranch, while Cormac fought a tension that wouldn't disappear after Stephen's death. He'd told himself he had to be alert due to his profession, but being home underscored the fact that he hadn't felt complete happiness in years. But he was a man of action, not regrets. To make things worse, the current rider, a boy in little cowboy boots who reluctantly had to trade his brown cowboy hat for a riding helmet, tightened his fingers around Dennis's mane and refused to let go. The moment his father tried to talk him into moving and moved his fingers, the boy shook his head and let out an ear-splitting scream, startling the poor pony. Cormac, holding strongly to the reins, patted Dennis's neck and tried to tell the pony calming things. But he could barely hear himself think, much less talk. The boy's dad shot Cormac an apologetic look and retreated. The boy stopped screaming as if someone pushed an off button. Cormac did his best to keep his smile in place. If he wanted to remove the boy, he'd probably have to cut off the part of the mane tangled in his tight fist. Before the boy could jerk it out. Dennis bristled and tried to buck as if unwilling to lose part of his spectacular white mane. Cormac cringed while keeping Dennis in place, though he had to appear cheerful for the children's and ponies' sakes. But how did one appear cheerful in this situation? He sure hoped his smile didn't look like a scowl by now. Then his heart shifted as Paisley rounded one of the booths and sauntered to them. In her striped pink and white sweater with a white scarf and magenta jeans, she was impossible not to notice, as was her bright smile. Huh. That was one person who didn't appear to have any difficulty being cheerful. His heart made a strange movement in his chest. Weird reaction, considering he'd met her 2 days ago. Maybe she'd ventured to get snacks from the booths and made a beeline here to check out the commotion. Great. He could strategize military operations, but he couldn't remove one stubborn child from a pony. The next child in line, a girl with pigtails and a teal-hued sweater, scrunched her nose as if ready to let out a wail. His heart dropped. Oh. Paisley's lips stretched from ear to ear when she saw him and waved with something in her hand. A lollipop? Hi, Cormac. Butterfly wings on her headband fluttered in the breeze as she hurried his way. Her fascinating hair shifted in a bright wave. Hello, Paisley. Cormac gawked, but so did the people in line, the child, the boy's father, and even the pony. The pigtailed girl seemed to forget she was about to cry. Kieran waved from walking another child in circles, and her smile turned a tad uncomfortable when she waved back. Did they know each other? That's one pretty pony. Paisley leaned to the boy as soon as she made it to them. While Dennis made his agreement, she reached into her purse and retrieved a butterfly toy. Azure wings flapped up and down. The boy stared at the toy, fascinated. Cormac stared at the woman, fascinated, too. Do you like the butterfly? She handed it to him in her palm. When the boy nodded and let the mane go, Cormac, the boy's father, and probably even the pony released air from their lungs. I want a butterfly. The child touched the toy. Okay, but we've got to share, right? I'll share the toy and a lollipop with you, and you'll share the pony with that cute girl, okay? What kind of lollipop would you like? I got peach, watermelon, vanilla, and cherry. Smelling like peaches herself, she waved to her purse. For some inexplicable reason, Cormac's heart stuttered. The boy tilted his head as if thinking. Watermelon. Yes. Cormac did a mental fist pump and exchanged a co-conspirator's glance with Paisley. Her sunny hazel eyes warmed him clear through. Huh. Where did that thought come from? Before the boy could change his mind, Cormac scooped him from the saddle and put him on the ground, then unclipped his helmet. Yes. Cormac led Dennis to the girl and her mom. No, the boy screamed. Cormac winced. Not again. I want a vanilla lollipop. Paisley laughed. No problem. I got vanilla. Here we go. She handed him the lollipop. How many things did she have in that purse? If the boy had wanted a toy elephant, she'd probably find it there, too. Cormac fitted a pink helmet on the girl, then lifted her into the saddle while watching Paisley from the corner of his eye. The boy stuck the lollipop in his mouth and stared up at Paisley. You're pretty. A few moms in the line chuckled. Cormac's lips tugged up. That little cowboy might grow up to be a charmer. He's right. The boy's dad smiled at Paisley. Something unpleasant stung Cormac. Jealousy? Though he couldn't help agreeing with the man and his son. While this Paisley wasn't a classical beauty like her friend, the Paisley in front of him was pretty indeed, appealing in ways that went straight to the heart instead of the mind. Strangely, her smile seemed to falter at the compliment instead of widening. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your day. She spotted a boy impatient to have his turn in line and hurried to him with her endless supply of lollipops and smiles. Cormac's heart shifted again, but he forced his attention back to the girl and the pony. He was responsible for their safety, and he took that responsibility seriously. He took any responsibility seriously. And with farm animals, things could go wrong in a second. Besides, he couldn't explain these strange feelings stirring him. He'd given up on romance after seeing his military buddies' hearts broken and after his girlfriends couldn't stay faithful long distance. His heart, mind, and body belonged to the military now. Why then was his heart beating faster every time he stole a glance at Paisley? She connected to children easily, maybe because she seemed so innocently sweet herself. He hadn't seen such a sweet side of the world, and meeting someone who spread joy around her like fairy dust invigorated him. Her contagious joy infected the children, who now giggled instead of complained, especially when she entertained them all with a story about a caterpillar and then one about a pony that she seemed to make up on the spot. She'd even made the parents laugh. But there had to be more to his attraction to her. Much more. After the initial rush, the line diminished. Then she walked away without a backward glance, and he battled an unexpected sense of loss as he took another giggling and excited child in a circle on the pony. Of course, Paisley didn't have to stay and didn't owe him an explanation, but the force of missing her floored him. How could this be? He didn't even know her, really. Still, she'd infused a joyful ambience around herself with smiles and affection, and its irresistible draw captured him. A few people joined the line, locals he'd gone through school with, a welcome distraction. Now they were happily married with their own children. Giovanni from the neighboring, much larger ranch patted Cormac on the back, then helped his daughter onto the pony. Giovanni had left his family ranch like Cormac, and Cormac felt the warmth of camaraderie. Only Giovanni hadn't fared as well as Cormac had. When Giovanni returned to his family ranch, heartbroken, desperate, and with 2 children he suddenly had custody of, the ranch and family plus the love of an incredible woman who'd nursed a heartache herself, had healed him. From his mother, Cormac knew all the local stories. She used such success tales to nudge him in the direction of marriage. Now all Giovanni's siblings and cousins were married with children, and some expected more children, a fact Cormac's mother mentioned again and again. And again. Something stirred in his heart as Giovanni and his wife watched their precious child giggling on the pony Cormac led in a small circle. The girl was adopted, but no one would know it from the way they looked at her, and each other. Giovanni's newly remarried mother was watching their youngest, Giovanni had said. Families came together in different ways, and different tragedies lurked in the history of this one. But happiness imprinted its glow on their faces. Giovanni was happy being a cowboy again and taking care of his family instead of traveling the world as a famous musician like he'd once dreamed. An unfamiliar hunger gnawed at Cormac's insides as he patted the pony's rich, smooth mane. How would it feel to be a cowboy again? Having his own family to raise in this beautiful place he knew so well but had taken for granted? Well, why think of things that weren't meant to be? Paisley walked back to him as if confirming this thought, and something lit up inside him. Giovanni looked at Cormac, then at Paisley, and then at him again. Giovanni's lips tugged up, and he clapped Cormac on the back. See you later, man. It was great to catch up. If you stick around, I'd love to go on a horse ride together and talk about good old times. Giovanni took his family back to the pastry booth, and Cormac secured a new girl a helmet. He and his brother had brought a supply of safety equipment for children in different sizes and colors. The girl's father was clipping the helmet expertly on his daughter, so Cormac's gaze moved to Paisley. Again. She'd carried a handful of pastries from the booths and distributed them among the children with their parents' permission. The sugary pastry aroma spread in the air, a delicate underlay to the scent of horses. Hungry children were cranky children. Now, instead of impatiently tugging and asking when their turn would be, the children occupied themselves with sweets. Well, why didn't he think of that? Thank you, he said. I'll be glad to pay you back for all the pastries. No need. Something unreadable flashed in her eyes. It was my pleasure. She did look like she derived pleasure from every moment in life, something he'd forgotten how to do. And she did it on her terms, without worrying about how the world viewed her. That was refreshing, too. She was also great at talking to the few children who were scared of the animals. She'd make a great mom. From their first meeting, he'd seen she didn't wear a wedding ring. Hopefully, she wasn't married. An immense and entirely unwarranted relief followed that thought. When the rides were over and the ponies were in the trailer, ready to take off, he walked to her as she offered a smile to the last leaving child. Thank you so much for what you've done. I owe you, or at least my eardrums do. She looked up at him, and something flashed in her eyes again. Guilt or longing? I enjoyed being here. Probably even more than the children did. Though this was the first time I was so close to ranch animals. I'm a city girl. Huh. Could she enjoy working with horses? The thought irked him. It wasn't like he was going to stay on the ranch himself. And Madeline had said she didn't know how long they'd stay in Cowboy Crossing. It hadn't bothered him then because he'd seen nothing more than a friend and a pen pal with her. A friendship could continue long distance. While with this woman. Stop. How about that rain check? I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee. He'd wanted to do it anyway, and now when she'd saved the day. Just as friends. Unless you have a boyfriend waiting for you. Real smooth. Not. From the corner of his eye, he saw his brother wave at him from the truck, but Cormac pretended not to notice. Instead, he nearly held his breath for her response. I'm single. No boyfriend waiting for me. And I'd love to, Paisley said, lifting his spirits. Yes. I'm single, too. Not that I'm looking for romance or anything. Well, he was just messing it up worse and worse. Me, either. But I'll have to ask for another rain check. I'll be busy packing. I'm leaving for Houston soon. His heart dropped. Already? Not forever. Just for a few days. She hesitated as if debating how much to tell him. I'm a foster child, and I decided to search for my birth parents. I was found on a hospital doorstep in Houston. His stomach resettled in place. She wasn't leaving forever. But somehow, he didn't want to wait even several days before seeing her again. Which was ridiculous, really. Will Madeline go with you? He asked. Her upturned nose scrunched. No. I don't want her to. I'll go by myself. It might get a little too dangerous. Her palm flew to her mouth as if she said too much. I was kidding about the dangerous part. But he didn't believe her, and his protective instincts woke to life. His father wouldn't be happy with Cormac. But the ranch had enough ranch hands, and his father had plenty of sons. Paisley was alone and needed someone in her corner. Right now, with her shoulders hunched forward slightly, she looked as fragile as the butterflies on her headband. Would you like me to go with you? Before she misunderstood, he added, we'll get separate rooms, of course. But I'd like to travel with you. But, we just met yesterday. She blinked and blinked again. You'd do that for me? Her astonished gasp both pleased and upset him. From his online communication with Madeline, he knew she and her foster sisters had to take care of themselves since they'd been children. He guessed no man had done grand gestures in Paisley's life, maybe no kind gestures at all. I'll be glad to. Protective instincts sprang to life again, but it was more than that. For a reason he couldn't explain to himself yet, he wanted to be that kind of person for Paisley. Guilt stung, though. He was supposed to spend time with his parents and siblings, not a pretty girl. Though his father had already started his lectures about how Cormac shouldn't re-enlist. His stomach twisted just thinking of it. Then he remembered a letter that had burned a hole in his pocket since Stephen had given it to him. Cormac had promised he'd deliver it to Stephen's wife 2 years later if something happened to Stephen. At the time, Cormac had said nothing was going to happen to Stephen. He'd been wrong, and pain knifed him anew. Then his insides roiled, and he clenched his teeth. How was he going to look that woman in the eye and give his condolences when deep inside he blamed her for his best friend's death? Stephen's widow remarried soon after his death and moved to a town in Texas about an hour away from Houston to be with her new husband. It was a surprisingly small world indeed. I have some business in a town about an hour drive from Houston. I was going to travel there while on leave, anyway, he said. Her gaze pensive, she studied him. Okay then. Thank you. But it must be unpleasant business. He needed to control his facial expressions better. Or maybe she was just that perceptive. Another stab of guilt reminded him he should have placed his pen pal Paisley first. He should have dedicated his time to her. I'd like to ask Madeline, though. Sure. Something flashed in Paisley's hazel eyes. Not jealousy. Regret, maybe? Let me get to the lodge and see if there's a match on the ancestry websites where I registered. If there is, we won't have to travel to Houston and do extensive research. I'll call you and let you know. Good idea. Though something shifted in him at the possibility of the trip not happening. He wanted to spend more time alone with her, to bask in the sunshine she emanated. Yep, he was like a plant turning to the sun. He shouldn't think like that. It was unfair to Madeline. But he wanted Paisley to find her parents or any relatives for that matter as soon as possible. He couldn't imagine his life without his parents and his brothers. Which meant he should have spent more time with them, but he'd done enough of a guilt trip today. You'll need my phone number for that. He rattled off his phone number. His brother honked now. So Paisley waved goodbye to him, and Cormac hurried to the truck hauling the trailer. Kieran started the engine. So are you and Paisley seeing each other? Cormac jerked up. No. I just met her 2 days ago. We aren't dating. It wouldn't be fair to her as I have to return to the army base in Germany in less than a month. But I'm going to accompany her on a trip to Houston. And I don't want to talk about it. Too many conflicting emotions whirled inside him. I'd also appreciate it if you didn't share it with our family. Huh. Kieran whistled as they took off. You go on a trip to another state with a woman you just met, and you don't want to talk about it. And you don't want Mom and Dad and the rest of our brothers to know about it. Well, I'm going to tell them about the trip, but not Paisley's part. I'm just not ready for all the questions. And you know Mom will read too much into it. Kieran grimaced, probably because their parents also pestered him to get married. Yeah, but... Cormac swallowed hard as he interrupted his brother. I need to go to Houston anyway. I need to give Stephen's letter to his ex-wife. Kieran's face changed to compassion as he drove carefully so as not to disturb the ponies. Sorry, bro, understood. Guilt needled Cormac again. He didn't mean to keep a secret from his family. He just had to figure out things for himself before he told them. Back at the ranch after taking care of the ponies, Cormac called Madeline, and minutes later had his answer. She supported his request with overflowing enthusiasm. While the biggest part of him was glad, his ego, not his biggest part, was bruised somewhat. It was as if Madeline couldn't wait to dismiss him. If he didn't know any better, he'd think she was a different person from the sweet pen pal he'd met online all those months ago. His phone rang minutes after his conversation with her. He swiped to answer the unknown number, hoping it was Paisley instead of a bot. Hello, Cormac. The perkiness had oozed out of her voice like air out of a punctured balloon. I checked the ancestry websites. He knew the answer before she said it. There was no match. Chapter 5. 2 days later, Paisley waited outside of the airport and squinted at the sun, thankful for the lack of rain. Despite her protests, Cormac had carried all their luggage. Okay, maybe she didn't protest too much. She was used to being independent, but it felt nice to let someone else carry the burden, the bags. Good thing for him, she liked traveling light. Madeline had designer suitcases her German shepherd could travel in. Probably even Cormac's pony, as well. Paisley slanted a glance toward Cormac, who'd just arrived with the rental car. Did he wish Madeline was by his side instead of Paisley? When she'd been at school, guys had often asked her out to get close to her beautiful foster sister. Paisley had been naive enough then to believe they were interested in her, Paisley. But after she'd discovered a popular guy and her longtime crush only dated her to find out Madeline's likes and dislikes, she'd put a stop to it. Yet she created this messed up situation with her own hands. She groaned as he opened the white sedan door for her. Oh, okay. He misinterpreted her groan. "We can get a different car." She clambered inside not too gracefully. "No, the car is fine." The situation wasn't. Still, despite all the mess, a pleasant wave spread through her when he took the driver's seat and smiled her way. Once again, she was a stand-in date, not even a date, for a person she crushed on. But there was no other place on Earth, reality or cyberspace, for that matter, where she wanted to be right now. She assigned that to her usual optimism instead of being a sucker for punishment. She'd just have to keep her attraction to him under wraps. Her heart had been stomped on and returned enough times to keep her from risking it again. Great. He was an honorable man, as honorable as they came, and she was deceiving him. She needed to tell him. She pulled the seatbelt, but it didn't budge. Arg. She pulled again with the same result. Sure enough, his seatbelt worked fine. He turned to her. In close quarters, he smelled intoxicating and manly, like a musky cologne. "Let me help you with that. I can do this." She was a capable adult with a highly profitable business she'd founded. She wasn't a helpless kitten. She could do a simple task like pull a seatbelt or open a ketchup bottle. Easy peasy. She jerked the seatbelt again. Same result. Marvelous. She suppressed a groan. This was a pickup area only, so they needed to start moving. How was she going to persuade him she could conduct an investigation about her birth parents with nearly zero information when she couldn't even complete a simple task? He clicked his seatbelt open, then leaned over her. It probably got stuck. His musky cologne, where their cedar notes, assaulted her nostrils, and his proximity assaulted her senses. He was close enough to touch and, even, to kiss. His gaze caught hers, and something registered there. The reflection of her own attraction? No, that must be her wishful thinking. She'd often seen things as better than they were. Madeline, and their other foster sisters, often joked that Paisley wore rose-colored glasses. His large muscular form leaning over her small one didn't feel threatening at all. On the contrary, excitement surged through her veins. Honking behind them made him jerk back, then pull on her seatbelt. Sure enough, it obeyed him, and he clicked it into place. Despite the repeated honking, he lingered before shifting back. "I've got you." His voice was huskier than usual, and that shot another surge of attraction through her blood. She almost said, "Yes. You've got me." Or at least he was about to have her heart if she wasn't careful. She blinked as her heart thudded in her ears over the motor's roar. They drove off. What just happened? If she was going to react like this to him when he simply clicked her seatbelt for her, how was she supposed to keep her attraction to him under wraps? It would be out there, vulnerable like butterfly wings in the wind. "Would you like to check into a hotel and have some rest? Or go to the hospital where you were born?" How could he sound so businesslike when he'd scrambled her thoughts, leaving her brain like an encrypted file? She needed to get a hold of her feelings. Unscrambling her thoughts and regaining access to her brilliant brain would be nice, too. She watched as they passed skyscrapers, their sheer size dwarfing. This place had once been home or a good enough substitute for it because she'd never known how long her stay with the Finches would last. However, the peacefulness of Cowboy Crossing was growing on her. That pony ride for children was fun, too. Her throat constricted. She'd had more than one reason to escape from Houston to the Show Me State and renovate the lodge into a fortress. It could have been dangerous not only for her foster sisters to stay in Houston at the time but also for her. Or rather, she'd escaped before the danger had become real. A precaution that had seemed wise. Was it safe to return now even for a few days? It should be, as long as she kept a low profile and didn't show up at any of the wrong houses. Longing to find out about her parents and possible relatives had grown to overwhelming proportions since she'd met Cormac. There was also a major difference from the previous times she'd been here. She wasn't alone. His mere presence calmed her worries as much as excited her senses. A paradox she didn't want to dwell on. She concentrated on their task and his question that she didn't answer yet. Neither. The only tangible thread I have right now is the name of the doctor who found me. Dr. Charles Whitlock. Okay. Are we going to talk to him? He died decades ago. Her fingers tightened around the door handle as she said the next tidbit that bothered her a lot. 2 days after taking me to the authorities. It hadn't been easy, but she'd done her research in her teens. She switched her gaze from those skyscrapers to his handsome profile. Though she preferred him in fatigues like in the photos he'd sent her, something was to be said about Wrangler jeans and the black sweater now stretched over his muscular torso. When he'd lingered over her before pulling on the seatbelt, she'd been tempted to touch that fabric and feel the beat of his heart through it, then let her fingers trace a path along his chest to his neck and outline his face. Warmth spread through her. On the other hand, seatbelts were welcome to get stuck on her all the time. Earth to Paisley. A muscle moved in his jaw. Huh. So he didn't like that info about the doctor either. He died? How? A car accident. At first, she didn't have a reason to doubt it, or rather had pushed those doubts aside because she didn't think she could do anything about it. Even knowing her first adoptive father and then the couple who'd later adopted her died prematurely soon after she'd entered their lives. Now, considering the message left on her computer, could the threat be something more sinister? Does he have any living relatives? Cormac wove through heavy traffic with skill. Unlike her foster sister's abilities, her driving skills left a lot to be desired, so his impressed her even more. A younger sister. Thankfully, she still lives in Houston. She inputted the address into the GPS, which she should have done already. But being familiar with the area, she knew they were going in the right direction. She retired from nursing in the same hospital and lives alone. I don't know whether she'll talk to us, but we can try. Certainly. Are there any other clues? Maybe a note or something peculiar about the clothes you were found in? She swallowed hard around the lump in her throat. Despite the passing decades, talking about being discarded like an empty milk carton would never become easier. Her value was so little her parents hadn't wanted to keep her. She'd been rejected the moment she'd been born and probably long before that. If that's okay to ask. His right hand found hers across the console while he continued to steer with his left hand. It must be difficult for you to talk about it. She should tell him to steer with both hands, but she loved the feeling of his fingers on hers too much. The lump in her throat didn't dissolve, but it shrank nevertheless. A typed note with my name on it and the words "I'm sorry." Plus a bottle of formula and diapers, but there was nothing special about those or the clothes. No fingerprints on the note. Nothing special about the paper. The only unusual thing was a golden chain with an azure butterfly pendant. For years, she'd never taken that pendant off. Then a bully at one of her early foster homes had stolen it. Even decades later, the precious loss hurt. Abandoning a child is illegal. Why not refuse parental rights after your mother gave birth? She wished she had the answer. That is a good question. Maybe my mother was afraid of shame. Or was there more to it? Paisley squirmed in her seat. A mystery lurked behind her birth, and she wasn't sure she wanted to find it out. Hence the lack of effort until now. But talking to Cormac for months made her realize how much she longed for a family of her own. And knowing her medical history was important if she wanted to have a child or several. The way he spoke about his Irish heritage made her want to know her own, and his bond with his brothers showed her what she was missing. Could she have brothers and/or sisters in the world? She had no clue, and it was a shame. She didn't want to be a person with an unknown past. Her tipping the wine on the tablecloth had only been part of the reason her ex discarded her like her birth parents had. He'd blamed her for not knowing her pedigree, not knowing if she carried genetic diseases. All in all, it had become a burning need inside her lately. She had to know where she came from, especially if she ever met a future husband and he wanted to know about it. Oh, who was she kidding? As much as she'd told herself nothing could be between her and Cormac, she couldn't stop herself from dreaming. She sighed. Sadly, I can't talk to the officer who worked on the police report when Dr. Whitlock turned in an abandoned baby to the authorities. The officer was the one who adopted me and then died in a car crash. Regret welled inside her. She probably wasn't just a source of shame for her mother. Was she some kind of a curse, too? I'm sorry to hear it. His fingers squeezed hers. Yet there still should be a way to find answers. Another sigh escaped her lips before she stopped herself. She wasn't a sighing person. She was a smiling one. If only there'd been safe haven laws then. Now, if parents want anonymity, in most states they can legally turn a baby in at a safe haven location. No need to risk the baby's health. Instead, my mother abandoned me with no idea if I'd live or die. At least she chose a hospital and not a restroom. Maybe I should be grateful. His eyes darkened. I hate that it happened to you. What if your parents didn't leave you voluntarily? Maybe they were in some kind of danger. She swallowed hard. That idea had occurred to her, but she'd avoided thinking about it. Then why not go to the police? Were they involved in something illegal themselves? And if that danger caught up to them, could it be that they, too, are no longer alive? New anguish ricocheted through her. What if she found her parents' identity only to find out they hadn't survived? How could she deal with that kind of loss, again? Seeming to read her thoughts, he reached for her hand. Whatever you decide, I'll be by your side. He probably recalled his leave wouldn't last forever, because he added, while I'm here. Yes, she echoed with gratitude, but not without a little bitterness. While you're here. She was being selfish in the bitter part. He didn't have to help her at all. His volunteering for the trip still puzzled her. Must have been one of his perceived duties. The guy was all about duty and honor. So different from the world she'd grown up in where it had been all about survival. We'll figure it out. Together. He squeezed her fingers again. Her heart fluttered like proverbial butterfly wings at his use of the word we and his touch. Oh no. No, no, no. There was no we. And the sooner she understood it, the better. He withdrew his hand as if he realized it, too, and it left her bereft. What was the matter with her? Her time with him was limited, and it was a miracle he wasn't spending all this time with Madeline. He'd come to Houston because of his kindness. And because of that mysterious business of his he needed to take care of. No reason to get attached. Then another thought chilled her. Someone hacked into my laptop and left a message telling me to stop searching. What if that means I'm in danger? Then you might be in danger, too? Then I'm grateful I can be here to help you in whatever way I can. Remember, I've been trained for combat and perilous situations. His reassurance soothed the tightness in her belly. She should tell him about the things she'd left behind in Houston, but those secrets didn't belong to her alone. Was she kidding herself by thinking she was safe from that other threat now? While every bit of her relaxed in gratitude for his presence, that didn't mean she wanted to drag him into danger. Or was it too late for that? Chapter 6. Cormac said a prayer for Paisley as they pulled up in red brick suburbia. Unlike his brother's strong faith, his faith had weakened after Stephen's death, but still clung to life. His senses, always on alert, now heightened. He'd watched the rearview mirror on the way here and hadn't spotted a tail so far. Still, his gaze swept over the brick houses and neatly trimmed lawns with well-watered grass. A few SUVs were parked in driveways because people needed the attached garages for boxes of things that just couldn't be let go. 2 boys played on the basketball court. Everything looked okay, though appearances could be deceitful. Stephen had found out the latter, and grief sliced Cormac. Like a stubborn pit bull, once grief and guilt sunk their teeth in, they refused to let go. He opened the car door for Paisley. Their father had taught him and his brothers well. Being cowboys didn't mean they couldn't be gentlemen. Dad had shown them how to treat a woman simply by the way he treated Mom, with respect and admiration. Paisley seemed subdued as she got out of the car, and the usual light in her eyes dimmed. His heart sank as they walked toward the house the doctor's sister lived in, a bungalow nestled in with colorful blue, red, and yellow flower beds. The house sported white hurricane shutters and security cameras. He didn't want to crowd her. Yet he had to position himself in a way he could shield her. An arched window gleamed near the door. Baskets with blooming begonias hung on the white porch above the white railings. Easy to guess what hobby Ms. Whitlock took up in her retirement. Paisley was much quieter on the way here than on their flight, where she chatted away. Even the butterflies on her headband seemed to droop their wings. He missed her bubbling personality and wanted to do anything he could to draw out her smile. Not that he blamed her for being subdued. He didn't expect to be greeted with bullets. But to be on the safe side, he positioned her on one side of the white door with a brass handle and stood in the same way himself while shielding her from the street. He pressed the doorbell button, and its chime echoed inside. In a show of silent support, he touched her forearm, the fabric of her apricot-hued jacket soft under his fingertips. Her hazel eyes widened. His heart beat faster, reacting the same way as in the car when he touched her hand. He'd meant it as a gesture of comfort and support then, as well. But the innocent gesture weirdly affected his senses. Before the trip, he'd resolved to remain friends with Paisley. He really had. But friends didn't get their pulse spiked from a simple touch. Friends didn't crave to run their fingers through fascinating pink and blue curls. Friends didn't get lightheaded from the sweet scent of peach lotion emanating from the other's skin when they leaned over her to pull on the seatbelt, making him want to press his lips against said smooth skin. Who knew helping a friend with a seatbelt could create these inexplicable urges? The front door opening stopped his confusing thoughts. People here were way too trusting. Ms. Whitlock didn't even ask who they were. But then, he knew from Stephen's tragic story that the people who hurt us the most weren't always strangers. Oh. I was expecting someone else. Flower delivery. The woman's dull gray eyes narrowed behind the thick brown-framed glasses, distorting them. Gray hair flowed over her shoulders from under a wide-brimmed straw hat. She wore flower-patterned gardening gloves, yellow rubber boots, and dirt-stained overalls. Paisley lifted her hands in a placating gesture, and for the first time since he'd met her, that smile of hers seemed forced. We won't take much time. My name is Paisley, and this is my friend Cormac. Your brother found me abandoned near the hospital entrance when I was a baby. She took out her driver's license and held it up. For some reason, her referring to him as a friend grated on his nerves. Weird, considering he'd decided himself that was what they were going to be. The woman blinked and squinted at the driver's license, and then her faded gray eyes lit behind thick lenses. Oh, he mentioned that to me the day before he died. But I don't know how I can be of any help. He died many years ago. To think about it, not long after he brought you to the hospital. She pulled off her gloves and tucked them in the bib pocket of her overalls. He was so furious that someone would abandon a baby. He even thought of adopting you. Never mind that his job kept him too busy and he knew nothing about raising a baby. Adopt her? Wow. That was an interesting development. And a much bigger loss than Cormac had realized. Had Dr. Whitlock taken her in, that might have made Paisley's childhood so much better. A busy father was far preferable to no parent at all. May we come in, please? He didn't like talking on the porch, and he didn't want Paisley out in the open like this. That was his protective instinct speaking. Nothing else. Ms. Whitlock moved as if to close the door. Like I said, I don't know how I can be of any assistance. Paisley raised her pleading doe-like eyes. Like a fragile butterfly, every bit of her remained sweet and unthreatening. Please? The woman sighed. Okay. Come on in. But not for long. Paisley beamed. Thank you so much. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to resist Paisley either. Ahem. What was he thinking? Ms. Whitlock led them to the dining room. Inside, the place smelled like flowers, and a vase of freshly cut sunrise bright roses centered on the round oak dining table explained that. Different houseplants in ceramic pots lined up the area near the large windows. Upholstered chairs had a poppy motif. When Ms. Whitlock gestured for them to sit, he pulled out an oak chair for Paisley. She gave him a surprised look, the same as when he'd opened a car door for her. As if she wasn't accustomed to it. Which was a shame. A sweet and kind woman like her should be showered with sweet kindness. He sat, having this weird feeling in his gut as if he hadn't met her days ago. As if she, and not Madeline, were the one he'd been communicating with for months. Would Paisley like it if he brought her flowers? The answer was probably yes, based on the daisies blooming on her skirt. Friends could bring friends flowers, right? Her bright outfit and matching headband made him smile, and maybe that was the purpose. Not to make him smile, per se, but to bring people joy just from looking at her. Again, like a fleeting butterfly, she made the world a more cheerful and beautiful place. "I'm sorry for your loss," Paisley said softly. "Were you close?" Ms. Whitlock's eyes misted, steaming her glasses. "Very. I never married and never had children. He was the only sibling I had. He was one of the few good guys. He was highly respected in the hospital, and I know I'm subjective, but as a nurse, I hear things. But everyone loved him, staff, patients. Everyone. He worked too much, but who could blame him? One more patient always needed saving. He sounds like a great man. He was single, right?" Something in Paisley's expression put Cormac on guard. Did she suspect, like he did, that the good doctor might have had something to do with the baby he'd claimed to find? Or maybe it was wishful thinking on Cormac's part. He couldn't understand the reason, or didn't want to, but her quest was becoming personal to him. He let her do all the talking, though. Something appealing and sweet about her attracted people like bees to nectar. He knew the feeling, though he considered himself more of a wasp, maybe? "He told me he didn't have time for a personal life. So no nieces or nephews for me." Ms. Whitlock sniffled. Paisley leaned toward the woman. "Your flowers are beautiful. You have a gardening talent." The woman, ready to cry moments ago, now wobbled out a smile. "Thank you. I have lots of time on my hands, and I'm not very sociable. I thought I might as well create something beautiful." "I can't agree more about the latter. Could you give us the address where he lived at the time, please?" Paisley asked, her voice even sweeter than before, creating an association with honey again. The woman hesitated, then nodded. "I guess it can't hurt at this point." Paisley wrote down the address on an app on her phone. "What about his friends? Do you know anyone in particular?" "Dr. Burnsby. They go way back. Walter was his neighbor, but not sure about being a friend. Sorry, I can't remember anyone else. He lived for his work. Not so much for social gatherings. Whenever he had a free minute, he tried to spend it with me." Ms. Whitlock sighed. Paisley sighed, too, maybe because she was disappointed or maybe she wanted to establish rapport by mirroring Ms. Whitlock's body language. "What about casual dating?" "I understand he was too busy with his work for something serious, but maybe from time to time." The woman shook her head. "He dated a few girls in high school, but I don't remember their names. After that, nobody he mentioned to me or introduced to me. I would have known. Unless there was someone Dr. Whitlock didn't want people to know about." When Cormac and Paisley prepared to leave, Paisley had a bouquet of sunrise-colored roses, sadly not given by him, and a new friend. After a delivery truck pulled up to the curb, Paisley lingered with Ms. Whitlock while Cormac helped unload potted plants he didn't know the name for. They all had pretty purple flowers. Before they visited Ms. Whitlock, worry had classed his gut about the mission's success. He wished he had his brother's cop training in interviewing people. He needn't have worried. Paisley handled it well. Her taking care of the conversation part also helped him concentrate on Ms. Whitlock's body language. Her posture was open, and she didn't look to the left or do any other evasive signs of avoiding the truth. Once the delivery truck left, he surveyed his surroundings as Ms. Whitlock opened the front door. Then he thanked the hostess and proceeded with Paisley when nothing looked suspicious. He hovered over her as they walked to the rental car, and he liked the pleasant feeling. Not just protecting her, but simply being nearby. Strangely enough, he'd first had that feeling when he communicated with her foster sister Madeline online. He cringed, then rubbed the tension from his neck. When he became friends with someone, it was usually forever, not to trade that friend for another. Not to mention that the feelings he started feeling toward Paisley were more than friendly. Then a folded paper on the windshield under the wiper pulled him out of his thoughts. He zeroed in on the note. Someone leaving an advertisement? He didn't think so, and based on Paisley's narrowed eyes, neither did she. He pulled rubber gloves from his pocket and put them on before removing the note. He doubted any fingerprints remained, but precautions wouldn't hurt. Then he barely resisted grinding his teeth before showing her the note. The 4 words in capital letters typed there seared into his brain: stop searching. Or else. Alarm flashed in the hazel eyes he now knew had honey dots in them, but more determination crystallized in them now. Admiration and relief unraveled his tension. He didn't want her to back off, didn't want to lose this excuse of being around her, though guilt for thinking like that stung him. Her safety was paramount. It was bad enough that Stephen died, and Cormac hadn't been able to help him. He glanced back at the cute brick house and its vibrant flower beds in splashes of blue, red, and yellow. Would you like to go back and ask Ms. Whitlock for camera footage? Maybe we'll be able to spot who left the note. Paisley nodded as she headed back. Yes, though I don't think it's going to be so simple. Me, either. But we've got to try, right? Right. The corners of her lips lifted a little, those slightly puffy lips covered in lip gloss and smelling of the peaches he'd already started to associate with her. Would they taste just as sweet? He winced. What was he thinking? Minutes later, they rushed back to the car, and a smile no longer curved Paisley's oh-so-kissable mouth. His senses were on high alert again, well, higher than usual. At this point, checking the car for tracking devices wouldn't hurt, as well as for explosives. Thankfully, he found none, though it would likely take more than a simple sweep to find a tracker. Yet the precautions made sense. Because someone had messed with the cameras at Ms. Whitlock's place remotely and covered their tracks so well neither he nor Paisley could trace it to the source. The realization was sobering and frightening. They might be dealing with someone whose computer skills were superior to his and Paisley's, and that was saying something. If whoever threatened Paisley thought this would make her give up, they didn't know her. It only made her want to find out the truth more. She'd endured plenty of intimidation techniques in her lifetime. Bullies at school had thought they could intimidate her because of her tiny size. It had taken one of her foster sisters, Jessie, standing up for Paisley, to stop them. Then her boyfriends had tried to order her around, taking her petite size and friendly attitude for weakness. After having to prove herself again and again, she didn't respond well to intimidation techniques. Enough was enough. She wasn't a scared little girl any longer, alone and abandoned, clutching her backpack while salty tears streamed down her face. Inside a woman with fun hair and quirky outfits some considered childish was a fierceness people had no clue about. She'd used it to her advantage sometimes. Until things had gone too far. She breathed in the rose's scent as she placed the vase on the desk in the hotel connecting room. For a moment, she allowed herself to imagine the flowers were from Cormac, making her heart do a little tumble. Then she swallowed hard. Come on. He didn't see her in a romantic way. She was just the little sister of the beautiful woman he was interested in. He accompanied her because she needed help and he was a noble person. He had protector in his genes. As much as she existed in an online world and favored fairy tale motifs of insects and flowers in her clothes and accessories, she was a realistic person. She and her foster sisters had to be to survive. While other girls with parents had the luxury of dreaming and dating, Paisley and her friends had been working in their foster parents' cafe and studying so they could make something out of themselves. Dates were rare. Dreams were a luxury they couldn't afford. And just when they'd allowed themselves to dream after they'd been on their own, those dreams had been tragically crushed. Her lungs constricted. Was she putting him in danger? That was the furthest thing from her intentions. Her secret project had been tilting on the perilous side years ago, but she'd stopped doing things in person. She should be safe now. And the notes hadn't hinted at the secret project. Could this be connected to the new software she'd developed, her most successful yet? The notes didn't hint at that either. But what new problems had she opened up with her search for her birth parents? Right now, it was only threats, and they were directed at her and her alone. But if things changed, she'd have to walk away from Cormac. Well, she'd have to do it anyway. Her heart sank into the room's plush beige carpet that matched the bedspread and curtains. One more reason to keep an emotional distance from him. Yeah, right. Easier said than done. She suppressed a sigh. Time to get some work done. She'd always been able to lose herself in codes. But after opening her laptop and staring at the screen and only seeing Cormac's face forming in the codes, she clicked the computer closed. Then she stared at the chocolate brown door to the connecting room and suppressed the strength of the pull toward him, even when she couldn't see him, but just knew he was there. He'd suggested lunch together, but she'd forced herself to decline, mindful of her need for emotional distance. She'd said she'd needed to work on her computer. Well, she did need that. She needed to research what little information Ms. Whitlock had provided. Paisley should have asked about the car accident as well, but she was afraid those memories would have been too painful for the woman who'd been tearing up already. Sadly, there was way less information online decades ago than the abundance, or overabundance, of it now. Still, she could follow up on the tidbits from Ms. Whitlock before going to visit her late brother's former friends and neighbors. First, they had to wait for people to be home after work. Unless they'd already retired, which easily might be the case. For a moment, she wished she'd started digging into her past, or rather, into her origin, earlier, when one of her foster sisters, who worked as a police officer, could have helped her. But Jessie was on her honeymoon, and asking her hadn't felt right. Now, with the threats, she'd have to. Paisley's heart softened. Who could think Jessie would fall in love and marry Cormac's brother? Considering that Paisley had met his family, it was a shocker Cormac hadn't found out about her true identity yet. For some reason, Kieran hadn't told him. That gave her the opportunity to tell him herself, and she needed to use it. Soon. Before the trip was over. She reopened her computer and stared at the screen again. What was happening to her? She literally lived on her laptop and phone. Why couldn't she concentrate now? Cormac was probably way more productive than she was right now. She groaned, closed her laptop, got up, and stretched her arms. Her stomach growled, reminding her she'd skipped lunch. Sure, she could order room service. But without her thinking about it, her legs carried her to the connecting door. She lifted her hand to knock and lingered without knocking. Friends could have lunch together, right? And her tummy demanded food louder. She was still undecided when she heard the knock from the other side. Elated, she pushed the door open. And only his quick reaction at jumping back saved him from being knocked over. Chapter 7. Oh no! Her hand flew to her mouth. She rushed to him. First, I douse you in lemonade. Now I nearly hit you with a door. What's next? I set you on fire? A strange look gleamed in his eyes when he muttered, I believe you already did that. Her eyes widened. Excuse me? He shook his head. Never mind. No harm done. I'd be a bad soldier if someone could knock me out with a door. He visibly swallowed as if unsure about something. If you're hungry. And frankly, I'm starving. What would you think? Was this handsome, confident military man worried she'd turned down his invitation twice in a row? Amusement and feminine power tugged her lips up. Maybe she wasn't the only one who didn't like being rejected, though she could hardly imagine anyone rejecting him. Except for her, but she didn't exactly reject him. Rather, her very eagerness to have lunch with him had made her turn it down. And she'd promised a rain check for the coffee invites. A shadow passed over his face. The warm glow in his brown eyes dissipated. On the other hand, if you'd rather have lunch alone. Oh. Was she silent for too long? I'd love to have lunch with you. And dinner and breakfast and any snack imaginable in the foreseeable future. Not what she should be saying. Or even thinking, for that matter. Good thing she stopped the words before they tumbled free. He brightened. Great. Whenever you're ready. I'm ready now. Her growling stomach confirmed that, yes, she pretty much was. Still, did she say it too fast? Now she was sending mixed messages, going from reluctant to enthusiastic. But how could she explain this was a struggle between what she wanted to do and what she needed to do? That struggle was even more difficult when he smiled at her like that. Like he enjoyed spending time with her. In person. Her heart fluttered like the butterfly's wings on her purse and laptop and even her headband. Let me grab my purse. She picked it up from the desk. Yes, it was pink with blue butterflies, something a toddler would carry, probably with a doll tucked inside. Unlike Madeline, Paisley hadn't had a designer bag in her life. But she didn't have a doll inside her purse, so there was that. On second thought, she picked up the laptop as well to ask the staff to place it in the hotel safe on the way out. Her foster sisters had shown her how to pick locks, so she didn't have full trust in the hotel room locks. While she wasn't as talented in that department, it had taught her to be extra cautious, as well as to install efficient security in her apartment. Though the best security would be being married to a broad-shouldered military man like Cormac. No. Thinking. Like. That. He didn't even know who she really was, or, well, who she thought she really was, and now she was thinking about marriage. And she never thought about marriage. Not even when she'd been with her ex-boyfriend, before he'd become an ex. Cormac walked into her connecting room, opened the front door a slit, and checked the hall. Then he nodded to her that it was safe to proceed, and they strode along the carpeted hall that smelled vaguely of perfumes and room service food. She sniffed the air. Egg omelet with mushrooms and hash browns. And coffee. Her tummy rolled, approving of the aromas. But her favorite scent now was his musky cologne. He held close to her, and she felt slightly lightheaded, but in a good way. As if she were a butterfly carried by the fragile wings of hope. Since a tragic event involving her foster sisters many years ago and beginning her secret project, she'd grown used to watching over her shoulder. Not that she liked it. Thankfully, due to her size and affinity for funky clothes and accessories, people had never considered her a threat in person, which suited her just fine. In fact, it suited her perfectly and might have saved her life. Nobody had associated a sweet, childish-looking girl with weird hair to the dauntless person behind her secret project. Laptop storage taken care of, they walked outside, after he'd scanned the street first, of course. Maybe it was a habit on his part. Her foster sister Jessie was in law enforcement, after all, so Paisley knew how people like that operated. Or maybe he was extra cautious on her behalf. She wanted to believe it was both. No man had worried about her before or had tried to protect her. Which only made it more difficult not to be drawn to him. Okay, her sisters worried about her and would have come along on this trip in a heartbeat if she'd asked. But that was different. Still, she reminded herself how blessed she was as she raised her face to the spring sun. It often rained in Houston, so a bright day was a blessing. Even rarer was her bond with her foster sisters. The oldest of them, Genevieve, or Jessie, who soon had become the strongest and fastest, could have taken advantage of Paisley being the youngest and the smallest. Instead, they'd protected her. The five of them had never made a vow. They'd just decided to stick by each other and help each other, and that had spilled into their adult lives. Yes, they'd been united by pain and necessity, and later in their youth by a tragedy that had heartbreakingly marked Genevieve. But maybe that was the strongest bond of all, and Paisley would never take it for granted. A person who rarely received affection in life appreciated it the most. No new notes were left on the windshield, thankfully. But he checked the rental sedan nonetheless. As they drove from the hotel parking lot, he glanced at her. "Do you have any preference for food?" Their eyes met. "Great," he caught her staring. Heat flamed her cheeks. But then, due to her complexion, she blushed easily. She could go from pale to a hue to match her purse in seconds. "Anything I haven't have to cook." Well, she was just making it better and better, wasn't she? Every man wanted a woman who didn't cook, didn't he? Not. But then, the only thing Jessie could make well was coffee, and Cormac's awesome brother had fallen in love with her and married her. Awesomeness must be a family trait. Paisley had no idea what her family traits were. But she was determined to find out. He broke their eye contact and returned his attention to the road. She did the same. "I know a good Mexican restaurant not far from here. Do you feel like Mexican food?" He nodded. "Sounds great to me." "Okay." Unlike in Cowboy Crossing, this city was huge and spread out, as sprawling as the massive state it sprung from, so getting anywhere took time. Houston had a lot to offer, but finding a place to eat nearby should be a good idea time-wise. Though to think about it, she'd eagerly drive with him to the other side of the country. To the other side of the world, if he'd asked, though he'd made it clear he'd never do that. Her heart shifted. Seriously? What was wrong with her? Cormac was going to travel to the other side of the world once his leave was over, and she'd have to let him go. He'd told her he wasn't looking for commitment or romance, which had seemed perfect since she wasn't looking for commitment either. Yet, let him go. Just the thought created a powerful yearning inside her. She turned to the right and looked out the tinted car window. She didn't want him to look at her and guess it was yearning in her facial expression. She wasn't as good at schooling her features as her friends, another reason she liked communicating online. There she could just use the emojis she wanted. Parking in Houston was a challenge, so he circled a few times before a family of 4 filed into a minivan and pulled out onto the road. Despite the lunch rush being over, the parking lot was full. "Sorry for the wait." He took the spot. "Oh, please. I used to live here, remember?" On the bright side, all the driving in circles shows we don't have anyone tailing us. "I like how you look at the bright side." He turned off the engine and rushed out of the car. "I had to learn to," she said, though he likely didn't hear her from outside. By now, she knew to wait in the car because he was going to open the door for her. Nearly knocking him over with the car door would just take the cake, wouldn't it? She had way better coordination skills in video games. Inside, the small place gave off a vibrant vibe with its crimson and mustard and green hues. It smelled of fajitas and tortillas, and her taste buds danced in anticipation as if joining in with the upbeat music. Thankfully, there was a vacant table close to the mustard-colored wall, probably left by that family of 4, that the waitress was cleaning out, and Cormac and Paisley went to it. Envy stung as she took in the couples and parents with children they passed. For years, she persuaded herself families weren't for people like her. That she was content doing something she loved and spending time with her foster sisters from time to time. And she loved her job, even after all these years of doing it. She really did. And her girls were as awesome as always. But now she wanted more. Something squeezed her heart. She knew firsthand how much wanting something she couldn't have hurt. She'd grown up like that. The waitress handed them menus and slid a notepad from an apron embroidered with bright flowers, Mexican style. Paisley asked for iced tea and chicken fajitas with grilled onions and peppers. From her outings with the girls here, she already knew the dish came with rice and refried beans, as well as lettuce, tomatoes, and a slice of avocado on the side. "Extra tomatoes, please." "I'll take beef fajitas." He handed the menu back. A wise thing would have been to conduct the investigation alone. But Paisley wasn't that wise. Greedily, she wanted all the time she could get with Cormac. Memories of something wonderful were better than nothing at all. Once the waitress left, he leaned toward Paisley and lowered his voice. I hope you won't mind that I did some research online. Right. While she'd spent time lollygagging and daydreaming about him. Of course, I don't mind. On the contrary, I'm grateful. He pushed the red bowl with tortilla chips and a smaller yellow one with salsa toward her. Please help yourself. Thanks. Her stomach must have been growling too much. She cringed, though normally she wasn't embarrassed easily, well, not any longer. She wouldn't be able to wear the things she did otherwise. Speaking of wearing odd things. After what had happened with the ketchup bottle, she eyed the salsa warily. Well, she'd have to be walking and slip on something to douse herself, or him, in salsa. Should be safe enough to enjoy while she was sitting down, so she snatched a chip and dipped it, savoring the spicy tomato goodness. Sadly, one of Dr. Whitlock's friends died a year ago from a heart attack, he said. But the second one, Dr. Burnsby, his neighbor and grilling buddy, is alive and well. Married, 2 children, and 4 grandchildren. I've got his address. I've got Mr. Walter's address, as well. He's a retired math teacher. Single and no known children. She sent him a grateful glance. Thank you. Most likely, he doesn't know anything, but it's worth a try. She was on her 5th chip when she realized it might not be such a great idea. Due to her height, every extra pound was noticeable. And everything she ate seemed to take permanent residence on her hips and waist. Unlike her, the fat cells easily found the home they'd been looking for. Maybe because she had a sweet tooth. And because, unlike Jessie, Paisley wasn't athletic. Cormac was extremely athletic, based on all those muscles. Considering his choice of profession, he should be. Well, she shouldn't be drooling. The man ran several miles before breakfast. She usually had breakfast before breakfast. She pushed the red bowl aside and eyed it longingly, though not with as much longing as she'd eyed him. He must be oblivious to her double struggle, because he continued, I tried to find information about Dr. Whitlock's accident, but nothing so far. It's okay. I caved in and called Jessie for help, even though she's on her honeymoon. The hand with the chip stopped on its way to her mouth. Oh. Was she supposed to know Jessie, or only Madeline? All this subterfuge was messing with her brain. Of course he'd realize she knew Jessie. They were all foster sisters, for crying out loud. Can she help? Thankfully, Cormac showed no sign of noticing her confusion. You know your new sister-in-law used to be a cop with the Houston Police Department? Paisley had had the presence of mind to call Jessie while in the hotel room before traveling in her mind to La La Land where she could be with Cormac. His eyes widened. I knew she was law enforcement. Not that she has local contacts. Paisley nodded. She has good connections in the force here, and her bad connection, the former chief, is gone now. The new chief is her friend. Jessie made no promises, but she'll try to get a copy of the file on the accident, as well as the one investigating how I was abandoned. Considering it concerns you, couldn't you request the files yourself? Paisley wasn't sure about the procedure, but from her experience with the red tape, doing things through the usual channels wouldn't move as quickly as Jessie could. A text beeped on her phone. She ignored it, too lost in Cormac's brown eyes. It might be important. He pointed toward her purse. Or a bot calling about an extended car warranty. But she dug herself from the depths of his eyes and fished the phone out of her cute purse. She checked the message. Wow, that was fast. Jessie says she might get something to me tomorrow. That's incredible. Paisley beamed. She's incredible. Your brother is a blessed man. His unwavering gaze centered on her. You are incredible. As heat tingled in her cheeks, she must be the color of her purse again. No, wrong, she was probably the color of the salsa by now. The yummy scents of fajitas and grilled onions and peppers reached her. The waitress showed up with the tray of food and drinks and saved Paisley from commenting. Did he really think she was incredible? And what did that mean exactly? People often thought she was weird, sometimes sweet, but no one else had called her incredible. He said grace. She said nothing, just waited with her fork raised and eyes downcast. She sipped her iced tea when he finished praying. From their communication online, she knew he was a devoted Christian. He'd been raised that way, like all his brothers. He lived his values, as well. Of course, he already knew she wasn't a Christian and had talked to her about the scriptures without pushing. Oh no. He knew Madeline wasn't a Christian, and while that was true, it was different. Oh, how did she make things so complicated? His faith was important to him, very much so. Would her being a non-believer be a deal-breaker? That was, if he'd ever considered dating her? Chapter 8. Paisley's stomach sank. Not hungry any longer, she gave in to an urge to explain about her faith, or rather her lack of it. Her fingers tightened around the smooth cold glass. My second adoptive parents baptized me, but I was a toddler, too little to remember anything. They died 2 months after adopting me. Something soft and oh so warm glowed in those eyes. He didn't touch his food yet, either. I'm so sorry. That must have been horrible. I was too small to realize what was happening when I lost them. Memories were rather feelings than memories. The brightness of toys. Something pink. The hope of distant smiles. The sweet voices. The vague scent of the peach lotion her adoptive mother had used. Or maybe Paisley had imagined all of it. My first adoptive father didn't survive long after adopting me either. The kind police officer who'd worked on my case and decided to adopt me. A knife turned in her chest. He shifted toward her as if he wanted to get up and hug her, but he settled for taking her hand in both of his. That's beyond horrible. I'm so sorry you went through that. Warmth flowed from his hands, melting the coldness inside her. Not your fault. But deep inside, she'd felt what had happened to her adoptive parents, not just once, but twice, had been her fault somehow. So once she'd turned 6, she'd scowled at any new prospective parents instead of smiling. She hadn't wanted more people to die because of her. Anyway, our foster parents didn't try to instill any Christian values in us. Or any values, for that matter. A struggle reflected on his face. So you're not a Christian? No. Will you mind if I talk about God to you? He's an important part of my life. His eyes were probing. She ached to say he could to please him, but that would be deceiving herself. She wasn't ready. She thought she'd been ready once when she'd stumbled upon some scriptures online and they'd seemed to speak to her. Then that horrible thing had happened to Genevieve, and the world had come crashing down around their small family. Paisley had taken it as a sign to back off. Since then, while she'd worked on her secret project, she'd seen so many atrocities that she couldn't help wondering where God was while they'd been happening. I'm not ready yet, she said. It's not something that can be forced. God wants to be in your life, but you need to let him in of your own free will. His attentive eyes searched hers. I hope you won't mind me saying, I'll pray for you. His voice turned as soft as his eyes, but his hands were firm and comforting around hers. And strong. Very strong. She needed that. As wonderful as the feeling that spread through her at his touch was, she withdrew her hands and picked up a slice of warm flour tortilla. I appreciate that. His eyes darkened when her hands moved away, but he started on his food. She couldn't afford to get used to his touch, couldn't read too much into his kind gesture. Because that was all it was. A gesture of kindness, not affection. As for praying, maybe God would hear the prayers of a person like Cormac. She'd learned young that people had little mercy for outcasts like her, and she didn't expect mercy from God either. Granted, Jessie had found not only love, but also faith after meeting Cormac's brother, and Paisley was glad for her. But would anything similar happen to Paisley? Jessie was the kind of person God would love. She was straightforward, honest, protective, and courageous in her quest for justice for other people. While Paisley hadn't done hacking for profit, she'd done it for her girls, and while she loved her job, it being lucrative pleased her. And something must be inherently wrong with her if so many people who'd wanted to raise her, even Dr. Whitlock, apparently, had met untimely deaths. The fajitas were juicy and tender, but she barely tasted them now. Were her adoptive parents' deaths a tragic coincidence? Or did a mystery behind her birth destroy anybody who came close to it? She shuddered inside, and the glass nearly slipped from her fingers. Did that mean she might have to cut the trip here short? She'd never want anything to happen to Cormac. "Are you okay?" He reached across the table and cupped her face. Her heart started beating faster for a different reason. "Of course, you're not okay." "I shouldn't have asked." His thumb caressed her cheek. She wished his lips did the same to hers. Her pulse spiked further. He withdrew his hand too soon. Did his ears pink a little? Must be her imagination. She munched on green peppers and onions to make herself stop staring at him. "If you're okay talking about it, maybe studying the things you were found with can help us track something down. The butterfly pendant, for example." She chased the bitter taste in her mouth with sweet tea. "I was shuffled through several foster homes when I was little. Older kids took my possessions fast. An older girl stole the butterfly necklace by force." Her jaw and nose ached as if recalling the fist into her face, her crawling back like a crawfish until her back hit the corner and there was no place to go. Blood had dripped from her nose onto her worn-out t-shirt, the feeling of utter helplessness shaking her little body. Tears and snot had mixed with the blood on her face as she'd regrouped into a fetus position and covered her dirty face and vital organs. Then she'd dared to peek through her trembling fingers. Cameron had smiled at Paisley then as she'd kicked her in the ribs for good measure. The other girl seemed to enjoy Paisley's humiliation even more than the prize. Bullies' egos fed on the humiliation of others, and abuse wasn't always a physical one, like her ex had proved. Anger flashed in his eyes. That's so wrong. Since being a bullied child, she'd dreamed about a hero who'd save her. Then she'd learned such a hero didn't exist. Granted, Jessie had stopped the bullies, but it wasn't the same. But even Jessie couldn't stop the emotional bullies Paisley had chosen to fall for. Bullies could come in different shapes, sizes, and appearances. Her ex had seemed like such a Prince Charming at first, complete with a respectable heritage and the mansion she'd viewed as a castle. Though now she couldn't understand why that Prince Charming type had seemed such an ideal. After all, he couldn't even run fast and had an exceptionally bad memory. Her ex was rich, handsome, and generous with gifts, I love yous, and compliments, and she'd been eager to be part of his world, eager to hear she was loved. But then the fairy tale hero had turned out to be anything but. He'd scolded her for the way she looked and dressed and for her lack of heritage and told her she wasn't worth anything without him. He wanted her to quit her job and dedicate all her time to him. Her job and accomplishments didn't matter, and she understood now she didn't matter either. Then he'd tell her again how much he loved her and how much she meant to him. If the escalation of the scolding hadn't been gradual, if he'd hit her even once, she'd have gotten out of the relationship fast. Instead, she'd started doubting herself. He'd made it sound like he was taking care of her and she was being ungrateful. Her sisters had tried to talk her into leaving him, but she'd needed to be loved then like she'd needed air. In the end, her fairy tale hero turned out to be a rat. He'd done her a favor by breaking up with her after taking her to a family dinner. As she stared at Cormac, a part of her wanted to believe that maybe heroes did exist, after all, military or otherwise. She helped herself to bright orange rice. Was it time for her to start dreaming again? But she and her foster sisters knew all too well that the shards of broken dreams cut deep. His eyes narrowed. I don't understand how children can be so cruel. Oh wow. Was he still upset she'd been bullied? I'm a different person now. Besides, online her height didn't matter. Her brain did. It also taught me to be compassionate. And a little sneaky, but he didn't need to know that part. What would have happened if Jessie hadn't shown up in her life? Were the other girls who'd become her family? She wasn't strong, and she wasn't fast on her feet. She would have been doomed. She finished most of the food on her plate and flushed it down with iced tea. Maybe children didn't know better, though she suspected at least some of them mirrored the adults in their lives. But in her secret project, she'd met too many ruthless, manipulative adults. She tasted the metallic flavor of blood instead of the juicy fajitas. She hadn't forgotten the pain or desperation, and that had fueled her passion for what she did. She'd never had fast reflexes, much less as a terrified child. She massaged her jaw out of habit. Often people took her pink-haired butterfly-stamped sweetness for weakness. But she was far from weak. Since she'd started her project, some bullies had found it out the hard way. Chapter 9. About an hour later, Cormac drove up to a 2-story stucco house in a different subdivision. With neatly trimmed lush lawns, whitewashed sidewalks, and elegant fountains and stone sculptures, the area was well taken care of and more upmarket than the one they'd visited before. Paisley laughed as she pointed out a gray bird bathing in one of the fountains. "Isn't she adorable?" Her laughter lifted his spirits. His heart had been heavy, thinking about everything she'd gone through. How after all this she'd managed to stay perky and cheerful was beyond him. She had layers to her he didn't realize at first. And the more he knew about her, the more he wanted to know. This impromptu trip was becoming something more. Something he didn't have the right to. Her not being a Christian was a shock. While he hadn't voiced that opinion, deep inside he'd felt as if God had sent him this woman who, in turn, needed Cormac's help and protection. But surely God wouldn't send him a non-believer. "Lord, please help me understand because, right now, I don't." And his obligations warred inside him. His first obligation was to his country, especially after he'd taken Stephen's place. But what about his family? His father clearly wanted him back on the ranch, and his brothers hinted toward the same. According to his dad, once a cowboy, always a cowboy. And that was that. His mother dreamed of him settling down with a wife and children at the ranch, too. Besides, how could he be getting attracted to Paisley when Madeline's emails and messages had cheered him up for months? Bottom line, he would have to resist this growing attraction, and he didn't know how. "Lord, you know Paisley needs you. Please help her see that." Cormac walked around the car, opened the door for her, and gave her his hand. His large palm swallowed her small one, and yet hers fit perfectly in his. She just fit. One of the many reasons the bomb she'd dropped about being a non-believer didn't make sense. She raised her doe-like eyes, causing a strange jolt in his chest. Was he mistaken, or did he see a reflection of his attraction there, swimming with tiny honey dots? His gaze slipped to her lips covered in shiny gloss and promising the sweetest hint of peaches. Or was it her lotion emanating that scent? Heat pooled in the pit of his stomach. Arg. They were out in the open. It wasn't the time or place to kiss the plump lips that opened slightly as if inviting him in. Not that he should be thinking about that at all. He'd never understood the meaning of sweet torture until now. "We need to go," she whispered, but she didn't move, didn't look away. "Yes." With a gigantic effort, he took the first step. How he wished he'd been there to protect her when she'd been bullied. He wished she were a Christian. And now he wished he had more time with her than a month. He wanted too much. "Lord, if this is not the woman you mean for me, why am I so drawn to her?" He couldn't explain it, or the reason he didn't release her hand when they walked to the front door. Dr. Burnsby seemed to be waiting for them. Most likely Ms. Whitlock had called him, because he opened the door before Cormac had a chance to press the doorbell. "Cormac and Paisley?" Dr. Burnsby asked. Paisley gave her signature smile, sunny enough to light up the planet. "And be seen from space." "Yes. A pleasure to meet you. Ms. Whitlock called me." The first call from her in over a decade. "Come on in." He waved them in. They stepped inside. No flowery aroma in this house. His nose caught the scents of French fries and hot dogs, strangely mixed with drying laundry and a faint tinge of vomit. Compared with Paisley's vibrant image, Dr. Burnsby looked like a blank slate. White hair, white mustache, white t-shirt, and white slacks. Maybe he missed his white coat too much. Only his gray slippers that matched his eyes provided a hint of color, well that, and the black writing on the t-shirt stretched over his paunch that claimed he was the world's best grandpa. He moved slowly, but Cormac suspected it wasn't just from age, but also because he tried not to step on any of the many toys littering the carpet. Something that looked like a chewed and spit out candy stuck to the carpet fibers near a shaggy teddy bear that could use a wash. 2 dolls leaned against a pink dollhouse, but way more rested on the chair. Cars and transformers were plentiful and elaborate, and Cormac hid a smile remembering playing with sticks in the mud in his childhood before graduating to fishing and taking care of ponies. Cormac steadied Paisley as she stepped on a toy car and lurched forward. Now, who would steady his heart, beating fast from touching her? Dr. Burnsby grimaced. Sorry for the mess. No problem. Not missing a beat, Paisley leaped over another teddy bear. Good thing the house was carpeted, or Cormac would worry the Burnsbys would need hip replacements. Cormac and Paisley followed the man to the living room, now more carefully. More toys covered the carpet here, and child-proof knickknacks and photos of grandchildren cluttered every wall, or maybe they were his children when they were little. Cormac zoomed in on the pictures. A boy and a girl jumping on a trampoline in the yard. 2 girls in costumes, one dressed as Cinderella in a fluffy light blue gown and one dressed as a superhero, which probably displayed their personalities from a young age. A boy in a football uniform, a huge grin bunching up his cheeks. Must be after a winning game. Cormac's throat constricted. When he'd given up dating, he didn't think about giving up being a father. Strangely enough, he'd started thinking about sons and daughters after he'd started communicating with Madeline. Or was it? No. Paisley would have told him, right? The photos drove the point about children home now. He could imagine a boy and a girl with hazel eyes and spunky personalities. He shook his head. In his imagination, those children looked surprisingly like Paisley. This needed to stop. She clearly wasn't the woman for him. Dr. Burnsby gestured for them to sit on the sofa after removing a few toys from it. Well, not all the toys, because something squeaked after Paisley lowered herself on the plush sofa. Oops. She handed Dr. Burnsby a rubber duck. Cormac eyed a mysterious brown stain on the once white sofa. That was coffee, Dr. Burnsby said. Right. Cormac sat just a bit off to the side of the said suspicious stain. Dr. Burnsby's forehead wrinkled as he took an armchair. Or was it chocolate? My wife washes the cushions often, but we babysit our grands a lot. They love this sofa. Cormac had crawled on his stomach through the desert before. He could survive one mysterious stain. They look adorable. They are. Rubbing his temples, Dr. Burnsby sighed. Unless they scream or fight. Which is almost all the time. Cormac's desire to become a father toned down a notch. Remembering the pony ride kids, he was thankful they came in during a rare day Dr. Burnsby wasn't babysitting grandchildren. Dr. Burnsby winked. Good thing my hearing is way worse these days. But you didn't come here to listen to my hearing issues. You want to know more about Charles, right? The man who nearly adopted you, Paisley. Paisley's knit daisy dress rippled like wind blowing through a field as she leaned forward. We appreciate your hospitality. We really do. But it's a bit unexpected to discover he wanted to adopt me. I was just a blip on the radar of a single day of your friend. A baby he found and reported to the police. Was he seriously considering adopting me? I think so. Dr. Burnsby's white eyebrows drew together. My son is adopted, and Charles asked me for advice and information about what would be needed for him to adopt. Eyes wide, she stared at him unblinking, as if this confirmation had made it more real somehow. Was she thinking about all the things she'd missed? Or why 3 people who'd wanted to adopt her, and some who had met untimely deaths? Cormac's heart went out to her, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, hoping to offer some comfort. Charles Whitlock's accident had robbed her of a possible family. Her childhood would have been much different and not nearly as traumatic. She leaned into him, causing the blood to rush faster in his veins. Whatever the reason, he liked holding her. Way too much. But it didn't answer her question. Yes, Paisley must have been a pretty baby for sure, but I had the impression he worked so much he didn't have time even for dating. How would he have time for a baby? She voiced the thought Cormac was having. Sitting back in his seat, Dr. Burnsby adjusted his white slacks and nodded. He probably wore different attire on babysitting days. That was what I asked him. But he was more concerned that, as a single man, he wouldn't be able to get custody. I was surprised. It was like, he had no doubt. Cormac asked, did he say why he was so determined? No. Besides the fact that the little one melted his heart. He said you didn't cry. You smiled instead. So she'd been just as cheerful as a baby. Yes, a man could lose his heart to that smile, though in a different way. Stop that thinking. A car motor growled outside, followed by car doors slamming, then loud footsteps on the porch, making Cormac tense and edge closer to Paisley. Little feet stopped on the porch, and then 4 tornadoes rushed inside the house, screaming. Dr. Burnsby gave them a sheepish smile and spread his hands as if saying, I told you so. Paisley grinned at Mrs. Burnsby as her husband introduced them. Great to meet you. And your grandchildren are little darlings, she said over the noise. Huh. Maybe she did see little darlings in them. She clearly loved children. Then Paisley lifted her phone, silently asking for Burnsby's phone number. The interview was most likely over. He got up, wrote it on a post-it, and handed it to her. Cormac had a feeling she'd be calling him soon. Thank you so much for all your help, she said as she got up from the sofa, her dress swishing under her pretty jacket. Well, Cormac read her lips rather than heard her. He scanned the street before leaving and inspected the rental car after getting near it. Thankfully, everything looked peaceful except for the noise they'd left behind. No notes tucked on the windshield. About an hour later, they were in a different neighborhood. Less affluent though by no means poor, it had probably been a nicer place decades ago when Charles Whitlock lived here. Now his former neighbor didn't answer the knock on his door. No welcoming committee here. Cormac and Paisley returned to the car. Would you like to wait or go somewhere else and return later, he asked. She glanced at the nearby wood frame house painted green as if to match the lawn and seemed to be contemplating asking the neighbors, then nodded toward the rental car. I don't want to miss Mr. Walter. I'd rather wait. We'd better move somewhere less noticeable, though. Not that we can hide well in the middle of the day. Huh. She must have learned a thing or two from Jessie, her cop friend, now his sister-in-law. He opened the door for Paisley, then slipped into the driver's seat, still coming to terms with having a sister-in-law and maybe soon getting nieces and nephews. Mom would be delighted about grandchildren. A tiny part of him had volunteered for this trip because she'd already started hinting Cormac wasn't doing his part in that direction. How was he supposed to give her grandchildren if he wasn't even dating? That was a decent question. His mother had a simple solution: start dating. But things weren't that simple. He started the engine and moved the vehicle further down the street, near a sprawling oak. Not much cover, but it would have to do. It was a warm day, warmer than the weather they'd left behind. So they didn't need the heater, and he turned off the engine. Though he wouldn't mind drawing her close and keeping her warm. His pulse spiked. Arg. Lord, how am I supposed to resist Paisley when she's so close? Being in this proximity to her must be affecting his judgment. Her peach lotion scent was more distinct now, and he was leaning toward her before he knew it. He forced himself to pull back. While driving, he had to concentrate on the road. Now he couldn't look away from her. His fingers ached for physical contact with her skin. What was happening to him? He used to pride himself on his willpower, but where was his willpower now? He sure hoped the guy showed up soon. Paisley's attraction to Cormac probably didn't match his to her because she stared at the wood frame house instead of him. Why did the first woman he'd been drawn to in ages turn out to not be a Christian? Why did he need to have a job on the other side of the world from her? She turned to him, and their gazes met and held. Awareness cascaded over his skin, and apprehension stirred his belly. Her body shifted toward him as if driven by the same magnetic pull. Then something flashed in her eyes. Guilt? But why? She withdrew. There's something you don't know about me. She chuckled without mirth. Actually, there are a lot of things you don't know about me. For starters, I'm not who you think I am. He winced. What? I'm Paisley. Confusion clouded his mind, and he interrupted her. But that's who I think you are. I'm the pen pal Paisley. She sighed and patted the butterflies on her headband as if checking to make sure they hadn't flown away. I'm sorry. When I sent you the photo with me and two of my foster sisters and you decided Madeline was me, that I was Madeline, with a grimace, she let her hand flop back into her lap. I didn't want to disappoint you, so I didn't correct you. Okay, to be honest, I wanted you to call me beautiful. Even though technically, it wasn't me you found beautiful. His heart thudded, the sucker punch of her words knocking the breath from him. She was his pen pal? The one person he'd trusted since Stephen's death? And she'd lied to him? How? What? Why? No, she'd answered the why. And it wasn't like he hadn't begun to suspect it. Still, he reeled. No, no, no. But her lips were twisted tight. Not just her lips, every bit of her as she hugged her arms around herself was coiling in on herself like she wanted to be a caterpillar and wrap herself up in a safe cocoon, hidden away from the world, from him. Yes, she'd lied to him, but she hadn't betrayed him, not like his exes or Stephen's wife. And her reasons were enough to break his defenses. Right now, he couldn't make this about him. She needed his support, not his accusations. Why would I be disappointed? The words rasped against the clog in his throat. You are beautiful. Oh please. She waved off his comment. Not like Madeline. He wouldn't want her to be like Madeline. Her friend seemed standoffish and a bit cold. You have a different kind of beauty. She ducked her head and avoided looking at him. So you're not upset? He was somewhat, but he'd get over it. He tried to borrow her positive attitude and put a positive spin on things. Feeling lighter, he lifted her chin with his fingertips and searched her hazel eyes. On the contrary, I'm relieved. I already suspected something like this, and I'm glad you told me. I felt such a great connection with you online, and when I thought you were Madeline, or vice versa. I felt guilty over leaving her to take this trip with you. Now things fell into place. Madeline, who'd greeted him stiffly, as if meeting a stranger, never could have written those messages. The truth was that a part of him, the heart of him, had known all along. Paisley brightened. Wow. It weighed on me. Thank you for being so understanding. Her not having told him from the beginning did grate on him, but his desire to see her happy overpowered it. He took her hand, relishing the touch, no matter how small. I'm glad we have no more secrets between us. She didn't remove her hand, but based on the movement of her neck, she swallowed hard. Why did he get the feeling she still wasn't telling him everything? The beef fajitas soured in his stomach. He'd told her so many things even before he'd met her. In some ways, she knew more about him than his brothers did, and he was close to his siblings. Acid burned his gut. Then he tensed as the neighbor's door opened and a stooped woman stepped outside and leaned heavily on a cane. She shuffled toward them slowly as if every step took an effort. Oh. We've been spotted. Probably best to meet her outside before she knocks on our door. Paisley slipped out of the car before he could stop her. He followed her fast. They met the woman way more than halfway because she moved with a snail's speed. Like Ms. Whitlock, she wore thick glasses, but this woman's outfit was in subdued tones. "Sorry if we bothered you." "We're waiting for Walter, your neighbor," Paisley chirruped. "He's away on a trip." The woman sounded grumpy. "He returns tomorrow, so I'll let him know you looked for him. If you give me your names." Paisley hesitated before saying her name, and he added his. While he was an open file to her, she was one encrypted with layers of passwords. Just how significant were those secrets she was hiding? Chapter 10. Paisley woke up in the middle of the night in her hotel room. She listened intently, but she didn't distinguish anything suspicious. So why was her heart beating so fast? Had some premonition woken her? But for what reason? Her heartbeat evened out as she stared at the ceiling for some time. She didn't smell any foreign smells in the room. No air movement. No suspicious sounds. There were no intruders. She'd gone to bed feeling lighter with that burden of misleading Cormac lifted from her shoulders. She'd snuggled, cuddling into her gratitude for his reaction to her fib with Madeline. Maybe he was someone who could like her for her. Maybe there could be a future for them. Or would he be one more person to reject her by the sheer virtue of returning to his job? Or her being a non-believer? Did she dare try to find out? He'd told her he wouldn't be able to go through what his buddies had gone through, what his best friend, Stephen, had gone through. No matter how much time had passed, his soul wound still ran deep. She was optimistic, but she couldn't afford to be naive. There was no future for them, after all. Her temples started to throb, and she rubbed them. Then she traced with her fingers the path his fingers had taken along her face, and everything in her craved his touch again. After being dumped more than a few times, she'd learned to be the one to walk away first. When that caused a few unpleasant scenes, she'd stopped dating altogether. That was why communicating with Cormac had seemed so perfect. It was long distance, and he was as reluctant about commitments as she was. No chance of heartache for either one of them. Well, the joke was on her now. Her longing intensified. She needed to distract herself. And work wasn't just her distraction, her livelihood, or her price. It was her passion. Persuaded there was no intruder in the room, she sat up on the bed, reached for her laptop, and opened it without turning the lamplight on. For some time, she lost herself in the exciting beginning stage of designing a new app. Her last project had turned out much better than she'd expected. And she'd had high expectations from her skills to start with. A low beep on her phone pulled her back and made her reach for it on the nightstand. Wow. An hour passed, and she hadn't even noticed. Then she stilled when she saw the message from the person she'd vowed not to see again. She'd told Cormac about her identity, but she hadn't told him everything. Only her foster sisters knew about her secret project. She'd stopped doing anything in person even before she'd moved to Cowboy Crossing. It was difficult, but she'd done it. Her chest tightened, but she picked up the phone and stared at the message. Cold shivered down her spine. She should refuse. That was the safe thing to do. But how could she? How did he even know she was back in Houston? It didn't matter. She was with Cormac now, well, not really with him, but she had to tell him. She drew a ragged breath. No, she couldn't involve Cormac. The way she shuddered every time she thought he could be sent into a conflict zone was bad enough. She couldn't ask him to take risks on his home turf, at least not more than he had by staying with her after she'd received threats. Getting involved was her decision, and she should be the one facing the consequences if needed. Plus, secrecy was the main reason the project had been successful so far, and while she trusted Cormac, she didn't have the right to tell him other people's secrets. Her stomach clenched. She shouldn't do this. Her fingers hovered over the attachment, trembling a little. She shouldn't open it. Once she did, there'd be no way back. Images of the past flashed in front of her eyes. She could nearly taste her blood when she bit into her lip, feel the explosion of pain in her skull. Well, there was no way back already. She opened the attachment and winced at the photos. Some things one could never get used to. She closed her eyes, opened them, and texted back one word, yes. Her pickup was arranged immediately. Her heart thudded, and she willed it to calm. She'd learned to move quietly since she'd been little. It should come in handy tonight because Cormac had to be a light sleeper. Her heart thudding, she slipped out of bed and rummaged through the suitcase she'd decorated with her favorite butterflies. The outfit she picked was nothing like her regular attire, except for a pink t-shirt no one would see. Black leggings, gray sneakers, and a loose charcoal gray hoodie to cover the unusual hair she hid under a gray cap for good measure. Guilt stabbed her as she lingered near his connecting door. She told herself she didn't have a choice. But she had a choice. And doing this again was a mistake. Then she winced at the memory of being slammed against the wall. Time to go. Her small gun was the last thing she picked up. She tucked it behind her waistband and made sure the hoodie covered it. Moving stealthily, she opened the room's front door, surveyed the hall, and slipped out before she could change her mind. She closed the door as quietly as possible. Then she moved down the hall like a ghost. One thing she'd learned as a child while hiding from bullies was moving very, very quietly. That skill had stayed with her. Damp cold night air met her outside, and she shivered despite the warm hoodie. As much as she disliked jogging, she had to make it far enough from the hotel so the car wouldn't be seen picking her up. Frowning, she bolted to the nearest tree, froze there, palms against the rough bark, and listened as the scent of grass floated to her together with distant car fumes. Then to another tree. Then she took off running. She was out of breath by the time she reached her destination. A dark sedan glided to her without any lights on. The driver's side window rolled down, and she barely suppressed a flinch, though she should have known better. He looked just like she remembered. A large body with most of the neck missing and fists like giant hammers. Tattoos covered nearly every visible inch of skin, except his face. With his thick jaw set and muscles tense, anger radiated from him in waves, palpable in the humid air. He gestured for her to get in. He was furious, and there'd be a price to pay if that fury unleashed. She'd done the right thing by coming. If she didn't, it all could end much worse. Of course, it still could. Her aching jaw reminded her there were no guarantees. Without a word, she slid into the passenger seat. The next morning, Cormac couldn't shake off his unease. He'd woken in the middle of the night worrying about Paisley. He'd even listened near her door for any suspicious noise. Hearing none, he was about to knock to check on her, but he didn't want her to think he had less than noble intentions. So he'd gotten a few more hours of unrestful sleep. Light now streamed through the toffee-hued curtains, and he checked his watch. 7:30. How had he managed to stay in bed so long? He seldom slept past 0500 hours, usually waking an hour before reveille. Proof she had him off his game. He brushed his teeth, showered, and changed into khaki pants and a black t-shirt, contemplating going for his regular morning run, eager to feel the cold morning air on his skin and forget himself in the exertion. No, he didn't want to leave her alone. The analog clock on the wall now showed 7:45. Was it too early to wake her up? With no sound of movement in her room, suspicion gripped his gut. Of course, it might mean she was asleep. But his instincts told him something might be going on. Or was his need to see her messing with his perception? The fun and cheerful side of her drew him in. She was like a field in the summertime, filled with sunshine, wildflowers, and, yes, butterflies, pure joy and happiness. But he sensed much more to her besides that sunny disposition and spectacular brain when it came to computers. It wasn't just about her parents' missing identity. There was more. That aura of mystery intrigued him as much as irritated him, probably more. He'd never met a woman as fascinating as Paisley, and her bombardment of cheerful sweetness seemed to be breaking down the carefully constructed defenses around his heart. He reached her door in 2 strides and knocked. "Sorry to wake you up, but I was wondering if you'd like some breakfast?" No answer. His stomach twisted as he knocked again. Silence. Blood whooshed in his ears. Should he contact the hotel administrator or knock out the front door to her room? The latter seemed like an easier solution, though not the most diplomatic one. He didn't know whether he had the time and patience to argue his case with the administrator. If he chose to break the door, he'd have to get the outside door to her room because the connecting door opened one way, into his room. Heat surged in his veins, and his breath came too quickly. If something happened to her. Dread plunked into his stomach like stones, each heavier than the last. Well, he'd knock one more time to make sure. So he did. "Paisley? I'm worried about you." A faint click sounded in her room. A front door opening and closing maybe? Once again, he had to jump back when the brown connecting door nearly hit him in the face. He didn't care. At the sight of her, safe and sound, his heart bounced like a child at a carnival. Her cotton candy hair was adorably tousled. Tangled strands of it skimmed a pink t-shirt decorated with a glittery butterfly he now associated with her, while black leggings, an unusual choice for her, showed off her slim legs. But the dark circles under her eyes put him on guard. "Sorry. I worked most of the night," she said by way of greeting as she stepped inside his room and closed the door. She must have been very quiet while working. And she didn't turn on the light. Her signature peach lotion scent was fainter, tainted by something strange. Foliage or grass, maybe? He wanted to ask questions, but her guarded posture told him he wouldn't get answers. He asked a simple one. "Breakfast?" She straightened up, and the corners of her mouth lifted, giving him a glimpse of the previous Paisley. "Coffee. Lots of it. And something sweet. But let me shower and brush my teeth first. How about I meet you in the hall in half an hour?" She fluffed her hair, every bit of her perking up. Great. While waiting for her, he opened his laptop. But he didn't get any work done as his thoughts whirled. Had she sneaked out at night? Without telling him? With 2 threats against her already? No, she wouldn't do that. Would she? Trust was important to him, especially after what had happened to Stephen, whose wife had lied to him. One of the reasons Cormac loved communicating with Paisley was because she'd seemed so open. But could he trust her? She did lie to him about her identity at first. Guarding his heart might be even more important than he realized. Okay, half an hour was up. He checked the hall, then stepped out of his room. She appeared seconds afterward, looking, well, fresh as a daisy came to mind with that contraption on her head. Her damp hair, darker with a slight moisture, framed her face in ringlets and emanated the scent of peach shampoo. She traded black leggings for polka dot ones, blue with pink dots, and her pink t-shirt had white polka dots. She must have applied makeup because the circles under her eyes had disappeared, but a dusting of glitter appeared at the corners of her large, expressive hazel eyes. Her lips shone with lip gloss, and he had to make an effort to look away. Even with her fresh-faced and fun again, his alarm didn't vanish. "Shall we?" He gestured down the hall. "Is the hotel cafe okay, or do you have a different place in mind?" Maybe he should have asked whether she wanted to visit her friends while here. 2 of her foster sisters had returned to Houston after spending some time in Cowboy Crossing. From their online exchange, he knew she was close to them. But selfishly, he wanted to spend as much time as possible with her. Of course, if she suggested visiting her foster sisters, he'd support her. She grinned. "The hotel cafe is fine." A coffee aroma greeted them along with the scent of freshly baked pastries, and it perked him up as if even smelling coffee could energize him. The hotel offered a full breakfast, with shiny covered serving dishes waiting for guests on buffet tables. With no morning run or working out at the gym, he piled his plate with protein-filled foods but reduced the amount today. She went for an omelet, hash browns he already knew she'd drench in ketchup, a slice of avocado, and lots of tomatoes, creating traffic light colors on her plate. After a small hesitation, she added a croissant. Remembering her earlier mishaps and for her protection, he stuck close to her. Frankly, he didn't just do it for her. Being her knight in shining armor created a pleasant feeling, not that he'd done much yet. Catching a tray she'd knocked from the waitress's hands wasn't exactly a huge heroic moment. He guided her to a table near the textured cream-colored wall where he could see both exits. His mind had already registered the patrons, most of them families with children and a couple of men in suits, corporate types lost in their phones. Nobody looked suspicious, but he didn't let down his guard. He never entirely did. Apprehension passed over his skin like cold air. Something was off, but he couldn't say what. For now, he resolved to stay vigilant and enjoy their breakfast. He brought them coffee, black for him and sweet, with 2 creamers for her. Once he said grace and they dug in, he was the first one to break the silence, which was an unusual dynamic. Usually, she couldn't stop chatting, and he missed that cheerful chirping now. She moved her omelette around her plate, which was also strange, because she'd had a voracious appetite before. He ached to ask her what was wrong. But they weren't that close, and a large part of him, fine, everything in him, wished they were. Maybe the search was a stark reminder of all the things she'd missed out on while growing up. Compassion stirred up other feelings. Admiration, longing, protectiveness, tenderness, and many more, a mixture he'd never experienced. Her uniqueness, bright beauty, and a hurt she'd done her best to hide reminded him of those fragile butterflies she seemed to favor. He wanted to shield her from the ruthless wind and rain before it ruined her wings. His hands ached to reach for hers, and he wrapped them around the warm coffee mug to stop them from moving toward her. If they fell for each other, both their hearts would be broken when he left. However, his heart didn't want to remember that. He took a sip of his hot, flavorful coffee. I looked up Ms. Whitlock, Dr. Burnsby, and Mr. Walter. No criminal record I could find and nothing that should raise concerns. Ms. Whitlock belongs to a crocheting club and a gardening club, and some of her plants took prizes in gardening shows. On social media, she posts photos of her numerous plants, as well as different places she visited. Paisley brightened as if glad to be distracted from her thoughts. Thank you. That was nice of you. I did some research on Dr. Burnsby, though not as much as I should have. He and his wife mostly post photos of their grandchildren. He volunteer coached Little League before passing his position on to another dad. There are dance recital photos for the granddaughters. And lots of photos of fresh catch. He's an avid fisherman. She helped herself to a forkful of omelette covered generously in ketchup, then bit off a tip of her croissant. His chest expanded at the sight of her appetite returning. It's probably not as much about him catching fish as about getting away from the noise. His taste buds welcomed the omelette with pieces of ham and green peppers and mushrooms. He'd stick with protein and vegetables for this meal. Well, and whatever mushrooms were. Someone passed by with a plate of bacon, and Paisley's nose followed. How did we miss that? She bolted to her feet. Would you like me? I'd like that very much. Her cheeks pinked. I meant to bring us some bacon. He coughed a little. That's what I meant, too. Seriously. Totally. And I can do that. Bring home the bacon. I mean, bring something to the table. He flushed. And he wasn't even a blushing type. She giggled. Then her gaze lingered on him. You already brought more to the table than you realize. She hurried to the buffet table. Chapter 11. Cormac sat back and allowed himself the luxury of just seeing her walk. She'd pinned her hair in a high ponytail, and it bounced as she moved. It also exposed her slender neck, and a rush of blood he didn't want to explain surged through him. She talked and walked with dedication and purpose, ate with gusto, and dressed in a way one couldn't miss. He imagined that, when she sang at the top of her lungs. She was the most vibrant person he'd ever met. He was used to fatigues and orders, and she was an explosion of colors and senses. So how could he stay in her company and not get attracted? Lord, why did you bring her into my life if you didn't want me to fall for her? Then she plunked down a plate loaded with bacon that spread its enticing aroma. Not as enticing as her scent though. Stop that. She helped herself to crispy bacon, and he did the same. More protein wouldn't hurt. More self-restraint wouldn't hurt, either. What about Mr. Walter? She asked, businesslike, oblivious to her effect on him. Right. Mr. Walter. Cormac took another sip of his coffee to clear the mental fog thinking about her created. He had the least social media presence. He sounded like a loner to me, he said. A retired math teacher who spends his time watching action movies. From the few posts on his social media pages, he's fond of chess and meets up with a friend, also a retired teacher, from time to time. Could that become him? A loner watching action movies at 70 and remembering glory days, while his brothers were all married with children and grandchildren? His rib cage constricted. And why did the images of cute children with upturned noses and sparkling hazel eyes appear in front of his eyes again? She scrunched that adorable upturned nose of hers as she practically inhaled the croissant. I did a bit of background digging. After retiring, Walter was arrested in a bar fight, but they never pressed charges. Huh. He didn't find that. So he's not all about chess and math. It might not pertain to my case at all, though. But here's the interesting part about Dr. Burnsby. Before becoming a respectable father and grandfather, he was rather a player. Lots of women. His girlfriend was pregnant but lost the baby, which is horrible. They separated afterward, and he met his wife. She paused. Is it too far-fetched to think maybe his girlfriend didn't miscarry? At this point, I don't think anything is too far-fetched about this case. But if she didn't miscarry, why would she give the baby to Whitlock? Why would he pretend to find you? Maybe she was desperate and thought he'd adopt me? I can't find records at any local hospitals of her giving birth or miscarrying. If she miscarried at home and didn't seek medical care, someone might have notified the police. Jesse couldn't find any report, though granted, too much time has passed. Were they hitting a wall? Or were they digging in the wrong place entirely? As her eyes dimmed, he wanted so badly to spare her disappointment. Then she raised her chin, her eyes getting back their usual spark, giving him a jolt of joy and admiration. It's okay. I lived all my life without knowing about my biological parents. Even if I don't find them, I can live the rest of my life the same way. Only her fingers trembling with a strip of bacon betrayed how much the quest meant to her. Once again, he ached to take her hands in his. Once again, he had to stop himself. I'm praying you find the answers you're looking for. Thank you. She finished the bacon and drained her coffee. At least, Dr. Burnsby is alive. Her eyes became guarded. One thing my adoptive parents and Whitlock have in common, besides me, is that they are all dead. I just feel that, if not for me, they might still be alive. His jaw slackened. What? That's ridiculous. You were just a baby. It's just too much of a coincidence, you know? She kept quiet for a few moments. The second couple was in their early 30s and couldn't have children. Engineers who met in college. Clean records. Lovely, open faces. The woman was a blonde with blue eyes. The guy had a dark beard and was a foster child like me. The woman had one sister who died before she did. Genetic disease. Maybe one of the reasons my adoptive mom decided not to go with fertility treatments. Her food lay forgotten. He gave up resisting and reached for her hand. I'm so sorry. She stared at their entwined hands, but she didn't move hers. Not your fault. Not yours, either. He wanted her to believe that. So very much. Lord, please heal Paisley's heart. After leaving the hotel, he drove them to Mr. Walter, the remaining neighbor on the list. Since he was retired, when they timed their visit didn't matter. Unless he was jet-lagged, so there was that. Determination quickened her pace, so Cormac didn't want to postpone the visit either. After her initial weariness, she now tipped her face to the sun. Were butterflies drawn to the light like moths? And her smile returned, turning his insides to mush. Arg. Why did she have this effect on him? As he drove, she chatted about a few local establishments, but something was off. Something lurked beneath the surface of waters sparkling in the sunshine. A trace of guilt in her eyes, or something akin to relief. Was she born this cheerful? Or was it a defense mechanism, something she acquired to survive that had become part of her personality? Or both? Giving in to compassion and admiration, he wished she'd let him deeper into her world. He thought she held nothing back when they'd communicated online. He didn't think that now. Behind the outgoing rosy facade was someone damaged. Damaged, but far from weak. He sensed inner strength pushing through the tough world like dandelions through asphalt. He pulled up to the curb, grateful to see a forest-hued car in the driveway. And sure enough, when he rang the doorbell, it was answered this time. Walter wore a hunter green polo shirt and blue jeans that seemed a little loose on his tall and skinny frame. Round spectacles squatted on a bulbous nose, but most of his face hid under a silver mustache and beard, an impressive beard that reached his chest. In contrast, his head was completely bald. After quick introductions, he invited them to the living room. It smelled faintly of leather and beer, and, was it eucalyptus? Unlike the previous place they'd visited, this showed a bachelor lifestyle with no knickknacks or toys. Well, not kids' toys. These toys were big and expensive: a big screen TV, a billiard table, a brown leather sofa and armchairs, and a black mini fridge serving as an end table, presumably for beer. A few bottles of ointment squatted on a polished coffee table near a large chessboard. Ointment. That explained the eucalyptus scent. Several framed photos of graduation classes decorated the walls. "My students were my children," Walter said, as if reading into Cormac's observation. "Thank you very much for seeing us. You must be tired after the trip." Paisley sat on the sofa and went straight to business. "We stopped by yesterday and asked your neighbor about you. I hope you don't mind." While she seemed to think honesty was the best policy here, Cormac wished she thought the same in relation to him. Or was he paranoid after his buddies had been deceived by women they'd fallen in love with? It didn't help that Paisley had already lied to him. His chest constricted. Not that he was in love with her. But he'd started feeling something stronger toward her than friendship, and that shouldn't be happening. With a grimace, Walter lowered himself into a leather armchair. "I don't mind, but I don't think I can be of much help. Dr. Whitlock and I weren't close. We just waved at each other when picking up our mail. Looking back, I think we both worked too much." He rubbed his forehead, then gestured to the mini fridge. "Can I offer you something to drink?" "I'm good, but I appreciate it." She declined, and Cormac did the same. Her posture was open now, and her signature sweet smile made her face even more endearing than usual. Maybe Cormac had imagined the weariness in her eyes this morning and that trace of a scent that didn't seem to belong. No, probably not. "Did you see the people who visited Dr. Whitlock? Maybe some women?" Cormac asked. He'd checked out Whitlock's biography online, as well as his photo, trying to guess whether any of the doctor's features resembled Paisley's. Whitlock didn't seem to believe in wasting time shaving either, and with facial hair covering his face, distinguishing his features was difficult. The biography listed a lot of scientific works and accomplishments, but very little otherwise. Nothing on his personal life. In these days of social media explosion, Cormac could barely imagine the latter. Mr. Walter spread his arms. "I didn't pay attention to the people visiting him. I rarely looked out the window. Sorry, I can't help you more." "Do you know how he died?" Paisley asked, her voice shaking slightly. She was a compassionate person, so she might be grieving this person she'd never met. A man who could have become her adoptive father. Mr. Walter shook his head. Another neighbor told me about a car accident. I didn't ask for details. That's it. Cormac took in Walter's body language. His slightly sagged shoulders showed he was tired. But he didn't seem nervous. He kept eye contact, direct and open. Maybe he really didn't know much. The rest of the conversation didn't yield any further results. As they walked back to the rental vehicle, Cormac reached for her hand and made a promise he hoped he could keep. "We'll figure it out somehow." The moment he was in the driver's seat, his phone rang, and his mother's ringtone, a country song from the 70s, warbled into the atmosphere. Worry flashed through him, followed by a guilty sting. He should be spending his leave with his parents. And usually, he did. Every single one. Another reason he hadn't dated in forever. Time on leave belonged to his family. He had a duty to help at the family ranch, at least during his time at home. He enjoyed it, too. Maybe part of him was still a cowboy. "I have to take this." He fished the phone out of his pants pocket. Of course. Paisley got busy looking up something on her phone. He swiped the screen to answer. "Hello, Mom. I'm sorry to interrupt your trip, but you need to know. Your father took a fall and broke his leg today." His heart dropped to the gas pedal. Dad fell? Broke his leg? His mother sniffled. "The doctor said it will take a while for the bone to grow together at his age. There's more. Brandon came down with a fever. Anne. Karen and Sean just left yesterday to help my sister. I'll take the first flight home." With one of his brothers abroad on his honeymoon, the youngest on the other side of the world chasing a big story, and a third one sick, his mother needed all the help she could get. Even if his brothers, Karen and Sean, came back from their aunt's ranch. The aunt was widowed and didn't have any children but refused to sell her ranch, and even with ranch hands, it was too much for her to handle at her age. So one of their family, sometimes several of them, often went to help out. His heart twisted painfully. "How is Dad? How are you?" "He's cranky." Brandon is cranky, too, but the fever explains that. I'm worried. I'll be there. Love you. I'll pray for you all." He disconnected and said a hurried prayer. Then he looked at Paisley, torn between his two obligations. He wanted so badly to stay here with her, to get lost in her doe-like eyes, and so many other things he shouldn't be voicing. Not to mention, he wanted to keep her safe. He had to. But how could he let his family down? Spending most of the year away was bad enough. And in his profession, he never had a guarantee he'd see them again. "I'm sorry, but..." She looked up from her phone and interrupted him. "The next flight leaves in 2 hours. I booked 2 remaining tickets for us." He gaped at her. "You what?" "Your family emergency is much more important than me trying to figure out the mystery of my birth. Besides, if Jessie comes through, and she always comes through, I'll receive encrypted files of the police reports via email. It doesn't matter whether I study them here or at home." "Ahem, I meant in Cowboy Crossing." Her voice was soft. "I'm no good at making chicken soup, but I've been told I'm great at cheering people up." She must be because, sweet as the spun sugar concoction her hair resembled, she cheered him up already. She was something else. "Thank you." Something inside him changed, creating a whirlwind of unexplainable feelings. It was more than interest and attraction. Even more than longing. Maybe he wasn't as against commitments as he'd thought he was. No, that way of thinking had to stop right there. She clicked her seatbelt closed, sadly with no issues this time. "Besides, Jessie loves your parents. Which means I love them, too, even though I only met them briefly at her wedding." She sounded just a tad nervous. Nervous about spending more time with his parents? She'd be the first woman they'd seen him with this decade. Hopefully, Mom wouldn't read too much into it. Oh, who was he kidding? Of course, she'd read too much into it. She'd be choosing their wedding cake in an hour. And she'd treat Paisley with kindness, no matter how worried she was about Dad and Brandon. Pride for his family swelled his chest, despite the worry for his dad. Cormac drove out to the freeway and weaved in and out of traffic. My parents are difficult not to love. And thank you. But he hadn't delivered Stephen's letter. It would have been so much easier if he could just mail it. Next time he came here. He hoped. Chapter 12. Paisley leaned against the wall at the airport in Springfield in the Show Me State and scanned the crowd the way Jessie had taught her while Cormac went to pick up their luggage. Sure, he was vigilant, but she was used to looking out for herself. Seeing nothing suspicious, she allowed her tense muscles to relax as fatigue weighed her down. She couldn't pull off a mostly sleepless night the way she used to. Well, a power nap on the plane had helped, and warmth spread through her at the memory of waking up on his shoulder. To avoid disturbing her, he mustn't have moved an inch. A feeling of safety covered her like a soft blanket. Was it because she'd left Houston? Or because she was with Cormac? He did instill a level of confidence in being protected that she'd craved so much since she'd been a helpless, scared child. She straightened her spine to its full capacity. She wasn't that person any longer, and besides, she shouldn't get accustomed to his reassuring presence. She was a capable, and many would say brilliant, adult. Then she chuckled at the sight of him with their luggage, namely her pink suitcase decorated with blue butterflies that he carried instead of rolling. While Madeline had lost her designer luggage bag several times, nobody had ever picked up Paisley's suitcase by accident. Then she stilled. Did she stick to the childlike things because she'd wanted to rewrite the horrible moments of her childhood? She tried to take the pink beauty from his hands. He shook his head. I've got it. Oh, okay. Thanks. One had to admire a manly man who wasn't embarrassed to get caught with a pink bag. He'd be a terrific dad, one who'd let his little daughter paint his face with makeup and crown him with a princess tiara for her tea parties. Tiaras, tea parties, parental love, and a father figure. She'd never had that. But she wanted it all for her daughter, on the distant chance she'd have one. Thoughts of Cormac as a dad were far from safe territory. Then her insides went taut at the reminder of seeing his father and mother again soon. Yes, she was nervous about spending more time with his parents. Jessie, who knew them best, said his parents were wonderful, but sick people weren't their best selves. Besides, her ex-boyfriend had broken up with her after taking her to a family dinner. A woman like her didn't measure up to the standards a guy's parents set. His mother had clutched her pearls and nearly fainted just from seeing Paisley for the first time. Bile rose in Paisley's throat, but she pushed it down to join 2 cups of coffee, making her jittery. Right. Blame her nervousness on coffee. He studied her. Ready? She nodded. She was as ready as she was ever going to be to meet his parents with him. That would be, not at all. They'd never think she was good enough for their son. Whoa. Not that she was thinking of dating him. As they walked through the crowds, he slung his duffel bag on his shoulder and shifted her suitcase into a different hand so he could take her hand and squeeze it. As if he felt her nervousness. Her fingers latched to his, clinging to the lifeline he offered, even as the contact sent awareness over her skin. She scolded herself. She'd stopped being needy a long time ago. Yet she didn't remove her hand. Instead, she stared at him, not where she was going, as if she needed to commit his assured, muscular frame to memory. Stop it. She forced herself to move her gaze to the welcoming crowd and groaned. Of course, she knew and was grateful Madeline would pick her up. But of all the O'Neill brothers, did it have to be Brandon to pick up Cormac? His fever must have improved very quickly. Not that Paisley had anything against Brandon or didn't want him to be healthy. From what she knew, he was a good guy, the silent, serious, hard-working cowboy type. But no love was lost between him and her foster sister since Madeline broke up with him. She'd been sulky and didn't seem to take it well. Or were some feelings involved after all? Oblivious to Brandon's presence, Madeline waved at Paisley. Oh. Paisley opened her mouth to warn her friend, but then Madeline bumped into Brandon, who steadied her. They looked about as glad to see each other as a cat and a dog. The only thing missing was her arching her back and hissing. Her gaze narrowed in on Brandon's hand on her forearm. I'm fine. Thank you, she hissed at him. Paisley stood corrected. Frowning, the poor guy shifted back. Thank you so much for picking me up. Paisley rushed forward before any further damage could be done. She outstretched her arms for a hug. Since Madeline was the tallest of the Foster sisters and Paisley the shortest, Madeline leaned down to offer a quick hug while Paisley lifted to her tiptoes. Madeline wasn't a hugging person, but she made exceptions for her girls. As usual, she smelled faintly of lavender. Welcome back. Cormac patted his brother on the back. Thanks, bro. You're welcome. And glad to have you back. Despite Brandon's words, his frown deepened. Why don't I give you both a lift? Madeline said without looking at Brandon as they all walked to the exit. The ranch isn't far from the lodge. Great. I have some things I need to pick up in Springfield for the ranch. Considering I'm here anyway, and all. Brandon looked like he couldn't get out of there fast enough. See you all later. He rushed out of the building as if Madeline had set the place on fire. Madeline's gorgeous blue eyes dimmed before the cloud vanished. Paisley probably only noticed it because she knew her friend so well. Scents of perfumes and airport food wafted toward her as they wove through the rest of the crowd. Well, not exactly wove, because people stepped aside to give way to Cormac. He had that kind of presence. She caught a lot of gazes, but most of them were simple curiosity. Or she hoped so. They made an interesting trio. A muscular guy in heavy combat boots, fatigue pants, and a black t-shirt with the word Army stretched over his impressive torso. A beautiful woman with impeccable makeup and chestnut-hued hair hugging shapely shoulders in luxurious waves, walking gracefully in silver high-heeled sandals and a shimmery long-sleeved turquoise dress that made her already fascinating eyes brighter. She'd never lost her model walk or beauty. Cormac and Madeline would make a spectacular couple, and Paisley wouldn't be surprised if most people thought that way. And wobbling beside them was Paisley, petite and far from graceful, in a pink sweater with white polka dots and a daisy headband, like a little sister who'd never grown up that the adults allowed to tag along. She cringed. Did he regret that she didn't turn out to be this elegant beauty who made men's heads turn? He studied the parking lot through the glass door, then opened the door for them. Madeline went first. Paisley followed and waited for Cormac. Then she lifted herself on her tiptoes for a different reason as she whispered into his ear. We need to figure out a way to get these two together. Don't even think about it. Madeline sent Paisley a glare over her shoulder as if she'd heard what Paisley said. I don't know what you're talking about. Paisley gave her friend the innocent look she'd learned to do so well. You do know. I'll bring my car here. Madeline disappeared, her high heels clicking against the sidewalk. How did she manage to move in them so easily? Paisley could trip over her own feet in sneakers. Cormac placed his hand on her shoulder, making her forget everything else as the heat from his touch penetrated her thin sweater. I wish we didn't have to interrupt our trip. And I understand you need to rest. But will I be able to see you soon? Please? His brown eyes burned with longing. Longing for her? She must be imagining things. The wise thing would be to say no, but she was already melting beneath his eyes. Didn't I promise to cheer up your parents? He brightened. How about dinner at my parents' house tonight? She gulped, the memory of the awkward dinner with her ex's family rushing back. Already? Tomorrow then? She didn't want to wait that long. But it was her fault for asking for an extension. What should I bring? She couldn't look away. Selfishly, she was grateful to Madeline for suggesting she bring them both home. That would give Paisley more time with Cormac, and she intended to cherish every second. Sleep was overrated. Just her wonderful self. I'll cook. He grinned. Jesse's new husband, Cormac's younger brother, was a great cook, so Paisley could guess he was the same. I can, provide emotional support in the kitchen. Yep, that sounded lame. Couldn't the men in this cowboy family acquire some bad qualities? It would make resisting them so much easier. Madeline would most likely agree. Right now, Paisley couldn't tear her gaze away from him, which was ridiculous. Clinging to men wasn't in her nature. She'd ask Madeline to make dessert. Safer that way. If Paisley fed Cormac's family something she cooked herself, they'd never want to see her again. A motor's low rumble made him remove his hand from her shoulder. Petite. Madeline's Ferrari glided to them with the same elegance the woman had. He placed their bags in the trunk while Paisley climbed in the back seat. She could take the front passenger seat, but how could she be near Cormac on the way home then? Her heart skipped a beat when he folded his large frame beside her, his long legs scrunching up in the small space. I don't want you to stay alone at the lodge. Deep worry and something else she couldn't read yet shadowed his eyes. He worried about her. A pleasant wave went through her. No man had ever worried about her. She tried this new feeling on, like a new funky dress, and she liked it. Like a fluttery dress, it seemed to fit her well, too. Alone? What am I, chopped liver to you? Madeline said from the driver's seat over the motor's growl. I live in the lodge, too, you know. Cormac coughed a little. I didn't mean it like that. I'm inviting both of you, he said loudly. Then he turned to Paisley and rested his hand, palm up on the seat between them as if inviting her to hold it again. You're welcome to move in with my parents for a while. I'm staying there for my leave. I already asked them, and they were good with it. You'd have your own room with a bathroom attached and all, of course. If you worry about Madeline staying alone, I can talk to my parents about her staying with us, too. He paused, probably thinking how well that would go with Brandon, which wasn't well at all. The house used to fit 8 of us. There are plenty of guest rooms. Ah. Wasn't that sweet? Gratitude spread inside her, and she reached for his hand, fitting her fingers with his. She liked the feeling of being connected to him. Way too much. I have a dog, and your mom has a cat. How do you think that relationship is going to go? Madeline popped Paisley's happy bubble like a needle poked in a balloon. About as great as your relationship with Brandon goes. She read the same thought in Cormac's eyes, but neither of them voiced it. Seriously, the cat and dog probably wouldn't fight half as much. Still, she sobered up. As much as she craved to spend more time with him, staying with his parents wasn't a great idea. What if trouble followed her? No way would she bring danger to his parents' door. Of course, she shouldn't be bringing it to Madeline's door either. Worrying about her foster sisters had been the main reason Paisley stepped away from active participation in her secret project. Sharp fear pierced her just at the thought that they could be harmed. But Madeline had already declared that she'd let Paisley go to the bed and breakfast in Cowboy Crossing only over Madeline's dead body. Besides, they had made the lodge a fortress. Now Madeline glanced over her shoulder before returning her attention to the road as if to reiterate that statement. Paisley gave Cormac a bright smile. I appreciate the offer. I really do. And please thank your parents for me. Regret flooded her. Why was doing the right thing always difficult? Well, sometimes doing the wrong thing wasn't easy either. He frowned. Why do I sense a but here? Maybe because it's coming. Madeline was never a cheerful type, and breaking up with Brandon didn't improve her disposition. Or maybe that was her ex-husband nearly having her killed. Or discovering her parents murdered. The list was too long and too painful. Paisley swallowed hard, her heart aching for her friend. Sometimes she wished some kind of medicine could erase the horrible memories that still brought Madeline nightmares, that it could help her start her life from a clean slate and trauma-free. We'll be fine, she said. The lodge is equipped like a fortress. Ask your cop brother, and he'll confirm it. We have several guns and plenty of ammunition. Wow. His eyes widened. What about cameras? State of the art, Paisley said. Are you sure? It's not possible to compromise them? He must be thinking about the wipeout at Ms. Whitlock's place. This was downright offensive. Paisley pinned him with a stare. I installed them. I withdraw the question then. Still, he made one more attempt. Any security needs layers. We have layers. Based on Madeline's voice, she must be rolling her eyes. We have a German shepherd. As well as a basement with food, water, and blankets that we can seal off from the world if needed. When he didn't answer, Paisley cringed. Are you deciding whether we're just cautious or paranoid? Madeline asked without turning her head as she passed a car. Paisley didn't think she wanted to hear the answer, so she hurried to add, we're cautious. One of our foster sisters had a threat against her. But the threat is no longer there. Paisley hoped. But so far, everything seemed quiet, and Genevieve had state-of-the-art security at her place in Houston. Paisley had made sure of that. Neither is she. The bulletproof windows, however, stayed. She was glad about that. Okay. He relented. But please, call me from time to let me know you're okay. I'm sure she'll do that gladly. What was it with Madeline today? Oh. The anniversary of her parents' murder. Paisley's heart plumped. She should have remembered. No way could they make this day better for Madeline, but Paisley had tried to make it a fraction easier every year. She had to force a smile as she faced Cormac. She's right. I'll do it gladly. That makes me feel better. He brushed the back of his palm against her cheek. Not to mention, that will give me an excuse to hear your voice. Everything in her responded to his touch. As a medical examiner, Madeline would know how many nerve endings people had. But it seemed every time Cormac touched Paisley, millions of them eagerly answered and asked for more, please. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, awakening a few more millions of those nerve endings. The nearby places he hadn't touched yet screamed for attention. He leaned closer, giving her a whiff of his intoxicating cologne. Heat gathered in her belly. He didn't have to pay attention to his surroundings now, and his total concentration was on her. Normally, she'd squirm under such scrutiny, but with him, she relished it. He shifted another inch, a silent question in the eyes that were becoming heated pools. Was he going to kiss her? Her lips parted as if to answer that silent question, and she angled her face. Her breath quickened, and based on the fast rise and fall of his chest, his seemed to do the same. In turn, anticipation jolted through her. She didn't just want him to kiss her. She needed it more than she needed her next breath. Could she forget all that separated them? As she splayed her palm against his broad chest, she already had. Her phone beeped, then beeped again. His eyes dimmed, and he moved away. It might be important. It'd better be. She felt shockingly bereft without his touch. Grumbling, she checked the message. Then she swallowed hard. With all the commotion, she'd forgotten to let people know she'd left Houston. Guilt stabbed her as she sent a text back. She'd made a gut-wrenching decision when she'd decided to stay in Cowboy Crossing. Maybe Cormac going back to the army base wasn't such a bad thing. She'd been naive to hope for a future between them. And it wasn't just about his faith being so important to him and her lack thereof, or the fact that he needed to leave soon. She hadn't severed ties to her secret project. She might never be able to. Often, one's past was difficult to leave behind. Sometimes even impossible. Chapter 13. Cormac missed Paisley with a passion. It didn't make sense, because he hadn't known her in person for long. How was he going to return to the army base and spend long months without her when he was ready to hell just spending a day apart? Yes, he'd done everything he was supposed to do. Brought trays of food to his father, which Dad had refused and sent back. Fed, watered, groomed, and turned out the horses to the pasture. Cleaned stalls and covered them with fresh straw. Helped with the new cows Brandon had bought. Cooked with his mother to feed all the cowboys and ranch hands. The latter wasn't the best idea because she'd peppered him with questions about Paisley more than she peppered the stew. He just hoped Mom wouldn't submit Paisley to the same endless assault tonight. Thinking about her? Mom smirked now. He looked up from scrubbing pots and pans while a giant tub of beef stew simmered on the stove and another tray of biscuits had gone in the oven. Her? Oh please. She placed her hands on her hips, the posture familiar from childhood. You know exactly who I mean. Speckles? He named her favorite horse and wiggled his eyebrows. She laughed, his favorite sound in the world. This was the first time he'd heard it since Dad's fall. Gratitude spread through Cormac like the enticing scent of biscuits spread through his lungs. Hearty food was one of his happy childhood memories. Seeing his father miserable and his mother miserable for company had knifed through Cormac. If teasing him could distract her from her sad thoughts, he was up for it. But as much as he loved spending time with his family, the time for dinner couldn't arrive fast enough, and not because he was hungry. He'd never let his control slip until he'd met Paisley. He couldn't explain it. In his chosen field, if a man lost his head, he could easily lose other body parts, as well. Keeping his cool was the key. But when he was around her, when he just smelled her peach lotion, his insides turned to mush. Unreal. Fine, there was no danger in this kitchen, but how was he supposed to remain vigilant if she made his head spin? This wouldn't do. In the evening, Paisley showed up an hour before dinner, and the moment she walked into the no-frills ranch house dressed in a pink blouse and an azure blue skirt and a matching jacket, the world became a brighter place. Her smile lit something inside him. Probably the simple truth, he was falling for her. Well, he'd be leaving soon. Well, she held back from him. His rib cage constricted. The ranch house filled with the aroma of cherry pie, and she handed him a covered dish. I'm not going to take credit for this. Madeline made it. Are you sure she didn't put arsenic in it? Brandon muttered behind Cormac's back. What happened to his calm and reserved brother? Since he'd seen Madeline at the airport, a dark cloud seemed to hover over his head. Cormac sent Paisley an apologetic glance as he accepted the gift. Don't pay attention to this grouch. Thank you very much for the cherry pie and for being here. Paisley deflated. No arsenic. The only person Madeline is poisoning is herself. He guided Paisley along hand-woven rugs toward the kitchen, away from the grouch. Whatever issues Brandon and Madeline were having weren't Paisley's fault. But Cormac doubted Brandon would touch the cherry pie. Mom is with Dad in their room now, but they'll be out for dinner. He hoped on Dad's part. He'd only left that room to go to the adjacent bathroom. For a guy who spent his life outdoors, it was unusual, and must be depressing. No matter their disagreements, Cormac's heart went out to his father. It was as if Dad's spirit had broken along with his bone. Paisley tugged at her bubblegum-hued blouse, trying to smooth down the front, but rumpling it up with sweaty hands instead. Maybe it's not a good time. And, should I have dressed differently? You look great. I'd never want you to be anyone except your fabulous self. He kissed the top of her head, burying his nose in cotton candy hair and wishing he could slide his mouth to her lips. He'd have to exercise a lot of restraint. If one of his family members saw him kissing a girl, he'd never live it down. Besides, he'd been about to kiss her in Madeline's car on the way from Springfield to the ranch, but she'd withdrawn internally after receiving that text. Her entire demeanor had changed afterward. Of course, she was entitled to her private life. Still, her hiding something from him didn't sit well. Was this a sign from God that Cormac shouldn't be attracted to a non-believer? Guilt stabbed. A few times, he'd tried to talk to her about God, and she'd listened but had said little. More guilt pained him. He was great with weapons, but not with words. Besides, was he expecting too much from her? Not that she owed it to him to tell him everything about herself. It wasn't like he was staying. Then why did he have such a strong feeling that this was the woman God had meant for him? How was this possible? She rose on her tiptoes and touched his forehead. "You're frowning." Then her fingers glided along his jaw, leaving trails of fire in their wake. He hadn't even turned on the stove yet, and it was getting hot in the kitchen already. Unable to resist, he slid his arms around her waist, his big hands enveloping her easily. She seemed fragile in his hands, like a miniature porcelain figurine, and it woke his protective instincts. But she had a backbone, too, and that stirred his admiration. He drew her closer. "I'm not frowning any longer." His lips curled up, and the urge to kiss her overwhelmed him. He leaned toward her, glad when she raised herself on tiptoes and angled her lovely face toward him. She was close enough for him to see those honey dots in her expressive hazel eyes. To see them widen in anticipation and hear her breath hitch. Those plump lips, covered in shiny lip gloss, beckoned, and his heartbeat went into overdrive. He struggled to reach for his willpower. Then movement in the hall caught his attention, and he released her. Mom entered the kitchen, her face drawn. His heart ached. Things must have not gone well with his father. Cormac stepped back from Paisley. If Mom had seen how close they were to kissing, her wedding plans would go into overdrive. "A pleasure to meet you again. We didn't really have time to talk at Jessie's wedding." Paisley smiled, but her face flushed to match her blouse as her hand dropped. Maybe he had some explaining to do to his mother. "We were, about to cook." Mom grinned. "Oh, please don't mind me at all. Cook away. If that was what you were doing." "Mom." The grin only widened, and she snatched Paisley into a tight hug. "You're the first woman who got the attention of this son of mine in years. You're very, very welcome here any time. Forever would be good." Moom. His mother dreamed of seeing all her sons married and preferably expecting children soon. With one son on his honeymoon, one chasing the next new sensation around the world, and Brandon nursing the wound from his breakup and therefore best left alone, Cormac was the obvious next target while he was at home. "Thank you so much." Paisley stood straighter and looked relieved. Why? Did she expect a different reception? She was adorable and fun. He couldn't imagine someone not liking her. But she seemed to have had a different experience. True to her word, Mom left the kitchen with the look of someone who had done their job well. "My ex-boyfriend broke up with me after he took me to meet his parents," Paisley blurted out. I wasn't good enough for them." Well, that explained her apprehension. Compassion stirred and grew, and he leaned to her and drew her in for a hug. "That's their loss." "Seriously?" She stilled against him, causing way more feelings than compassion to make his heart race. He ran his fingers up and down her back, enjoying the silky fabric and her warmth underneath. Then she leaned into him, and his blood rushed faster. So trusting, so close. The desire to kiss her became almost unbearable. All his willpower seemed to disappear into thin air like vapors from the stew. Another movement in his peripheral vision and footsteps nearly made him groan. Again? Brandon entered the kitchen, accompanied by his new permanent frown. "If things keep going like this, we're going to be hungry tonight." Paisley eased out of Cormac's embrace, leaving a part of him empty. "Sorry. I'm far from a great cook, but I can slice or mix something." Cormac glared at his brother, and Brandon had the decency to retreat. "Don't worry. I've got it covered." Cormac hoped. "You're going to be my emotional support, remember? And inspiration." She perched on a chair. It was high, so her feet barely reached the hardwood floor. As he sliced cabbage, he recalled something important to her. "Did Jessie send you the police reports? I mean, if you want to talk about it." Her dangling feet kicked, and her face became animated. "Yes. Not a treasure trove of information, though. The official version of Dr. Charles Whitlock's accident was that he fell asleep and went off the road. He hit a tree head-on. Her feet stopped kicking, and she sighed. It was a rather large tree. As he moved the oven rack to broil steaks, he tried that explanation in his mind and didn't like it much. He started seasoning the steaks and laying them out on the broiler tray. Scents of thyme, paprika, and garlic powder spread in the air. Based on the interviews, he was a workaholic. Could it be that he'd had some difficult cases and stayed up all night? Wouldn't he know better than to drive tired? She wrinkled her slightly upturned nose in a manner he found endearing. But then, he found everything about her endearing. Yes, he was a goner already. So much for keeping his attraction concealed. Lord, please give me the strength to resist. It was a long way from liking someone to loving them, and he needed to stop halfway there. He might have underestimated his exhaustion. She bothered her lower lip, which drew his attention to her oh-so-kissable mouth again. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah. It's not like we can check his blood now for sleeping pills. The idea gave him the creeps. That's an unreliable way to murder someone. He could have just pulled over and taken a nap. True. She licked her lips. Seriously? A man could have only so much self-discipline, though usually, Cormac had loads of it. He wouldn't have made it as a soldier otherwise. Just great. She was thinking about the man who'd found her and could have become her adoptive dad possibly being murdered. While all Cormac could think about was brushing his lips against hers, taking her in his arms, having that thrill of yearning go through his body. He had this constant hunger to touch her, hug her, and yes, kiss her as if to know she was real and not a shimmery dream. Everything in him was craving a connection with her. Wrong, wrong, wrong. He slid the steaks into the oven. Then another flash of movement did make him groan this time. Scratcher, his mother's fat, ginger rescue cat, sauntered into the kitchen. Cormac moved in front of Paisley. While Scratcher might not look threatening, he was a scratcher, confirmed by his name, and a biter, and he didn't like strangers. Scratcher wove himself around Cormac, and before he had a chance to pick the pet up, she did, moving away from the stove. Oh no, no, no. He stepped forward to remove the cat before Scratcher could dig his claws into her tender skin. Careful. You might want to. Yes. She looked up from stroking the feline. Scratcher purred. Purred. Isn't he adorable? Cormac gaped. Scratcher was a former stray cat with a character who only adored his human, Cormac's mother, and sometimes tolerated the rest of the household while they fed him. Strangers could find out just how sharp his claws and teeth were. Since Scratcher had taken residence, the family didn't bother to lock doors. No burglar would get past Scratcher. He'd scratched plenty of guests, too. So the cat was called many names, but adorable wasn't one of them. When Cormac drew closer, the cat hissed at him. Right. Adorable his foot. Well, look at that. Scratcher gave you his stamp of approval. Mom walked into the kitchen, wearing a satisfied look Cormac loved on her. But that also meant Mom was getting her hopes up. He didn't want to crush them when he left, or when Paisley left, for that matter. His stomach clenched. He didn't want his hopes to be crushed, either. Scratcher looked happy as Paisley scratched behind his ear, and Cormac wanted to trade places. Then Mom sniffed the air. What is that smell? Oh no. He rushed to the stove and turned it off. Were the steaks salvageable? Brandon, who just had to show up at that moment, shook his head. I knew we were going to be hungry tonight. Paisley sighed miserably. It's all my fault. At least, we didn't have to use the fire extinguisher this time. It was probably best not to ask what this time meant. Cormac stepped closer to her. It's not your fault at all. It was mine. He glanced at Scratcher. You couldn't have warned us? What do you want? Brandon huffed. He's a cat, not a dog. Cormac resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Thank you for that observation. I would have never guessed on my own. Mom checked on the steaks in the broiler tray and lifted her hand. Everyone hushed. Dinner is fine. Let's set the table. I'll help. Paisley placed Scratcher on the floor, who didn't seem happy with such a turn of events, which he expressed by hissing and walking away, his tail high. Not that Cormac could blame him. If Paisley ever held him in her arms, he wouldn't want her to let him go either. Arg. She washed her hands, sending the scent of lavender soap around the kitchen. Brandon's frown deepened. Why? Oh, Madeline wore a perfume with lavender notes in it. By tomorrow, they'd likely have a new liquid soap in the kitchen. I'll bring Dad, Cormac volunteered. His father was another person who seemed to have changed lately, and not for the better. But Cormac didn't blame him. For an active man, spending a month in a wheelchair would be rough. No, I'll do it. Brandon hurried out of the kitchen. Cormac was about to stop him, but then he thought better of it. Though their parents had done their best not to show preference, Brandon was one of his father's favorite sons. And Cormac, well, wasn't. Not since he'd decided to join the military. Dad was far more tolerant of the brother who'd stuck around and worked on the ranch. A familiar ache settled behind Cormac's sternum. Paisley's presence had made him forget it for a while, but it came flooding back now. It might be selfish, but was it too much to ask for his father to be proud of him for his desire to serve his country? Paisley touched his hand. Are you okay? She was perceptive, and he liked it. But now wasn't the time for this conversation. And really, how could he complain when he'd been raised by loving parents and she didn't have parents at all? When he had awesome brothers, even if one of them had become a grouch, and she might never know whether she had any relatives? He had a childhood home to come to whenever he liked, and she'd been discarded when she'd stopped being a source of income for her foster parents. He sent up a prayer for her as they carried the plates to the dining room, with him making sure he took the heavier load. Brandon walked into the dining room, sulking. Dad says he's not hungry. His mother's face crumpled. He barely ate anything for lunch. A knife turned in Cormac's heart. He hated seeing his parents like this. He'd never had to before. Chapter 14. Compassion squeezed Paisley's lungs. Jessie'd told her about the incredible love Cormac's parents shared and how it had survived decades, so this must be hurting his mother a lot. I'll go talk to him. Cormac squared his broad shoulders. Her chest squeezed further. He'd never complained, but in passing, he'd mentioned his father's disapproval of his leaving the ranch for the army. She'd sensed it hurt him. Her ex-boyfriend's father flashed in her mind in his impeccable suit and diamond cufflinks. The older man had looked down on her, figuratively and literally. Would Cormac's father do the same? Only one way to find out. She pulled her shoulders back too, though her gesture was way less impressive than Cormac's. How about I go with you? He'd already started for the hall, but he stopped by a barnwood-framed landscape with lazy sheep in daisy-speckled fields. Raising a brow at her, he looked back. Are you sure? Paisley shrank a little. Did he expect his father to look down on her, as well? Not that it should matter. Unlike Jessie, it wasn't like Paisley was going to marry into this family. The thought didn't comfort her a bit. No. But I'll go anyway. She foisted off her brightest smile and hoped it didn't look like Rusty's scowl. At least, she wasn't growling like Madeline's German shepherd did at strangers. Yet. Cormac wasn't the only one with protective instincts, and him being treated unfairly, even by his father, or maybe especially by his father, stoked an anger that warred with compassion for a man who suffered. Once near the door, Cormac knocked on it. Now what? Grumbling reached through the massive door. May I come in? His confident voice caught on an edge of hesitation. More grumbling responded, but this time unintelligible. A muscle moved in his cheek. I'll take it as yes. When he entered the room as if ready to take on his father's irritation, she poked her nose in first, then decided to move in the rest of her body. The air inside was stale, as if it hadn't been aired for a while. What about I'm not hungry, don't you understand? The silver-haired man with stubbly whiskers in the recliner near the window could use a shave, as well as an attitude adjustment. Some food, too. The tray with beef stew and biscuits on a gnarled side table was untouched, with the food long gone cold. Or so it looked. It wasn't easy to see with the curtains drawn. Cormac winced at his father's scowl and words. Well, that simply wouldn't do. She could take it if his father mistreated her or growled at her. But she wouldn't let it happen to the man she cared about. She wouldn't let it happen to anyone on her watch, period. She stepped forward and chirruped, "Oh, it's all my fault. I'm Paisley, and I just couldn't wait to see you again. We really didn't have any chance to talk at Jessie's wedding." Cormac's father gawked at her. Yeah, she was used to that reaction. She adjusted her headband with butterflies and smiled even brighter. Her azure-hued skirt fluttered around her knees as she bounced a bit, and her cheeks were starting to hurt. "Cormac's told me so many great things about you." The man's bushy gray eyebrows lifted. He did? Confusion was good. Much better than anger. Considering he hadn't kicked her out of the room, that was a good start. "You raised an amazing son. All of them, from what I heard." Though she started having her doubts about Brandon. "And I can't say enough how much I admire your marriage." She was laying it on thick, but she meant every word. The father and the son exchanged glances. Was that gratitude and maybe a trace of amusement in those brown eyes Cormac inherited from his father? "Is it okay if I open the curtains? It seems a bit dark in here." Without waiting for permission, she marched to the window and pulled the navy blue curtains open. One curtain seemed stuck, so Cormac helped her. Sunshine flooded the room, and his father blinked. His t-shirt and pants were wrinkled but clean. Good. She wouldn't want to embarrass him if he hadn't taken a shower in a while. Based on the faint soapy scent in the otherwise stale air, that wasn't the case. "I understand if you don't want to come for dinner, but I'd appreciate it so much. I can't say I slaved over it, but I did turn on the heat." Latching her hands behind her back and scooting a little closer, she grinned at him. "She certainly did," Cormac muttered. Sitting up straighter, the man seemed to recover from his initial shock. Pleasure to meet you again, Paisley." She beamed. "Pleasure is all mine. You know, everyone is waiting for us. And it's not right to make your spouse wait, don't you think?" She shifted the brake and pulled the wheelchair closer to the recliner. "She's so wonderful, isn't she?" "She is." Well, what else could he say to that? He eyed the wheelchair as if it were going to bite him. "I don't think." She wouldn't give him a chance to finish that sentence. "I wish I had a mom like her." Totally true, too. Her stomach clenched. "I'm a foster child. Never met my parents. Don't even have any clue who they are." "I'm sorry to hear that." Cormac's father's eyes glistened, and his tense posture softened. He didn't even protest when Cormac lifted him from the recliner and put him in the wheelchair as if he weighed nothing. Okay, so those bulging muscles momentarily distracted her. Then she recovered and continued chatting without letting Mr. O'Neill say a word, just to be on the safe side. "You're not just a cat whisperer and a child whisperer," Cormac told her in a low voice as he trundled the wheelchair along hooked rugs and past plaques with inspirational quotes on the way to the dining room. "You're a dad whisperer." Warmth spread through her at his praise. If only she could be a Cormac whisperer. No thinking like that. She shook her head in response to her thoughts. His mother's relieved expression was priceless. Paisley walked a little taller. Brandon's jaw slackened. "Man, how did you do that?" Cormac pushed the wheelchair to the table and patted his brother on the back. "You just don't know Paisley like I do." But even Cormac didn't know everything about her. Her former elation at bringing the ailing family patriarch to dinner dissipated. His father steepled his hands. "I'll say grace." And so he did. That fact didn't surprise her, but him including her in the prayer, asking God to help her, did. It also reminded her that she didn't belong here. Everyone here was a Christian. Except her. "Thank you," Cormac mouthed to her after everyone said amen. Paisley preened like a peacock spreading its tail. Maybe she should get a dress with a peacock feather motif. Good idea. His mother, who based on her glow was much happier now, carried most of the conversation, but Paisley chimed in from time to time. His father's sharp eyes stayed on her often, making her insides clench. Did he regret allowing her to drag him out of the room? Then he spoke between the biscuit bites. "You chose well, Cormac." Joy uplifted her until she could practically float over the table. Then she reminded herself Cormac hadn't chosen her. They weren't in a relationship. Just two people helping each other before going their separate ways. The next day, Paisley parked her truck near a cafe in the small town and climbed out of the cab. She toned down her usual enthusiasm as she glanced at her watch. Sure enough, she'd arrived early. Looking eager was never a good idea. Madeline was a prime example of that. She looked cold and aloof, and men fell at her feet left and right. Not that it had done her any good, and compassion for her friend squeezed Paisley's heart. Then her gaze traveled to the shop across from the cafe where the window display shimmered with ballerina slipper pink, emerald green, and turquoise dresses. Artificial flowers and butterflies danced in the heated air around them. That was her kind of shop. Tempted by a siren call, she hurried to the crossing. Her spirits were up because she was going on a date with Cormac. Well, maybe not a date. A something. What was she doing? She should be walking away from him, at least emotionally. Instead, in her mind, she wasn't just running, she was sprinting toward him. Jumping over obstacles even. In her mind, of course. In reality, she didn't like running or any kind of physical activity. The only time she'd jumped high had been over Madeline's German Shepherd, Rusty, and not very successfully. The light turned green, and she made a few steps forward, her gaze lingering on the shop window. Then a grumbling motor made her head jerk to the left. What on earth? A motorcycle was driving right toward her at high speed. Didn't people know the speed limit was low here? That person would slow down, right? That didn't happen. Then the warning from the note on the windshield flashed in her mind. Stop searching. Or else. Her insides went cold. Run forward or step back. Running forward made more sense, but if the motorcyclist was out to get her, who'd say he wouldn't swerve in her direction? Or should she fight back? She did carry her small gun in her purse, and all the foster sisters in their family had learned how to shoot after a tragic thing happened to one of them at 18. But could she risk shooting someone else? Several people were on the sidewalk. And what if it was just someone drunk, not someone out to get her? She hadn't understood before how the proverbial deer could just stand in the headlights instead of running. She understood it now. Panic and indecision could cost her life. Chapter 15. His heart thudding, Cormac bolted to the road. Cowboy Crossing was a peaceful small town, and its citizens usually obeyed the laws and rules, including speeding and traffic ones. What was happening with the crazy motorcyclist now? Worry for Paisley slammed into him full force. Then anger joined it. He couldn't believe what he saw, but training had already taken over while his mind was catching up. He was a man of action, and he was grateful for that now. His protective instincts in high gear, he reached her in a split second and pulled her back with him onto the sidewalk. Those instincts told him it was faster and simpler than carrying her forward even without him calculating distance in his mind and comparing. Thankfully, the people who'd followed her had already shifted back, so he didn't stumble on anyone. The heavy motorcycle rumbled by, leaving only angry fumes in its wake. It moved too fast for him to notice the license plate, which was probably stolen from another vehicle, anyway. The motorcyclist's helmet covered the face, and with those bulky black leather clothes, who could say whether the rider was a male or a female? The posture was of someone confident and resolute. His gut churned. Someone had tried to harm Paisley. What kind of person would do that? She was the only cotton candy sweet person he'd ever met. She shuddered in his arms, reminding him he was still holding her. Despite all the worry, holding her wasn't entirely an unpleasant feeling. Rather the opposite. "You're okay now. You're okay," he whispered in her ear. His arms tightened around her middle, partly to comfort her, partly to keep that pleasant sensation in his stomach growing. Then he loosened his grip because he was holding something, cotton candy fragile, and like a kid clinging to that sugary confection, he didn't want to crush it. He kissed the top of her head, relishing the enticing scent of peach lotion. Longing for her started filling the empty spots his best friend's death left. Piece by piece. Could it be that God sent Paisley to make Cormac whole again? And for him to help her find faith? He wasn't doing such a great job of the latter, but in the days since he'd met her, he'd felt more alive than ever. She'd made him feel things he didn't want to feel. Or, did he? That's outrageous. How can someone drive like that? On a red light. A female voice nearby brought him to his senses. He shuddered. What was he thinking? Letting himself get carried away like that. Out in the open. In a public space. Yet he still didn't want to let Paisley go. "Are you all right?" "Yes." She eased out of his embrace, leaving him feeling empty again. "I'm going to file a police report. That person should be grateful I didn't want to shoot an innocent bystander here." The second phrase she added in a much lower voice. Huh. He'd imagined any other person would be shaken up right now. Maybe he was wrong before. She wasn't as fragile as he'd thought. That flared up respect, but didn't diminish his protective instincts. She whirled around and scanned the small crowd. Did anybody notice the license plate? Or anything particular about the motorcycle or the motorcyclist? As bystanders murmured no and shook their heads, her shoulders slumped forward. Neither did I. A few people he knew said they could give their names to the police as witnesses. She thanked them. He thanked them, too, and wrote down names on his phone. The police station was within walking distance. "I'll go with you if you'd like me to," he suggested. Her chin took on its familiar tilt. "Thank you." Instead of irritating him, that facial expression only endeared her to him more. He found her quirkiness appealing, but her spunk even more so. He raised an eyebrow. "Is it okay, thank you, or no thank you?" "Okay, thank you." Though moments ago her eyes were huge and her lips were drawn in a grim line, now those hazel eyes flared, making the honey dots more prominent and her lips curved up. No, this woman wouldn't allow others to bully her now. Wow, did he respect that? Lip gloss shone in the sun, and it took a gigantic effort to tear his gaze away. Or to stop thinking how much he wanted to taste those lips. Okay, he didn't entirely stop thinking about that. Without waiting for his response, she marched toward the police station. She seemed to always march to the tune of her own beat, without worrying what people thought. She was also quick to gift the world with her smile, even when she felt shaky inside. He could dig that. Watching out for anything unusual, he caught up fast. Interesting. With her personality and computer skills, she could be popular on social media. Become an influencer maybe. Yet her online presence was somewhere between minimal and non-existent. Why was that? "I got here early, so I decided to check out a dress in the shop," she said. Nice that she'd shown up early instead of making him wait like a few of his other dates had done. Me, too. He flushed as he opened the station's front door for her. I mean, getting here early. Not deciding to check out a dress in a shop. She sized him up and broke into giggles before walking inside. Yeah, somehow I don't think that would be your style. Neither did he. Despite the ridiculousness of the conversation and the danger of the recent near hit and run, he chuckled. Who could stay cranky or sad in her presence? Life with her would never be sad or boring. Oh. He was getting in deep. He scowled his features into a serious expression while she filed the report. He gave a statement as a witness, wishing his cop brother were here. Not that he begrudged Ronan for being away on his honeymoon or expected any preferential treatment at the police station. Cormac just wanted to help Paisley as much as he could. When asked about people who might want to cause her harm, she hesitated. His alarm bells went off. Then she talked about her search for her parents. But was there something else? How did she expect people to help her if she wasn't telling everything? Or maybe she didn't expect people to help her, after all. Her childhood was beyond difficult, and she'd grown up relying only on herself. Maybe as well as her foster sisters. How could he persuade her he was there for her now? For how long, though? Cold shivered down his spine. He'd be leaving in weeks, and Paisley would be on her own again. He couldn't blame her for maintaining her independence. Still, withholding any information made the police's job more difficult. He told her as much as they walked back to the cafe. Then he added, "It makes my duty more difficult, too." She looked up at him, and those vibrant eyes that had sparked with indignation earlier now dulled. "Am I a duty to you?" He nearly groaned. He'd walked right into that, hadn't he? I didn't mean it like that. But her eyes became guarded, and her footsteps quickened as she pushed forward. Cringing, he caught up on the sidewalk again. He wasn't the first man to discover that a tender rose had thorns. He wasn't the first one to realize that made the beautiful flower even more alluring either. I just don't think you take what's happening seriously. She whirled around, her hazel eyes blazing. Then she stepped close to the shop window as if to let other people pass. Why do people always think I don't take things seriously when they're the ones who don't take me seriously? Is it the butterfly headband? Or my hair? Or my size? Or my pink t-shirt? Or everything combined? She kept her voice low, despite her seething words. Did she have a deep wound from people looking down on her? One he'd just poked into. Great job. Not. He leaned to her as he braced a hand on the dark brick wall nearby, the rough surface biting into his palm. Though he didn't want to crowd her, he needed to shield her. In more ways than one. No, nothing like that. I feel you kept something from the police. You already had threats. What happened today took it to another, much more serious level. That's an alarming escalation. She jammed her hands on her hips, her chin jutting up in a defiant posture. There were other people in that crossing. It's not my fault they moved slower than I did and I happened to cross first. The motorcyclist could have been someone reckless or drunk. Or both. It could be a coincidence. Do you believe that? Based on the movement of her throat, she swallowed hard. I want to. What was he going to do? Kiss her. So. Not. A good. Idea. Now he was the one who swallowed hard. But who could blame him? Even angry, she looked adorable. She sighed out her exasperation. Look. I admire that you're an honorable man. That you take your duty and obligations seriously. But I'm not your obligation. I've taken care of myself since I was 6. Probably before that, but I can't remember. Her lips twitched up a little. Those shiny lips were going to be his undoing. Then her expression tightened, and her eyes turned guarded again. I can't disclose secrets that aren't mine. I take other people's trust as seriously as you take your duties. Though they'd reached an impasse, he still tried. They can't ask such commitments of you if your life is in danger. She rolled her eyes. They didn't. I volunteered. And I don't think what's happening is connected to those secrets. Why do you think that? Her hazel eyes dimmed even as her chin lifted. Because you likely wouldn't be talking to me now if they did. What? That didn't make him feel better at all. She ducked under his hand and disappeared inside the restaurant. What an infuriating woman. Stubborn, as well. Too loyal for her own good. But did he walk away? No, he followed her inside like a love-struck teenager. He could tell himself all he wanted was to protect her. He could even believe it was part of the reason. But he knew better. Though her stubbornness irked him, somehow it didn't diminish the attraction. It seemed to fuel it. Not that his attraction needed fueling. Well, his body did, so he might as well eat. Yeah, right. The enticing barbecue aroma made his stomach growl as much as her stubbornness made him want to growl. And gather her into his arms and keep her there as long as possible. His mother had a point. Forever would be good. He joined Paisley at the table, and based on her quick nod, she was glad he was there. How can you cause such conflicting emotions in me? He groaned. His life hadn't been easy, but it was simple. He'd known what he'd wanted and marched toward his goal. Amusement flickered in her eyes. That makes two of us. You do the same to me. Warmth spread through him. At least this irritating attraction wasn't one-sided. A waitress he hadn't met before showed up, preventing him from commenting. He went for a hamburger and fries. There. Simple. He leaned against the back of his chair. Paisley studied the menu, nearly knocking the vase of spring flowers over with it, but he caught the vase. I'll take the same. No, the barbecue chicken leg quarter looks good. That comes with a potato salad and coleslaw, right? The waitress nodded. Right. No, wait. Let me change it back to a hamburger. No cheese, but extra pickles. Extra tomatoes. No onions. But I'd like onion rings. The waitress made a note. You got it. What would you like to drink? Iced tea, he said fast and braced himself. The waitress seemed to do the same. Paisley lifted her gaze from the menu. Do you have curly fries? If so, I'd like curly fries. We'll probably need another bottle of ketchup. Iced tea, as well, but no ice and no sugar. Peach flavor if you have it. What did it matter whether the fries were curly or not? They tasted the same. Iced tea without ice? The young girl's brows shot up. That's right. Paisley returned the menu. Cormac relaxed a bit. Oh wait. He winced, and so did the waitress. Paisley smiled at her sweetly. I'd like a garden salad with extra tomatoes. As many as possible. You know, so it should be called a tomato salad. Maybe he got it. Paisley liked things the way she liked them and was fine saying it out loud. Or maybe there was a sadder reason. From what he understood, growing up, she'd had little choice in what she wore or ate. She might be overcompensating for it in adulthood. He'd give the waitress a large tip. Paisley tucked her lower lip in, moving his attention to her mouth where it shouldn't be going at all. I'm picky. I know. You're adorable. He found a lot of things adorable about her, except for the ones that put her in danger. The thoughts sluiced over him like a bucket of cold water. He leaned toward her and lowered his voice, making sure he wouldn't be overheard. I'm not going to let the issue go. Did you give more thought to the people who might want to harm you? You're like a dog with a bone. She drummed her fingers with azure blue nail polish against the oak table. Pink polka dots sparkled on those nails. Like she'd dipped them in bubblegum ice cream. Man, she made him hungry. For more than food. Some time ago, I might have thought people would want me out of the way to get to one of my foster sisters, Genevieve, and someone close to her. But since Jessie solved the murder mystery, everything's been so quiet. Besides, we live far away from each other now. I don't think it's connected to Genevieve. Well, that answer didn't satisfy him. but it was probably as far as he was going to get. Anyone else? Maybe someone who'd want to steal your software designs? Threats could be a way to distract from that. One of my main competitors doesn't seem to be particular about the way he gets ahead. But I just started working on something new. Nothing to steal there. As for my latest project, it's already sold. Still, this might be something to give more thought to. Did you receive any new threats? Frowning, she blew that spectacular hair away from her, making him miss her perpetual smile. Yes. Just one. It showed up on my laptop, though I bought a new one in Houston and made sure to install all kinds of firewalls. Arg. So the harassment continued. He resisted the urge to gnash his teeth. And you didn't tell that to the police, because? Her shoulders rose. Fire flashed in those hazel eyes. I told them about the previous threat and agreed to drop off my old laptop. If I told them about the new threat, they might confiscate my new laptop, too. I live on my laptop. The waitress appeared with their drinks, so he waited until she left. He did his best to soften his voice. They have people for this kind of stuff, you know. She rolled her eyes again. If I couldn't track the hacker, they won't be able to either. Her confidence was something else. But sadness dimmed his admiration as he sipped his cold drink. Maybe that was the main difference between them. He'd grown up believing in God's mercy, in his family's love, and in the community's care, as well as in justice. She'd grown up believing she was on her own. That the only help could come from her siblings. But she'd admitted they'd tried not to ask each other for much, because in the beginning each of them had struggled. Some of them still did, though in a different way. Her face had been shadowed when she'd said that. I talked to Ms. Whitlock again on the phone, and she said it was possible her brother fell asleep behind the wheel. He latched onto the word. Possible? Paisley took a sip of her tea after dumping about 10 sugar packets into it. Guess she changed her mind about the not sweet part. Why that made him smile, he had no clue. Her gaze pensive, she braced an elbow on the table and plunked her chin in her hand. Possible, but not likely. He didn't have any important surgeries scheduled for that day. And when Ms. Whitlock talked to him on the phone, he didn't sound tired, but upbeat, excited about something. Said he might have news soon that would surprise everyone. Well, that was getting more and more suspicious. He rubbed his temples. Did she know what Dr. Whitlock had planned for that day? Can we trace his activities? She had no idea. But I'm trying to figure it out. I tracked down the maid who did the cleaning at his place the day of the accident. She also said he looked unusually upbeat. Cormac could come up with one reason why a man would be particularly excited. He caught himself singing around the house before this lunch with Paisley. And he'd never sung. Maybe he had a date. That was my guess. I also talked over a conference call with one of the nurses who used to work with Dr. Whitlock. She had an impression that he dated someone in secret. He never mentioned the name. But he started grooming more. And a few times, there was a faint scent of perfume, and his eyes just sparkled. Somehow, his sister missed those signs. The nurse didn't think it was anyone at the hospital or even someone from the medical field. So he could have had a date that day who could have put sleeping pills in his drink. She sighed. Of course, it's all supposition. And his death might not be connected to my birth at all. Still, it's something. The waitress brought the plates, and he said grace. Paisley waited while he said it but didn't echo with an amen. His gut tightened. But then, his brother had helped her foster sister find her faith. Cormac prayed he could do the same for Paisley in the remaining weeks he was here. The deadline loomed over his head in several senses. She bit into her hamburger with gusto. A huge grin pushed up her cheeks. This is good. And yes, extra pickles, nice and crunchy. And lots of tomatoes. It was impossible to be in low spirits in her presence, and his lifted as he gave due to his food. Pass me the ketchup, please. She eyed the bottle warily. He already knew that fries, even curly ones, didn't work for her unless they were drenched in ketchup. He checked the cap before he gave her the bottle. Here we go. Their hands touched like the first time he'd met her in person, sending a jolt of awareness. She stilled, looking into his eyes. Then her hand moved away, clutching the ketchup. But he didn't need to touch her for that awareness to stir his blood. It was like all the molecules that comprised his body yearned for all the molecules that comprised hers. He blinked. He'd never used words like yearn before. Or molecules, for that matter. What happened to him? Soon those fries on her plate all but swam in ketchup. Man, this is awesome. She licked her lips. That didn't help his yearning. In fact, it ignited it to scary proportions. He prayed for willpower again. It was best to distract himself with his hamburger, which he did. Before, he looked at food as necessary fuel for the body. She made a meal an experience to enjoy. She made even breathing air an experience to enjoy because of her sweet scent. She pushed the plate with fried onions toward him. Please help yourself. There's plenty to share. What he wanted to share was a kiss. If this burning inside him was any indication, the kiss would be scorching. Thanks. I'm good. He drained his glass of iced tea to douse that fire. Based on her innocent smile, she had no clue she'd caused it. It would be wise to stay away from her. But the incident today proved she needed him, and he needed to be needed by her. Very much so. She was on her last curly fry when her phone rang. She was popular. Sorry. I should have put it on silent. She reached for her phone in her pink purse, her movements rippling the blue butterfly wings on it. Then she looked up. It's Madeline. I have to take this. Of course. He helped himself to a crunchy fried onion. She swiped her phone screen to answer, its glittery flamingo-hued cover sparkling. Her brows furrowed, and he tensed. Whatever it wasn't good news. I'll be right there. She shot to her feet, then disconnected, and slipped the phone back into her purse. His heart sank. She was leaving. It shouldn't affect him so much, considering he'd been the one thinking he should leave, and leave forever. She eyed the rest of her hamburger with longing, and then him with what he hoped was even more longing. I've got to go. Madeline took Rusty to the park, and he took off. In high heels, she couldn't keep up with him. His eyes widened as he placed money on the table to cover the bill and a nice tip. She wore high heels to the park? Paisley, who'd already turned to leave, glanced back. You've met Madeline, right? Chapter 16. As much as Paisley was reluctant to interrupt her lunch with Cormac, she wouldn't leave Madeline in a bind. Yet she was relieved when she recognized his footfalls behind her in the restaurant parking lot. Gulp, she could recognize his footsteps now, and she didn't have time to dwell on it. Or rather, her body sensed the presence of his as if an invisible connection linked them. She whirled around and slammed into his hard chest. Oof. He steadied her. Let me go with you. I know the park better than you do. Did he expect her to argue? She didn't know the park at all. And she craved his presence. She gave him a grateful smile. Thanks. It makes more sense if we go in my truck. He clicked on the fob to open it. Sure. He opened the door for her, and she made an earnest effort to climb into it. She could get into her truck just fine, well, mostly. But his vehicle was higher from the ground. One needed a powerful vehicle at the ranch that hauled a lot, and she guessed he left his truck to his parents to use while he was at the army base. But how was she going to get in there? His large and very capable hands encircled her waist and lifted her off the ground. Well, that answered her question. Now butterflies didn't just grace her purse. They fluttered their tender wings in her stomach. She told the butterflies that neither one of them should read too much into it. They were in a hurry, and he helped her into his vehicle to save time. That was it. Her butterflies didn't seem to agree or want to leave for that matter. He called his brother on his hands-free phone and took off. She cringed at Brandon's voice. Of all Cormac's siblings, he had to call Brandon? While Brandon had done nothing wrong, just mentioning his name gave Madeline a pained expression. And Paisley didn't like her friend suffering. Never mind that Madeline had been the one to break up with Brandon. "I'm going to be late getting home," Cormac said. "Sure. Is everything all right?" Brandon didn't sound like the grouch he was in Madeline's presence. Madeline's dog ran away in the park. "Paisley and I are going to help look for him." "I'll be right there." Brandon disconnected. Paisley gaped. What just happened? Cormac glanced at her before returning his attention to the road. "He's not a bad guy, you know." "I never said he was," she grumbled. Madeline was going to be so happy with this development. "Yeah, right. I hope Rusty is okay. She loves that dog." Her stomach, so content minutes ago, twisted. "Probably more than she loves humans," Cormac muttered as he made a turn to the road leading to the park. That roiled Paisley. "You have a wrong opinion about Madeline. Do you know she volunteered at the animal shelter after adopting Rusty? Or that she worked day and night to perform autopsies for urgent cases? No reason to add that he'd liked her plenty when he thought Madeline was Paisley." His tone softened as he rolled his neck side to side to loosen those tense, and yes, broad, shoulders. "I just don't like my brother getting hurt." Paisley couldn't argue with that. Madeline left broken hearts in her wake. But this time, Paisley sensed the most damaged heart was Madeline's. Was it too late to repair it? If Paisley had been the praying type, she'd pray for Madeline. How would it feel to have faith like Cormac's? Would she ever know? Her hands tightened around the cold smooth surface of the metal door handle. Why would a merciful God reject people like Paisley and her foster sisters, let them suffer? While she treasured what she and her friends had, children shouldn't be left to essentially raise each other. Genevieve, who'd been the oldest and mothered them all, shouldn't have to take on that role while just a child herself. And as an adult, Paisley had seen too much cruelty in her secret project. She'd love to give her burdens to the Lord. But she didn't feel God wanted to take them from people like her. Hurt. Damaged. Struggling. Even if smiling through it all. The moment Cormac brought the truck to a complete stop, she jumped out and thudded to the ground, her knees wobbling from the impact. No time to wait for him to open the door. He joined her. Did she say what part of the park she was in? Good question. No. My guess is it would be the pet area. He nodded. Makes sense. They took off in a jog, but he slowed down when she started wheezing. She needed to start exercising, and going back and forth to the fridge didn't count. On the contrary, he was in great shape. They'd move faster if he carried her. She flushed. So not helping. Finally, they reached the area, him breathing evenly and her out of breath. She did her best to get fresh air with the scent of grass into her lungs and scanned the area. Okay, it was easy to see Madeline from a distance. She stood out due to her height, accentuated by high heels and a matching crimson sweater, paired with a long white skirt. She leaned against an oak, and it was like a tree caught on fire. No other dog owners were around. She didn't look glad to see them. Quite the opposite. Her blue eyes blazed as she looked past Paisley's shoulder. How could you? Paisley glanced back. Oh. Brandon caught up to them, every inch the cowboy in a Wrangler's shirt, ranch logo buckle, white cowboy hat, and brown leather cowboy boots. Madeline didn't say traitor to Paisley, but based on the tight line of her crimson lips, she thought it. Cormac stepped forward, shielding Paisley. Listen, my brother and I are just trying to help. If he can put hurt aside to help your dog, maybe you could do the same? We'll cover more ground if we split up. And Brandon and I know this park very well. Madeline paused, then nodded. Of their 5 foster sisters, Madeline was the most fiercely independent. She'd put that armor aside for only one man, and that had nearly gotten her murdered. Then her face, an ice sculpture moments ago, crumbled. Okay. Thank you. But what if we can't find him? Brandon moved around them toward Madeline, but he stopped a safe distance away. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Rusty has a microchip, right? If someone takes him to a vet or a shelter, they'll be able to locate the owner. Madeline's lower lip trembled, causing Paisley to give her friend a quick hug. But, he's a gorgeous dog. What if someone took him on purpose? A muscle twitched in Cormac's jaw. We have good people here. Her head shaking side to side, she didn't look convinced. I don't understand how he could do this to me. He follows my orders. I bet lots of males do, Brandon mumbled under his breath. Thankfully, he stood far enough from Madeline that she didn't hear him. He probably understood his faux pas because he added, "We'll find him." He might have just run after a squirrel or some other animal. Lunging after that argument to comfort her friend, Paisley spread her arms. Even the best can get distracted by a pretty tale. Her hand flew to her mouth. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. Light flickered in Cormac's brown eyes before his expression turned serious. Let's get going. Paisley and I will go to the west part of the park. Brandon and Madeline cover the east part. We'll meet at the entrance in an hour. We can keep in touch via cell phones in case one of us finds Rusty. Brandon and Madeline nodded, and they separated. Paisley and Cormac went to the left. Cormac moved confidently as if he didn't need a map while she had no idea where she was going. She suppressed a grimace. That summed them up in life, too. Well, she had her own business, and she outdid herself with the latest app she'd designed. The acute interest in something she'd done for fun had surprised her. Pleased her, too. What then, though? More new software to design? She'd started that, but it didn't seem enough any longer. Or did she want to expand the secret project, which might have been her life's biggest achievement yet? She'd stayed helping behind the scenes, covering her tracks carefully. She could do more there. But she still wanted more. Wouldn't it be nice to reach out to God for guidance? Cormac and Paisley reached the pond, and ducks, having returned from the winter migration, took off in flight. She called for Rusty, then scanned the area. A few ducks remained and kept swimming at the far side of the pond. Rusty might be good for camouflage on the ground with his black and tan fur, but he can't pass for a duck. She sighed. No kidding. I mean, I totally agree with you. Their encountering birds in the first place probably meant he wasn't here. While he was a friendly dog, unless he sensed an intruder or someone threatened Madeline, the ducks didn't know that. Her shoulders sloped beneath a heavy weight. He's not here. Lord, please help us find Rusty. Please guide us. He paused, then said, "The playground is next." He gestured in the distance. There are usually people there. If he passed through that place, someone would have noticed him. Some of the weight lifted from her shoulders as the idea spurred her on. She still watched her step, recent events considering, but she felt safe and protected with him. The feeling was as wonderful as it was unfamiliar. Children's laughter reached them before they approached the playground, and her thoughts drifted off. If she wanted to become a mom, and she did, she might not have much time left. She'd postponed not only because she didn't know what kind of mom she'd be, seeing as hers had abandoned her, it wasn't promising, but also because she didn't know what kind of genetic defects she might be carrying. Yes, she'd had several boyfriends and thought she'd had feelings for them, but she'd never met a man she'd wanted to have a family with. Until now. Even while she kept looking and calling for Rusty, she stole a glance at Cormac's handsome profile as they walked out from the path in the trees to the clearing. The kind way he interacted with his family, and the fact he'd worked the pony ride duty, promised he was father material. Something squeezed her heart. That he'd chosen to serve his country was admirable, but it didn't mean he should miss out on starting his own family. Would he ever want to? Or had his belief that the army and family didn't mix trampled on that desire after his friend's death? The children's playground had 2 slides, 3 swings, a labyrinth, as well as exercise equipment with monkey bars, a basketball court, and even a castle. Despite the chilly day, children occupied all 3 swings, with 2 women in their 40s nearby, and more children slid on the slides after each other and then climbed back again. Cormac. A female squeal pulled Paisley out of her thoughts. Glad to see you. A tall, plus-size woman rushed to Cormac and snatched him into a hug with an enviable familiarity. Dressed in jean overalls, she sported the brightest emerald green hair Paisley had ever seen. Well, this was the first time she'd seen anyone with green hair, but that wasn't the point. Likewise. He returned the hug. Jealousy flared. Not that she had any right to be jealous. She plastered her usual smile on her face. Liberty, please meet my friend Paisley. The title of friend should have pleased her, but she wanted to be more than friends with him now. Paisley, this is Liberty, a veterinarian from the neighboring ranch and my childhood friend. Childhood friend? Paisley could breathe easier now. Especially when she spotted a wedding ring on Liberty's ring finger. Happy to meet you. Liberty snatched Paisley into a hug just as enthusiastic as her hug for Cormac and Anne. Did she lift her off the ground? She certainly did. Then she placed Paisley back on her feet. Happy to meet you, too, Paisley squeaked when she could breathe again. Plus size or not, Liberty appeared comfortable in her skin and with the world around her. Exuberance and joy came off her in waves. Impossible not to like her. Paisley's smile became real. How would it feel to have a friend like Liberty? She seemed to be Paisley's kind of person, and not only because of her spectacular hair. After being bullied as a child, Paisley had withdrawn into an online world where she could be incognito. Nobody knew her identity there, and she could invent herself the way she liked it. Could be confident there and even charming. In real life, she'd learned to make conversation easily. But she hadn't allowed anyone close except for her foster sisters. Oops. She was supposed to be helping her foster sister and not looking for a new friend. Have you seen a German Shepherd? My friend let him off the leash in the dog area, and he took off. Madeline's pet might be the only thing keeping her from snapping. As well as from cutting herself. Again. Paisley cared for the dog, and she couldn't see her friend suffer either. They had to find Rusty. The bark from the castle jerked Paisley's head toward that area. Her heart just about stopped beating, then went full force again. Rusty, she screamed. The German Shepherd shot out from the castle and bolted toward her. She braced herself to be knocked down, but he stopped close to her, using his paws for brakes. Overwhelmed, she leaned to him, hugged him, and rubbed his short fur. He gave out a few barks. Then she got up and texted Madeline. Sit. She hurried to place her hand on his collar for good measure, even when he plopped his behind on the grass. The last thing she needed was to lose him again. Thank you, Lord. Looks like we found Rusty. Cormac smiled. Her heart shifted for a different reason. That smile was going to be her undoing. And she liked the sound of we way too much. Even if he'd meant we as friends. Liberty sent them a guilty look. Is he yours? I shouldn't have let him close to my niece, but I checked him. He looked healthy, taken care of, and friendly. The said niece left the castle and marched to them. Blue and green ribbons flowed in her dark hair. She wore emerald green overalls with a cat applique on the front, and her shoes and socks were different colors. One shoe was blue and one magenta, same with the socks, but she'd put the blue one with the magenta shoe. By the confident way she carried herself, she was used to expressing herself freely. Something shifted inside Paisley. She imagined her daughter might look like that. She shook her head. No time for her ticking biological clock to start ringing an alarm in her head. "Hello, Danica." Cormac lifted the girl in the air, his entire face lighting up. The girl burst into giggles. "We were gonna find the dog's owners. Promise. You did a great job keeping Rusty until we found him." He touched Danica's tiny nose. The girl beamed. "We got lots of strays adopted. But Auntie Liberty said this one wasn't a stray." Well. If the sight of Cormac with bulging muscles fascinated Paisley, the sight of him with a child stole her heart. After her last painful breakup, she'd become like a fortress when it came to romantic feelings. Based on how mushy she went inside just looking at him with a child, that fortress was waving all sorts of white flags now. She needed to return her heart where it belonged, so she averted her gaze from the image that touched her soft spot. "Put your shoes on, please." That could be a parent yelling at a child if the voice wasn't Brandon's. Chapter 17. Paisley turned in that direction, and her jaw dropped. Rusty. Madeline was running to them barefoot, her long chestnut-hued hair and ankle-length skirt flapping in the wind. Paisley didn't remember the last time she'd seen her friend barefoot. Or had seen her running for that matter. By the looks of it, Madeline discovered even she couldn't run fast enough in high heels. Rusty bolted toward his human, which would have sent Paisley on her stomach if Cormac hadn't steadied her. So much for holding on to that collar. "Stop. You're bleeding," Brandon yelled while carrying her shoes. Paisley winced, but Madeline kept going. Paisley's gut twisted at the gash on Madeline's forehead. Her feet might be bleeding, too. This was a sight to see, and moms stopped pushing their children on the swings. Liberty's eyes went wide, and so did Danica's, who demanded to be placed down, so Cormac did. Rusty reached Madeline first, and she dropped to her knees, hugging him, rubbing his back, and repeating his name again and again. She clipped him on the leash, then hugged him again, her hands trembling. Rusty whined his apology. He might have been distracted by a wild animal and then by Danica. Paisley imagined the girl had that effect on every living thing. Paisley gestured toward her foster sister. "This is Madeline, one of my friends," she might as well say it. She didn't hide where she'd come from, or at least, whatever she knew about it. "And my foster sister. Though usually she looks a bit saner and a lot more put together." Madeline didn't even look up, her face buried in her pet's fur. "Pleasure to meet Madeline. Whenever she's ready." Liberty tilted her head, every bit of her fearsome posture softening. "And don't worry. We all know what love for our animals is like." Paisley's insides warmed. Yes, she could see herself being friends with Liberty. She trusted Liberty would accept her for who she was and wouldn't look down on her. Her joy dissipated as she zoomed in on Madeline's feet. Brandon had been right. Her feet were bleeding. But where did the gash on the forehead come from? She ran into a branch. Brandon grunted as if he read Paisley's thoughts. "Arg. Is she single?" Mischief flashed in Danica's eyes. "Huh?" Paisley's eyebrows rose. Were the cats and children matchmakers in this town? She knew how Jessie had met her husband with Scratcher's help. Yes, she answered, though she didn't want to give Danica any ideas. She failed because the girl's eyes sparkled. Liberty looked from Madeline to Brandon and back. Probably not for long. Thankfully, all Brandon's attention was on Madeline, and he didn't seem to have heard Liberty. He touched Madeline's shoulder. "Come on. I'll take you to the ER. That gash needs cleaning and might require stitches. The wounds on your feet need to be cleaned and bandaged." "No." Her arms tightened around the German Shepherd. "I'm not letting him go. They won't allow dogs in the ER. You might be left with a scar on your face." Brandon said what he must consider a winning argument. But Madeline just shook her head and didn't move. Paisley gestured the small group aside. When they moved, she lowered her voice so Madeline wouldn't overhear her. While she had a pang of guilt over disclosing her friend's story, it was public knowledge if anyone cared to look for it, and therefore not a secret. Madeline's parents were murdered when she was a child. Her husband cheated on her and stole from her, then arranged her kidnapping and attempted murder to cover it up. Her grandparents died a long time ago. Her parents were the only children. Besides us foster sisters, that dog is everything she has left. She can't lose him. Tears filled Liberty's eyes. Wow. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. Brandon softened, but he was clearly fighting his compassion. Liberty placed her hands on her hips and marched back to Madeline. Look, I'm a veterinarian. Danica and I can take Rusty with us and follow you. We'll stay in the hospital's parking lot while you're treated. We can send you phone updates on your pet every 5 minutes if you want. You might need a tetanus shot. Cormac spoke as one might to a wounded animal, voice calm, tone reassuring. You ran with your feet bleeding over grass and soil. If you get an infection, you'll be of no use to Rusty. Paisley sent him a thankful glance. Yes, his impressive physique and brawn were attractive, but his kindness kept her returning to him. Kindness was addictive. Way too much. His reasoning seemed to get through to Madeline, and she lifted her head. No tears glistened in her eyes, and Paisley didn't expect them to. Nobody had ever seen Madeline cry. But those eyes were puffy. Huh. Brandon frowned as he swung crimson shoes in his hands. You shouldn't put your shoes on until your feet are bandaged. And even then, he waggled the delicate things as his voice trailed off. Oh. 1, 2, 3. He scooped her up, and Paisley hid a smile. Maybe Madeline had met her match, though she'd resist it with everything in her. Right now, Madeline seemed too drained to resist. Or maybe not. What are you doing? She squealed. Taking you to my car. He grunted again. Maybe those grunts were masking his kindness. Your car? Madeline's voice rose. I can drive myself. Brandon wisely didn't answer. I've got Rusty. Liberty picked up the leash. She must be great with animals indeed, because Rusty didn't growl at her. He did growl and bark at Brandon as he followed his human, but when Madeline ordered him to heel, the German shepherd quieted. We'll join you in the ER, Paisley called out after the retreating couple. Then she stumbled as she glanced at Cormac. I should have said I'll join her in the ER. I can't speak for you. I don't know what your plans are. His gaze leveled at her, drawing her close again. He reached for her hand, sending a jolt of awareness up her arm. You said the right thing. But as they hurried to his truck, she wasn't so sure we could exist for them. Even if she could now trust he wouldn't deliberately hurt her or look down on her. She'd escaped to Cowboy Crossing for her foster sibling. She'd stayed because what she'd been doing in Houston could become too dangerous. While she hadn't joined the others in her secret project in person lately, except for that one time in Houston, she provided plenty of support online. Was danger catching up with her anyway, this time because of her search for her parents? There couldn't be a future together for them, could there? Not with him leaving for the other side of the world soon. Not with her having secrets that could come haunting and hunting her later. The next day, Cormac helped his father as the latter was working on 2 tractors that required repairs. Dad couldn't do everything from the wheelchair, so Cormac turned the wrench here and there or replaced parts. The place smelled faintly of grease and gasoline, and black smudged his fingers. That he was the one his father had asked to assist had surprised Cormac. By now, 2 of his brothers had returned to their ranch from their aunt's place, and Brandon was feeling fine since the day Cormac returned from Houston, any trace of fever gone. Not to mention Brandon had way more experience repairing tractors than Cormac did. But at least, his father had returned to his favorite activity. Well, one of them, because he loved the horses, too. So why couldn't Cormac stop thinking about how Paisley's head drifted to his shoulder in the ER waiting room as they waited for the staff to treat Madeline? Why did tenderness still fill him at the thought? You seem to be miles away from here. His father's voice filtered through his thoughts. Why do you say that? Cormac tried to deflect, and he knew it. Something about me asking you to bring a different wrench twice and you not hearing me. Oh, sorry. He hurried to do as asked. He'd have to figure out how to stop letting Paisley distract him by the time he left. In his profession, distractions could be deadly. His father's eyes, the same hue as his, twinkled. It's about that woman, isn't it? Paisley? Cormac wouldn't lie to his father. Wouldn't lie, period. Yeah. I can't fight it, no matter how hard I try. His father quirked an eyebrow as he removed some part of the tractor. Why would you fight it? Because once my leave is over, I have to go back to the army base in Germany. His father's hand with the wrench froze in the air. So? There are plenty of military families. You know what happened to Stephen. Besides, I can be called into a conflict zone at any time. Paisley was abandoned several times in her life. I wouldn't want to do that to her. But you'd do that to us? Ouch. Cormac fumbled, almost dropping a wrench to the cement floor. This was what it all was about. It wasn't about bonding and spending time together. He was still the least favorite son who needed to be chastised into submission. He ground his teeth, then forced himself to relax his facial features. Serving my country is my calling. Yours or your friends? Have you ever considered you might be reaching for a dream that isn't yours? He flinched. Granted, growing up, Stephen had been much more passionate about joining the army than Cormac ever was. Not just to serve his country, but to travel the world and to get out of the home where Stephen's family seemed to care little about him. Cormac's dedication had grown exponentially after Stephen's death, as if he needed to compensate for the things Stephen could have done. Cormac had been on leave when Stephen had volunteered for that dangerous mission, desperate and heartbroken. But that couldn't be the only reason. Or the main reason, for that matter. Cormac turned to leave the garage, but he couldn't. Not when his father needed help. We've been over it. The military is my life just like this ranch is yours. You'd make a great cowboy. Despite the praise, Cormac planted his feet apart in a stubborn standoff. I already make a great soldier. And that was all there was to it, wasn't it? I realize you were against my decision. But it's my decision. I just didn't want your mother to suffer. His father went quiet. The realization hit Cormac like a kick from a horse. If something happened to me? There's a chance of something happening to me here, as well. A much smaller one. My brother is a cop. Not the safest profession out there, either. Not his best moment, but the words already rushed free. But it all proved a long-term relationship with Paisley wasn't a good idea. He didn't want her to worry if or when he was sent into a conflict zone. It was bad enough that his mother had to. Emptiness grew again behind his sternum. What would it take for his father to be proud of him like he was proud of his other sons, with one exception? Dad could skillfully repair a tractor, but he couldn't help repair their relationship. A weight pressed on Cormac's shoulders as if he tried to lift a tractor. His father's features softened. Well, for what it's worth, it's good to have you here for however long you're going to stay. He paused. Though you shouldn't be here. Cormac's stomach clenched. Was his father kicking him out? What? You should be with your girl. We're meeting for a picnic as soon as you and I are done here with the tractors. Pleasant tingles prickled through him. Even if it might be more of a business meeting, since he wanted to make sure she was safe and discuss the progress in their search. Then it registered. Wait a minute. She's not my girl. His father shook his head. She should be. Chapter 18. Paisley lifted her face to the sun and world, joy swelling her heart. The previous time she'd been in this park, worry about Madeline and her missing German shepherd had tightened her gut. Now excitement bubbled to the surface as Cormac placed a gigantic basket on the grass and spread a blanket. Kneeling, he grinned up at her. I chose a place far from the children's playground and the pets' running space. Good idea. She didn't want a basketball to strike her face or smash plates. Or a dog to bolt at them. She inhaled the aroma of early spring wildflowers mixed with the faint scent of bread. Then she knelt on the blanket and started taking out the goodies. She didn't cook any of them. While Paisley had taken her friend's cleaning duty, Madeline came through once again with dessert, cherry cheesecake, and the rest Cormac and his mother made. Birds chirped in the trees, and crickets played on invisible violins in the grass nearby. In the distance, the pond sparkled, and the duck's faint squawking added to nature's soothing chorus. Cormac had probably suggested this picnic because he didn't want her to be by herself, and he'd canvassed the area before choosing the spot. But the scene was so peaceful, nearly idyllic, that she wanted to forget everything else and imagine they were on a date. Her heart warmed, and not entirely from the sunshine that was generous for a day this season, though she suspected naturally it wasn't super warm here. It was her first spring in the show-me state, and it was beautiful. As mesmerizing as the man now side by side with her. A date. A girl could dream, right? Something she hadn't allowed herself to do since her last romantic disaster. If she believed in God, she'd give thanks to him for the amazing beauty around her and the great man beside her. Their hands met when they reached for the chicken salad container at the same time. They kept doing that. But this time, she wasn't startled. She enjoyed it. A pleasant jolt shot up her arm. She didn't remove her hand, but rather, allowed her fingers to linger on his. Yearning filled her lungs together with the scent of wildflowers and his intoxicating cologne. Awareness darkened his eyes. Anticipation spread through her blood, heating it faster than the early spring sun. Drawn by an invisible force, she shifted toward him. Her mind told her to stop, but she couldn't. She'd never beg for a kiss, but she didn't have it in her to refuse one either. His gaze became heated, and he angled his large muscular body toward her. Her pulse kicked up a notch, and she closed her eyes. Her heart stammered in her chest, a butterfly under glass desperate to get out and spread its wings. Something rustled in the leaves nearby. Her eyes flung open. He shot to his feet, his hand on his holster, though he didn't withdraw his weapon yet, and crouched looking toward the tree. What did he expect to see? A sniper? Cold traveled down her spine. Maybe he did. And maybe going to a picnic wasn't a wise idea. Especially with her history of bringing danger to people close to her when she'd been just a baby. Don't worry. It's just a squirrel, he called out from near the tree. True to his word, a little brownish-red animal with a bushy tail jumped from one tree to another. That was an eastern fox squirrel. We also have eastern gray squirrels. Oh, and southern flying squirrels. But those are nocturnal, and we don't see them often. Thanks for the biology lesson. Disappointment at the missed kiss surged through her. Right now, she didn't care much for squirrels, flying or otherwise. Maybe she should have borrowed the German shepherd to stand guard and keep squirrels, and distractions from kisses, away. Though normally she loved squirrels and found them adorable. But, if she felt this much disappointment when he was still here, how could she endure the hurt when he returned to his army base in Germany? She resumed taking out food containers, but this time, she made sure her fingers didn't touch his. No matter how much effort it cost her. Concern flashed in his eyes. You shouldn't be out here in the open. I should have thought about that. Oh, for crying out loud. If you're worrying so much, why don't we grab a few sandwiches and take them up in a tree? She didn't know the names of the trees in the show-me state, but he'd likely enlighten her soon. What mattered to her was a few of those trees looked sturdy enough to support her weight and even his bulkier, muscled mass. Should give us a better sight of the pond, too. We can enjoy the view. He stared at her. You can climb trees? She winced from the memory of the first time she'd climbed out a window on the second floor and onto a tree limb, her little body shaking from cold and fear. Then her threadbare sweater offered no defense against the night dampness, but her broken lip and bruised shoulder spurred her on. Her foster parents were okay, a quiet, unassuming couple, but the older foster sisters, if one could call them sisters, had ganged up on Paisley. The tree limb had supported her insignificant weight, and she crawled on her stomach further, despite the rough bark scratching her bare ankles. She wasn't sticking around to get a broken arm or leg like Cameron had promised if she didn't do everything they said. Paisley had trembled, but persevered. "You aren't going anywhere." The shrill voice of an older girl with mean eyes made Paisley flinch and release her hold on the branch. Before she could realize what was happening, she flew to the ground, and her body shook from the impact. An acute pain exploded in the leg she'd landed on. It hurt so bad. So much for not getting a broken limb. She'd learned to climb much better after that. Now she tipped her chin and met Cormac's surprised gaze. "I sure can." He made sure everything was airtight and no insects, or curious squirrels, could get in the containers while they were away. She placed chicken salad sandwiches and ham with salami on rye bread sandwiches in her purse, and they walked to the nearest tree that not only looked sturdy but also offered its low-hanging branches as if inviting them up. She was no gymnast, and climbing was much easier when she was a child or a teenager. How was she going to get there? His large hands encircled her waist, and her breath hitched when he lifted her. She found herself on the lowest branch. Okay. Never mind. She crawled a little higher, then onto a higher branch again, making her way through fresh, vibrant spring foliage that smelled so good. Then she settled close to the rough trunk and enjoyed the view, though not exactly of the pond. He swung on the thickest lower branch, his biceps bulging, and lifted himself to the said branch without visible effort. Oh wow. When he joined her, she was shamelessly salivating and told herself to stop. She took a deep breath filled with the scent of foliage to calm her racing heart and reached into her purse. She handed him a sandwich, then listened to him say grace. As he asked God to protect her, her heart squeezed. If God was kind, why would he bring a great guy like Cormac into her life only to make him off limits? Her hunger diminished, but she bit into the chicken salad with lots of tomatoes on Irish brown bread nevertheless. I grew up on a ranch, so we naturally spend lots of time outdoors. He chomped a bite of his ham and salami sandwich, a few crumbs from the thick bread settling on his shirt before the wind whisked them away, likely to be found by squirrels or birds. Hence lots of horse riding, fishing, working in the fields, and yes, climbing trees. How'd a city girl like you learn this? She'd go with a safer part from her teenage years. I was the smallest of us foster girls, so less chances of me breaking branches. If there was a stray kitten stuck in the tree or a neighbor's cat or our kite for that matter, I was the one climbing after someone boosted me up. A few times I chased butterflies there. She sighed. And a couple of times I did that to impress my dates. He chuckled as he practically inhaled his sandwich. You have a mischievous side to you, huh? He had no idea. Then she frowned. Not that it did me any good. Most of those guys in high school only asked me out to get closer to gorgeous Madeline. I had to break any relationships before they started. His eyes darkened. Those guys were idiots if they couldn't see how amazing you are. Zing. She savored the word the way she savored the chicken salad sandwich, although the praise tasted better. She waved his words away with the hand holding said sandwich, and a tomato slice dropped to splat on the ground. It's in the past. And thank you. She was right about the better view of the pond. Maybe because of the sunny day, or because of the reawakening spring nature, the place felt magical. Or maybe because of Cormac. He was so close their shoulders bumped. South close she could touch his hand and sense the warmth of his body. South close he could touch her heart, although, really, he already had. And yet so unreachable. After not one, but 4 people who'd wanted to adopt her or had adopted her ended up dead, few people wanted to risk it, even if there'd been a line to adopt healthy toddlers. Since she'd realized she wasn't going to be adopted, wasn't going to have a mom and dad like other children, she'd learned to stop wishing for things she couldn't have. It hurt much less that way. Apparently, she hadn't learned well enough, because she longed for things she couldn't have once again. For a future with Cormac. Is it okay to talk about the search for your birth parents? Of course. She ignored a sting. She'd been so busy with her secret project online lately, discreetly, that she hadn't done much on her quest, besides calling Ms. Whitlock and asking more questions about Charles Whitlock. That Cormac had, well, pleased her. Did you know Charles Whitlock was adopted? She didn't, though she should have. She finished her sandwich and stuffed the wrappers in her purse to dispose of later. No. His adoptive mother's ancestors are from Scotland. She used to be a biology teacher. She was an avid entomologist. Paisley stilled, and her fingers tightened around a rough branch. A person who studies insects? Could this be connected to the butterfly pendant? I don't know. But it might be a start. There seemed to be some connection. She didn't know what butterflies signified to her or why she was so fond of them. Transformation? Beauty? New beginnings? What did they mean to her mother, or was the necklace a trifle she'd chosen without a second thought? That family seemed to like biology. The sister was fond of flowers and anatomy, the brother of anatomy, and the mother of entomology. Of course, all that might have no connection to Paisley whatsoever. Then she stilled. You said Dr. Whitlock's adoptive parents are from Scotland, right? Do you know if they are from Paisley? His brows knitted in confusion. Paisley? A town in Scotland. No, they were from Glasgow. She deflated a bit. But then, Glasgow probably wouldn't make a great name for a girl. If her birth mother had left a note with a name for Paisley, that name must have meant something. Like a connection to the man she loved. Or was she imagining things? They needed to return to something concrete. Like who had a motive to kill Charles Whitlock if his accident wasn't truly an accident. She'd talked to the hospital staff from his time again, and everyone had a great opinion of him. She couldn't even find disgruntled patients. Which circled back to the family. Oh, I managed to confirm Ms. Whitlock's alibi. She spent the entire day at the hospital when her brother died. He didn't visit her, Paisley said. Family was always the first suspect, and she was relieved Ms. Whitlock didn't seem to be guilty. The woman seemed like a kind Aunt Paisley never had. An interesting tidbit. According to Dr. Whitlock's lawyer, he was going to change his will and made an appointment, but he didn't get a chance to follow through. Half his estate went to charities, the other half to his sister. Which made her double glad Ms. Whitlock had an alibi. So the motive must be something other than financial gain. His eyes widened. People gave you this information over the phone? I can be persuasive. And, resourceful. His gaze turned pensive. You certainly can be. For some time, they sat with only the sounds of nature around them. Despite the possible futility of her quest, she felt peaceful. More peaceful than she could ever remember. How was it possible he could make her heart race while soothing it with this much calm? She could grow to love this place in the show-me state. Whenever she'd ventured into Cowboy Crossing, people greeted her, despite her being a newcomer. The town had the best peach ice cream she'd ever tried, and ice cream was important. Several people, including Cormac's mother, had shown up at the lodge's gate with casseroles when Paisley and her foster sisters had first moved in. What's not to love about a welcoming community? She could grow to love Cormac, grow to? No, she was halfway there already. Where would that leave her when he, left? The thought tasted bittersweet, so she reached for the box of chocolate strawberries she'd tucked in her purse from the basket and munched on one to coat the thought with sweetness. The Finches had considered ice cream and chocolate a luxury and unimportant for their foster children. But Paisley believed chocolate was important too. Life was too short not to enjoy ice cream, chocolate, and the company of a great man, though not necessarily in that order. She handed him a few strawberries. "Thank you for bringing them. I made them." Well, there was something extremely unfair that a great guy who cared to make chocolate strawberries had to leave soon and closed himself off to romance. It was as if someone dangled a chocolate strawberry in front of her face and snatched it away, though in a much crueler way and on a bigger scale. Later, he helped her climb down despite her protests. Okay, she didn't protest that much and secretly loved his arms around her. Sitting on the blanket, they munched on the rest of the yummy food, including chicken salad, crackers, cut cold watermelon and pineapple, and an assortment of cheeses, while he stood watch, or sat watch in this case. Then they packed up and walked to the parking lot. She barely stepped out onto the pavement from the grass when a motor's growl reached her ears. She tensed. But really, nothing was unusual about that. The park was a public place, after all. But it sounded like a motorcycle. It looked like it was getting here fast. Way too fast. Oh no. Chapter 19. Paisley. Cormac dropped the picnic basket with a thump and tackled her to the ground before she could react on her own. Pinned under his weight, she froze as the motorcycle whizzed by in a blur through where she'd just been standing. Fumes tickled her nostrils. Anger warred with her fear. She needed the anger to win. She needed the energy instead of going numb or terrified. "Please move." He rolled off her, and she leaped to her feet and reached into her purse. She took a shooter's stance as she planted her feet far apart, gripped her gun with both hands, and aimed, her hands surprisingly steady. With no other people here, this was her chance. Or not. The motorcycle disappeared behind the bend in the road before she could fire a single bullet. Giving chase on foot was senseless. And even in a car. The perp had too much time on them already. Those chocolate strawberries soured in her tummy. "I guess that answers the question if you're okay." He placed his hand on her shoulder. It steadied her and reduced the anger to a simmer. Furious and a bit shaken up, but okay. She smiled ruefully and tucked her small gun back into her purse. Then she reloaded the containers into the picnic basket he'd discarded to protect her. "I see another trip to the police station in my near future. Too bad I still have zero more information to give them." "You didn't notice the license plate, did you?" As she swiped at the grass stains their tumble left on her jeans, he picked up the picnic basket. "I was more concentrated on keeping you safe." Oh. Of course, he was. And she showed no appreciation for that. Right. And thank you. She probably wouldn't be standing here if not for him. She shuddered. But she couldn't dwell on it. Neither could she stop her search. What was it in the mystery of her birth that people didn't want her to discover? He glanced sidelong at her purse. "If you insist on gunslinging, how about I take you to a place on the ranch where my dad taught me how to shoot? I'd be glad to give you some pointers." Those must have been the times when their father-son relationship was still perfect. She hid a smile. He was going to give her some pointers on how to shoot, huh? This was going to be fun. "I'm in." Cormac's jaw dropped. This can't be for real. He'd expected Paisley to know how to shoot, but he didn't expect her to do it this well. She removed her earmuffs. "Something horrible happened to one of my foster sisters when she was 19. A nightmare for every woman. I can't say more." "You don't have to." Hurt flashed in her eyes. Since then Jessie, who'd already decided to go into law enforcement, insisted that all 5 of us foster sisters learn self-defense. So it doesn't happen to any of us again. She didn't feel it was enough though, especially considering that, with my pitiful muscle mass, I wasn't great at self-defense. As soon as we reached 21, we attended firearms lessons at a range. Jessie thought that, even if we didn't want to use weapons, we still needed to know how to use them. She ran a finger along the checkered grip of her chosen weapon, frowning at the little thing. Genevieve, our foster sibling who suffered from the assault and, worse, was averse to guns. Madeline preferred knives. Jessie is comfortable with guns because they're essential in law enforcement. He studied her, seeing her in a new light. People misunderstood and underestimated her. He was one of those people in the beginning. She wasn't someone vulnerable or weak who constantly needed protecting. She was a strong-willed woman who stood with both feet on the ground, sometimes in a shooter stance. Let me guess. You were the marksman from your group? Her lips curved up a little. Not at all. Jessie had a lot of practice and was good. He raised an eyebrow. But not the best? The best was our fifth foster sibling. She came to our foster home when we were already teenagers. I think she tried to spare Jessie's pride. Once Jessie left, Ariana stayed to practice at the range. I did, too. I believe if she continued to practice, she could have drawn a smiley face eventually. He whistled. But he'd seen how some women outperformed men when it came to hitting targets in the military. He didn't know why they kept calling it marksmanship when there clearly should be a term markswoman as well. Madeline did well, too. She's excellent at everything she tries. Her sunny hazel eyes gleamed even as huskiness deepened her voice. She added in a lower tone, except for one thing. What's that? He planted his feet apart, but he didn't put the earmuffs on yet, curious about the answer. Being happy. Paisley raised her head and shaded her eyes, looking to the horizon where rolling green fields met the welcoming sky. Maybe seeing Madeline's example was partly why Paisley tried extra hard to be cheerful and outwardly happy. He fired several rounds. His male pride survived because he did better than she had, but not by much. Though considering how much practice and experience he had compared to hers, maybe his pride should be hurt somewhat. Instead, he chose to be proud of her skills, despite wishing she lived in a world where she wouldn't need such skills. One of the reasons he'd gone into the military and his brother had become a cop was to keep other people safe. His magazine empty, he reloaded. A part of him regretted that she'd turned out to be such an excellent student, well, one who frankly didn't need his lessons at all. He'd enjoyed having his arms around her and guiding her. A pleasant wave rushed through him from the proximity. He kept their surroundings in his peripheral vision, but he doubted an assault would occur while they both had weapons in their hands. Yet it was best to get back to a safer place. Someone had tried to run Paisley over twice, and it set his teeth on edge. He lingered as he took in the beautiful fields on their property's so-called back 40, away from any buildings or animals. This was a special place for him. Here, he'd felt the bond with his father like never before. And never again. This place means a lot to you, she whispered. The wind whipped her magnificent hair around her face. It does. My dad brought me here to teach me to shoot. He brought my brothers here, too, but he spent the most time with me. Cormac reached out to move the colorful strands aside, cherishing the silky feel of her hair and the glow of her hazel eyes as they widened when the back of his hand brushed her cheek. The urge to kiss her, to feel her close, nearly overwhelmed him. These out-of-control feelings were new to him, frightening and exhilarating. Despite our target practice, it's so quiet here. It's like it's a different world. You know, where there's only us. With the bright blue sky and endless fields, it's beautiful here, she whispered as she moved toward him. You are beautiful. The words escaped before he could stop them. But why would he stop them? It was truth. You really think so? Her lips parted, and she rose on tiptoes. I have no doubt. The attraction between them swirled like a morning mist, and he couldn't suppress a groan. He thirsted for her as if he was crawling in a desert and she was the last drop of water. Drawing away from her and her radiant sunshine eyes and peachy scent took considerable effort. Considering recent events, he couldn't allow himself to be distracted while guarding her. Especially out in the open like this. He shouldn't be attracted to her at all. While every cell in his body begged him to kiss her, he summoned the willpower to overrule them. Disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she recovered too fast. It's best to head back. Yes. But he didn't want to let her go. Even for a minute. How was he going to let her go when his leave was up? Because he didn't know what was brewing between them, but he knew he didn't want it to be over. Ever. The days passed faster than Paisley wanted them to. She'd never before wanted time to slow down, but she did now. Because each passing day brought Cormac's departure closer. She'd done her best to enjoy her time with him while he was still on leave, and she did. They were meeting up often, though they agreed not to have any expectations. He'd rented a boat and taken her for a lovely trip on the lake, and they'd visited several excellent restaurants in Springfield. But she'd felt his caution for her when out in the open. So she'd often suggested staying inside. She was happy to play video games with him. She was in the lead as of yesterday and intended to stay that way, or to curl up to him with popcorn while watching a western on the couch. Being a welcome guest at his ranch floored her. His father was thawing out and even showed her and Cormac some tractor mechanics. His mother was beaming every time she saw Paisley and shared family recipes with her. Now Paisley provided more than emotional support while helping Cormac cook giant meals. Sure, the mechanic lessons went way better than the cooking ones, but she considered any meal she didn't burn or cause a stomachache a success. And she savored a feast for all her senses every time she watched Cormac cook, then smelled the food, and tasted it later. She was having such a great time in the kitchen with him lately that she wondered where her aversion to cooking came from. Could she blame it on the fact that she and her foster sisters had to slave in the Finch's restaurant for years? She'd associated cooking with forced labor. After all, if she could cook, she would have had to do that duty plus dishwashing and waitressing. But then, Genevieve and Madeline were excellent cooks while growing up in the same conditions, so there was that. Brandon was still a grouch, but Paisley didn't take it personally. All in all, Cormac's family accepted her as their own, and she'd miss that when he left. She'd seen so little affection outside of their self-made sisterhood that she'd never take it for granted. Neither would she take her girls for granted. Now she studied Ariana over the top of her funky pink mug in the dining room. You didn't have to drop everything and come to stay with me. Madeline waved both hands up in the air. And once again, what am I, chopped liver? Though I don't know why people have that expression. I've seen liver in dead bodies, and I've seen chopped up dead bodies. Thank you for that lovely image over breakfast, Ariana interrupted, her green eyes smiling. She was often so serious, so intense, that only her eyes smiled. Ariana reached for a croissant and buttered it. Everything is quiet at the mansion, and frankly, I'm bored. Maybe what we thought was murder at first was truly an accident. So I took a mini vacation to check on a friend who had not one, but two threats against her. And who didn't tell me anything. An accusatory edge sharpened her voice. Paisley shrugged. They are just threats. And someone, she glared at Madeline, didn't need to tell you about the threats. Madeline held her gaze. She wasn't a person to back down. Oh yes, I did need to tell her. Though you have a personal bodyguard now, he can't protect you 24/7. Oh. Ariana took a sip of her passion fruit tea, the aroma spreading in the air. Paisley, tell me all about this new guy in your life I haven't met yet. Which is a shame. That new guy will be out of my life soon, Paisley grumbled. And that was a shame. By the way, he is great brothers. All except the one married to our sister are single. Which is a shame, too. A sip of her peppermint tea reminded her of her time with Cormac. She coughed when she realized what she'd said. The fact they are still single is a shame. The fact that Jesse married one of them is awesome. Ariana wiggled a finger at Paisley and bit into her croissant. Don't change the topic. Tell me about Cormac. Paisley reached for a cherry Danish. It's complicated. First, he thought Madeline was me. Or that I was Madeline. Ariana snorted. I can see the complicated part. But tell me from the beginning. So Paisley did. Despite her grumbling, having Ariana here, knowing she'd dropped everything and traveled to the lodge, pleased Paisley. All things seemed to be fine at the Wyatt mansion, where a wealthy and powerful family could be a threat to Genevieve. Before going undercover as a maid at the mansion, Ariana had helped with Paisley's project, traveling through the United States and staying at Paisley's apartment from time to time. The rest of the time, she'd traveled the world. Genevieve would be here, as well, but the girls had talked her out of it for now. Besides, Genevieve had never embraced the necessity of guns and defensive techniques. On the contrary, Ariana was comfortable with weapons and had taken a lot of fighting lessons. A bit too comfortable, Paisley feared. But after everything Ariana had gone through in her childhood and teen years before joining the Finches, and Paisley knew only a small part of it, it was no wonder Ariana wanted to defend herself. While the girls discussed Cormac, Madeline had a great opinion of him, and Ariana was cautious. Paisley studied Ariana, alarmed by the skin pinching around her mouth, the fatigue pulling down her eyes. Paisley's fingers tightened around the mug's handle, and a sudden lump in her throat dampened her usually voracious appetite. She worried about both Madeline and Ariana and had no clue how to help them. At least, Madeline stayed nearby, relatively safe. Ariana never did. Of all her foster sisters, Paisley understood Ariana the least. Not only because she'd spent the least time with them. Ariana was fluid, maybe? Paisley didn't know another word for it. Though seeming relaxed with them on the outside, Ariana would make a great actress. She could change her appearance easily, from a woman in high society to a guy with a mustache and bulky clothes. She spoke several languages, useful in her travels, and could switch accents on and off easily. Often, she was even more difficult to read than Madeline. While Ariana was the most intense and focused person Paisley had ever met, she hid it well while in public. Paisley imagined that, on her tasks, Ariana had only portrayed the emotions she wanted people to see. Ariana was also the most damaged person Paisley had ever met, which was saying something considering what their small group had gone through. But one would never suspect that just by looking at her. If Paisley didn't know her foster sister well as possible, she'd worry Ariana might become a criminal for hire. Paisley had even tried to nudge her toward working as an undercover cop. Ariana had the intensity, the patience, the shooting skills, and the ability to disappear. Ariana became neither a criminal or a cop. But she remained as loyal to their self-made family as the rest of them, and she'd proved it many times. "I'm so grateful to have you in my life." Paisley reached across the table to grasp Ariana's hands, then Madeline's, meaning it. "All of you." "Ditto." Grasping her hands, Madeline and Ariana lifted their cups with tea in a toast to the two women who weren't at the table. Ariana's lips widened, which was rare. "Well, your guy sounds wonderful, so what are you still doing with us here?" Madeline laughed, another rare occurrence. "Good question." Drinking tea?" Paisley did just that. "We're worried about you." Ariana studied her. "You're going back to Houston soon, aren't you?" How did her foster sisters know what she was going to do before she knew it herself? "I'd like to." Would Cormac go with her? His father seemed to be doing better, and most of his brothers were back on the ranch. Madeline's eyes narrowed. "You're not going to." Paisley shook her head as she devoured the pastry. "No. No work on the secret project. Only the search for my birth parents." "Do you want me to go with you?" the girls asked in unison. No, while Paisley was grateful they asked, she preferred to have Ariana return to the Wyatt mansion, just to be on the safe side. She didn't think any trouble would be brewing for Genevieve, but it would be safer to be aware of any threats in advance. So far, there'd been no suggestion that anyone from the family knew about Genevieve's daughter, Gold. Seemed the family patriarch, now dead, hadn't mentioned that he'd assaulted a young, pretty maid and fathered a child as a result. Keeping the girl's existence unknown, Genevieve and the rest of their foster sisters had raised Gold the best they could, keeping her as far away from her ruthless father as possible. And they'd done all they could to ensure his family didn't know about another heir. Love of money could make people dangerous, and there'd been too many suspicious deaths in that family already. Paisley flattened her hands on the table. "We need you back at the mansion," keeping an eye on what's happening there. Only on condition that Cormac will be going to Houston with you. Ariana leaned forward. I hope so, Paisley confessed. Ariana nodded. Jessie said she trusted him because her husband trusts his brother. So I'll trust Cormac. For now. But I'll use my mini vacation in Houston, as well. That way, I'll be close if you need me. I also want to check the guy you call your main competitor. He did try to steal one of your projects before. While these threats don't sound like his MO, it doesn't hurt to make sure. And I'll contact the people I know to make sure your identity in the secret project wasn't discovered. Some of them are rather skittish, so it's best to do it in person. Madeline groaned. Why does everyone forget about me these days? Have I become invisible? I want to help, too. A mysterious smile widened Ariana's lips. You're welcome to help. You can watch the cameras in the mansion and alert us if there's any suspicious activity. Paisley's eyes narrowed. Cameras? Are you sure it was safe to install them? Ariana shrugged. Even if they are discovered, I doubt they'll be tracked down to me. And we want to keep gold safe, don't we? But we also want to keep you safe, and I can't be in two places at the same time. Thank you. Grateful tears prickled behind Paisley's eyes. What would she do without her girls? Chapter 20. Once in Houston, they took off in the rental car. It's time to get your butterfly pendant back. Cormac's blood still boiled over people bullying her and taking away her things, especially that one precious thing she had from the parents she'd never met. It wasn't just about clues. It was about justice. Better late than never. You deserve to have what matters to you. Her gaze lingered on him as he pulled into traffic. What matters to me is right in front of me. What did she just say? Did she mean him? She shook her head as if regretting the words already. Never mind. Then she brightened. Years ago, I decided to let it go. But to think about it, I do want the pendant back. I only remember the first name of the girl who took it. Thankfully, it's a rather unusual one, so I've only found 2 people her age in Houston or in towns nearby who have it. One of them has died. That leaves one in a town about an hour from Houston. So she'd thought about that, too. Good. He checked the rearview mirror to make sure they didn't have a tail. So far, they didn't. He glanced at her before returning his attention to the road. He liked her determined expression. She continued. Of course, she might have moved, maybe even several times, so maybe none of these people are my personal bully. Or maybe another, even stronger girl took the pendant and chained from her. But we won't know until we try. Right. His stomach grumbled, and she might be hungry, too. Would you like to get some food until we know where we're going? Good idea. Is this one okay? He mentioned one of the restaurants ahead. Sounds good. He pulled up to the nearest exit and went through a restaurant drive-thru. What would you like? It didn't surprise him when she requested coffee with 2 creamers and a BLT with extra tomatoes. He went for a hamburger with 2 patties. Then he parked in the parking lot and said grace. She retrieved her phone while blissfully munching on her sandwich. Yummy. Okay, I'll check their social media. With so many years passing, recognizing her won't be easy. She scrolled through photos while making the BLT disappear rapidly. Then her eyes narrowed. I think that's her. Can't be sure, of course. But Cameron had a birthmark on her chin and tiny earlobes. This woman does, too. That's a good observation. As he savored his hamburger, it hit the spot. From her, he'd learned to enjoy his food. Social media doesn't have much on her. Just her interrelationship status and a few cityscape photos, but I can't see much else. Her account is set to private. Her nose wrinkled in that adorable way. But then, he pretty much found everything about her adorable. Not that I believe she still has that pendant. She probably discarded it a long time ago. It didn't have diamonds or any precious stones. To others, it was just a trinket. But to me, it was a legacy. Whatever little legacy she had. We can dig up more if we dedicate some time. He liked to know what he was walking into. A bully could grow up into an unsavory person with unsavory connections. While he was okay with a confrontation, he didn't want Paisley to deal with it. She hesitated, then shook her head. Let's just do it. On the other hand, he couldn't and wouldn't stop her from doing what she thought was right for her. Okay. Give me her last name and town, and I'll find her address. Creepy how easily people's personal information was accessible via the internet, especially if one knew where to look. He'd made sure to keep his and his family's personal information sanitized as much as possible. After a few clicks, he had the address, and he turned the key in the ignition, grateful he'd be there to protect her if the bully had grown up into an even more dangerous adult. Having Paisley relive a painful part of her childhood was bad enough. His rib cage constricted as he moved onto the highway. Paisley could have grown up to be another statistic. Instead, she ran a successful business and brought great support to her foster sisters. And sunshine to his soul. Whoa. He'd never waxed poetic before meeting her. Thankfully, she returned to her usual upbeat chattiness during the drive. The topic switched to several software programs she'd designed, and her brilliance astonished him all over again. The contrast of that mind and her fun appearance wasn't lost on him. Was it done on purpose? Then she went quiet. He glanced in her direction. She was lost in researching something on her phone. He returned his attention to the road. Usually, he didn't mind silence. But he missed her perky voice already, so he pushed the radio button. What kind of music do you like? Oh, I'm not picky. Pop, jazz, country. Oh, that sounds good. Moments later, she was belting out a country song. He suppressed a chuckle. She seemed tone-deaf, but it didn't stop her from enjoying the song to the fullest. He wasn't a talented singer by any means, so during those few family night camps near the fire, he'd spared his brothers and dad from bleeding eardrums, spared the horses from a fright, for that matter. Now he joined in, though not as loudly as she did. She relished what life had to offer. Too concentrated on his responsibilities, he didn't remember the last time he'd enjoyed himself this much. People didn't exactly join the military for entertainment. He suppressed a shiver about the many times Paisley could have died as a child. She hadn't realized it at the time, but she knew it now. He couldn't imagine her not existing. Only weeks after meeting her, he had difficulty imagining his life without her. Hold on. No thinking like that. His life belonged to the army. He needed to remember that. Belting out to another song together helped him cheer up. With her so unabashedly herself, he couldn't help loosening up. He passed a car and moved to his lane again. Leaving Houston took forever, but now traffic eased up. His family loved her already. His dad was much kinder to Cormac since her visit. His mother kept asking when he'd bring Paisley again. Even Scratcher, if he could speak, probably would say he missed her. Oh. Cormac was getting ahead of himself. Especially considering his leave would be over soon enough. And that she was a non-believer and he wanted a wife who shared his faith. His fingers tightened over the steering wheel. He didn't want it to be over. None of this. When the song ended, she lowered the volume. I looked up some of Cameron's history. She was married once, but she went back to her maiden name afterward. No children. She moved to this town after her divorce. A fresh start, maybe. She's waitressing at a diner. Same as she did in Houston. No college degree. No smugness lingered in her tone. He didn't expect it to, though other people might be glad their bully did so much worse in life than they did. Paisley had a bachelor's and could have gotten her master's and PhD if she wanted to. She had her own business. She hadn't bragged, but he sensed that her business was doing well. The lodge belonged to her free and clear, and Jessie had let slip that she'd done costly renovations. Pride for her swelled his chest. And a little less resentment against her bully. She called the restaurant and asked whether Cameron was working today. When she hung up, she announced she called in sick today. A bit more information than the restaurant worker should have provided to a stranger on the phone. But as I'm that stranger, I'm not complaining. Neither was he. As he entered the town and followed the GPS directions to Cameron's current address, his eyes narrowed. He'd traveled around the world to army bases, but he hadn't traveled across the US on his own much. While Cowboy Crossing wasn't a rich town, people helped each other, so one rarely saw an unkempt lawn, overgrown trees, or leaning fences. So the area was a bit of a surprise. Takeout boxes and bags littered untended lawns, and gaps in the fences allowed strays, or at least unleashed pets, to enter backyards freely. He glimpsed rotting debris and dirty clothes there. Trees were in bad need of trimming. Paint peeled off houses, leaving gaps in a different color like open wounds. Discarded beer bottles, a couple of them broken, set his teeth on edge. People could get hurt, especially children. He didn't hear children's voices though. At school? Hopefully. This didn't look like a safe place for them to play. Probably wasn't a safe place, period. Especially after dark. He thanked God he was here with Paisley. And they'd arrived during the daytime. Wow. I feel bad for Cameron, Paisley whispered. Well, not bad enough not to ask for my pendant back. She pointed to a dilapidated house ahead. That's it. Scraggly cats scurried away. If his mother were here, she'd pick them up and take them home like she had Scratcher. His senses on alert, Cormac went up the porch first. If any of the boards on the porch were rotten, he didn't want her to fall through them or stumble. The boards squeaked pitifully but supported his weight. Considering she most likely weighed half of what he did, they should support hers. This time, he didn't ask her to flank the front door. She did it on her own. She was learning fast. With how the doorbell was hanging out of its socket on white wires, it wouldn't work, so he knocked. It was difficult to say what color the weathered door was beneath all those scratches, stains, and paint layers. Brownish gray? Nobody answered, but he distinguished sounds from inside. He knocked again, louder this time. We're not going to leave until you open up. This wasn't a place where people called the police. What do you want? A resigned female voice filtered through the door. Cameron? It's Paisley. We were in a foster home once together. Heavy breathing filled the long pause. Then, go away. Paisley exchanged a glance with him. I will after you return my pendant. The door opened a slit. Body odor reached him along with the stench of cigarettes and stale beer. I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta go. It's a butterfly pendant. You took it from me when we were little. I'll leave if you return it to me. A mop of dirty brown hair fell over a blackened eye, and his gut tightened as he sucked in a sharp breath. He doubted she'd received that black eye by falling. It didn't matter that this woman had been a cruel child. She didn't deserve to be treated like this. I don't have it anymore. Another girl took it away from me. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You gotta go. Please. He doesn't like anyone visiting me. Paisley's features softened. She reached into her purse, then gave Cameron a business card. Here's a card for an organization that helps struggling people, including ones needing to get out of an abusive relationship. I heard about them when my friend lived with someone who didn't like anyone visiting her either. Call them. They might help. Cameron hesitated. Then a hand shot out. Bruises covered it. Heat burst through him, and he elbowed forward. Let me talk to this guy. Cameron yelped and scooted back. No. He's not home. But he'll be returning soon. I'll figure something out. It's my fault anyway. Indignation stiffened his every muscle. Did she believe that? A coughing motor announced a beat-up sedan pulling up to the curb. A sticky guy in bad need of a shave and a haircut jumped out of the driver's seat. He spat out a cigarette. Hey! He let out a few expletives as he ran toward them. What do you want from my girlfriend? Cameron wailed. I told you to leave. See what you've done? Cormac didn't do anything yet, but he was going to. He drew a breath of air polluted with cigarette smoke. If Cameron wasn't going to lead this guy and it looked like she wasn't going to, he'd take Cormac's response out on her later. While Cormac itched for a confrontation with a lowlife who'd hit a woman, he had to maintain a clear head and consider the consequences for her. Besides, he had no right to use his military training against a civilian unless someone's life was in danger. So he lifted his palms in a placating gesture and to show he wasn't armed as he walked down the porch, placing Paisley and Cameron behind him. We just wanted to talk. You should have chosen a different place to talk. The guy's dilated pupils and irrational movements showed there'd been more than tobacco in those cigarettes. He struck as soon as he reached Cormac. Cormac was ready for it. Blocking the hit was a child's play. Come on. There's no need for this. His opponent clearly thought differently because he lunged again. Cormac blocked the punch to his middle and sent the guy back, this time a bit less gently. From the corner of his eye, he saw doors open on neighboring homes. Two bulky men sprinted their way, one of them waving a hunting knife. They likely didn't show up with the same eagerness when their neighbor was beating his girlfriend. Adrenaline rushed in Cormac's veins. Well, this got more interesting. While he still didn't want to use his military training, things changed when the civilians were armed and enraged. Cameron screamed and slammed the door while Paisley called the police behind his back. Good, she had the presence of mind to do that. But it would take the police some time to get here. Well, he'd do his best not to inflict too much harm on the guys in the interim. He slammed his fist into the first man's jaw, busting his lip and sending him flying back, then pivoted to the second guy, who wore a leather jacket and sported a swollen nose, probably from a previous fight. Cormac rammed a fist into Swollen Nose's solar plexus and made him double over. The biggest threat was the man with the knife. A mean gleam now narrowed his eyes. Cormac had left his weapon in the car because he didn't want to scare Cameron. He should have known better. But he couldn't let his mistake harm the woman he cared about. The guy thrust the knife forward. Cormac lurched aside fast so the knife only nicked air. Then he struck forward to knock the knife out. But the man, more skilled than his buddies, blocked the punch, then struck again. Cormac leaped aside, but Swollen Nose had risen from the ground and now brandished a broken beer bottle in his hand. Based on the air movement, he was going to attack Cormac from behind. But instead of putting the sharp glass into Cormac's back, Swollen Nose stumbled and fell into the grass. Paisley must have tripped him. Good job. Normally, Cormac would stay with his back to the wall, but he knew she'd cover him. Busted Lip charged just when Knife Man did, so Cormac jerked to the side, used Busted Lip as a human shield against the knife, then threw him on Knife Man. The knife grazed Busted Lip's arm and the man screamed. You gonna pay for this? Enraged, Swollen Nose staggered to his feet, another broken bottle gleaming in his other hand now as well. Cormac suppressed a sigh. He knew those beer bottles were going to be dangerous. While he fended off strikes from a broken bottle and a knife, Busted Lip snuck a hit to Cormac's ear. Pain erupted in his skull. Maybe Cormac shouldn't have been so careful about not inflicting harm on the guys. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Time for real action. He charged forward and took down Swollen Lip, who landed on the broken bottle in his hand and stilled. Cormac didn't have time to check for his pulse. Because that left two guys, both armed. Chapter 21. Stop. A shot rang out behind Cormac. Enough. He shifted back to keep Paisley in his peripheral vision. Everyone froze. Even meth-affected brains could comprehend the language of a gun. Put your hands above your head. He barely recognized the commanding voice as Paisley's. Swollen nose probably didn't fit that commanding voice with the petite pink-clad woman because he raised his knife. You aren't gonna shoot. A bullet plowed into the soil near his feet, and he jumped back and swore. I didn't miss you. Next time I'll aim higher. Just give me a reason. By the way, I'm a decent shot. She sounded surprisingly calm, all things considered. She is, Cormac confirmed. The guys raised their arms. Cormac edged toward her, more than impressed. Do you have anything to tie them with before the police arrive? You're trespassing. Busted Lip yelled. Cormac's heart sank. The guy was right. With everyone afraid of these men, including Cameron, he doubted anyone in the neighborhood would testify against them. Paisley laughed behind him. Laughed. Oh please. I had the entire thing on camera, including the three of you attacking a guest who tried to leave peacefully. That knife and those beer bottles look great on camera. Oh, and I have zip ties. With her handgun in her right hand, she reached her left into her purse and passed him blue zip ties. He raised an eyebrow as he secured the guys' hands behind their backs. Really, zip ties? What else did she have in that pink purse, with its deceptively sweet blue butterflies? I'm a resourceful girl. She sang out with her usual cheer as if she didn't just witness and then end a fight. One never knows what might happen. No kidding. The siren's wail offered sweet music to his recently smashed ears. The police booked the guys. Paisley gave her statement and emailed the recording to the address they gave her. The officers acted like they already knew her. Was it because her foster sister used to work for the Houston Police Department? Or something else? But then, the officers also acted like they knew Busted Lip, Knife Man, and Swollen Nose. Once the police left, she knocked on the front door again. He half expected Cameron to be gone through the back door, but she answered the front door. Dressed in worn-out jeans and a dirty sweatshirt, she peered at them from a stricken, tear-streaked face. I thought they were going to kill you both. And come after you? Paisley asked gently. Cameron hung her head. By the way, thanks for not putting a knife in my back. Paisley sounded sincere, not sarcastic. I saw you watching the door. Cameron scuffed her bare feet on the worn floor planks. That safe place I told you about? How about I take you there now? Cameron sniffled. I've got nothing. This house and everything inside is his. They're not going to ask for anything. They'll help you get a different job in a new location if you'd like. Start your life anew. I don't believe you. What if it's all a front and you're just gonna take me somewhere even worse? No one should have to live like this, and I know where you can get help. Up to you to accept it. Paisley shrugged. If I was going to get revenge on you for stealing my necklace, do you really think I would have waited so long? Cameron's lower lip trembled. I don't deserve help. My ex wasn't much better than this guy. A meow reached them, and a skinny cat sauntered outside. She picked him up and stroked him. Everyone deserves help and happiness. Cormac stepped forward. It's his fault he hurt you. Don't make it yours. Just as it was Cameron's fault when she'd bullied Paisley, but he didn't add that part. Come on. Paisley reached toward Cameron. Your, friend doesn't seem like a pleasant guy to be around to start with. It's only going to get worse when he comes back. Your life deserves saving. Your pet would miss you if something happened to you. Not to mention your, friend doesn't look like someone who'd take care of your cat. That seemed to do the trick. Cameron nodded and disappeared inside. Cormac took her duffel bag when she returned while Cameron held onto the cat. The bag didn't feel heavy. All her life possessions in a small bag. But at least she was getting out alive. Paisley volunteered to drive. Once they made it to Houston, she took a lot of turns, he was beginning to think she was going in circles, before reaching a nondescript brick building. By the time they pulled up, she'd talked to someone on the phone. When she parked, Cameron was sobbing. She didn't apologize for what she'd done to Paisley, but Paisley didn't seem to expect her to. Finally, Paisley nudged Cameron to the door. "You'll have toiletries and new clothes and shoes and food and anything else you might need. Your pet will, too." He got out of the car and opened the door for Cameron, then caught her as she stumbled out, with the cat letting out a loud protest. Paisley led the way to the building. "How about a new life? Will they give me that?" Cameron asked. "That you'll have to figure out for yourself." Paisley knocked on the door. "I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. But it's going to be possible." Eyes tormented, Cameron clutched her cat closer and glared at Paisley. "Why are you so nice to me? I was horrible to you. Because I know how much it hurts to be treated badly and unfairly." Tears glazed Cameron's eyes as she loosened her clenched grip on the now squirmy cat. But she didn't have time to say anything else because the door opened. A guy built like a linebacker waved her inside. Multiple tattoos stamped his body, except for his face. Cameron flinched, but Paisley nodded to her. "He's here to protect you. You're safe here." While Cameron stepped inside, Cormac and Paisley walked back to the car in silence, except for him saying, "So you were standing there and recording the fight? As opposed to pulling out the gun in the beginning? I have faith in your abilities. And you were magnificent." His chest puffed a little as if on its own. "Besides, we were trespassing," she added. "But I wasn't going to let things get out of hand. That was his girl. Not that she was his girl." Paisley's unpredictability appealed to him as much as it worried him. Her razor-sharp intelligence in her computer software projects first fascinated him. And now he knew her cotton candy sweetness spun around a backbone of steely determination and courage. She could have hidden or run from a fight, but she hadn't. People stereotyped her, and he'd been one of them. With so many facets to this diamond, a guy could spend a lifetime discovering them all. Including her kindness toward a person who'd once hurt her deeply. But would that courageous kindness be her downfall? Once he left, he'd go crazy worrying something might happen to her and he wouldn't be there to prevent it. He also wanted to ask how much she knew about this organization that helped abused people. He sensed she was a bigger part of it than hearing about it from a friend, and his instincts screamed danger. But he didn't ask. And she didn't say. The next morning, Paisley groaned in the hotel connecting room as Zachary's call awakened her. But she couldn't allow herself not to answer him. She checked to ensure he called over the Untraceable app, though of course he would. She slid the phone to her ear. "You did me a favor yesterday. But I can't get involved in person. Not anymore. I wouldn't have asked you. You shouldn't have gotten involved yesterday, either." She sighed. She knew that. It had been too risky, and all for a person who'd once taken the only treasure she'd had. Cameron knew Paisley's real name, unlike all the other people she'd helped in person. That was unacceptable. Did Cameron believe Paisley's story about an abused friend? What if Cameron turned on her? I couldn't see a person who needed help and not, well, help. There was a pause. Right. Then it wouldn't be you. You're the way you are because you care. Just be extra careful. I'll make sure I know if information leaks. I'm also sticking close to Cameron so she won't reveal your identity. Thank you. You always watched out for me. Even when she hadn't watched out for herself. Zachary was the older brother she'd never had. I'm sorry I asked you to join me the previous time you were in Houston. We were in a bind. And, well, it was nice working side by side again. I miss you, you know. A lot. Guilt prickled. I know. I'm sorry. I missed you all, too. Something niggled at her. The way he said he missed her. Zachary couldn't have feelings for her, could he? Nah. He was a loner. They'd only been partners in this project. He'd joked that she'd been its brain while he'd been its muscle. You also know how to keep my temper in check. I get mad when I see those women being abused. With the hollowness behind those words, he obviously still grieved his sister. Oh, congratulations on the new guy. You have a glow you didn't have before. We're just friends. But as she said the words, she knew they weren't true. They were much more than friends now. Her feelings toward Cormac ran way deeper. Only there was no use. The closer his departure time came, the hollower her heart felt. Yeah, keep saying that to yourself. He paused again. You know you can call me anytime you need help, right? I'll drop everything and fly to the show me state. I know. But I wouldn't ask you to. Some powerful and rich abusive husbands had far-reaching influence. Though her involvement in this project had leaked, even if under a fake name, nobody knew about Zachary's involvement yet. She'd keep it that way. Besides, he had layers of protection she didn't. He was needed here and badly. I hope he takes good care of you. He does. While he was here, but Zachary didn't need to know that. If she longed for Cormac this badly when he was in the connecting room and she'd see him at breakfast, how much worse was it going to get when he left for the army base and she wouldn't know when or if she'd see him again? And what if they deployed him to a conflict zone? Something cold squeezed her heart. The way Cameron talked about him, you'd think he was some kind of hero. He is to me. Not just a military hero, but the hero of her heart. She couldn't wait to see Cormac. So she got out of bed and started brushing her hair. Not an easy feat with the phone still pressed to one ear. Anyway, that's not the reason I'm calling. She could almost hear Zachary changing stance, could envision his whole persona going matter-of-fact with his changing tone. And here I thought you just wanted to hear my voice. She chuckled. That, too. But I've got your butterfly necklace. She stilled with the brush in the air. What? Cameron fibbed yesterday. She still has it. But she's too embarrassed to give it to you herself, so she asked me to give it to you. Wow. Thank her for me. Her heartbeat spiked. She could barely remember the necklace, but it was meaningful to her. I'll leave it in the same safety deposit box. You still have the key, right? She nodded as if he could see her, then added, of course. It was best for them not to be seen together. Thank you for everything. Of course. He repeated her words before disconnecting. She rushed to the bathroom to brush her teeth, spurred by impatience to see Cormac and get the necklace. As the mint flavor refreshed her, her heart twisted a little. She needed to tell him about her secret project. It was way past time. She justified the delay by a reluctance to reveal the other people's secrets. But he'd already seen Zachary, and she didn't have to name anyone else. She studied her reflection. While she loved her hair colors, it might soon be time to change them. Time to get a new wardrobe, too. Or maybe not. She'd have to see how things would go. At the first word of suspicion from Zachary, she'd flee somewhere else. It offered small consolation, but even if Cormac did stay at his parents' ranch, she might not be able to. About an hour later, they picked up a small package, and she opened the gift tissue reverently. The gold plating had scratched off in places, as had the blue enamel paint, but she pressed the necklace to her heart where it belonged. Would you like me to put it on you? Cormac's voice made her look up. Not now. I want to study it in the car and take pictures. She hurried back to the vehicle, him shielding her again, as always. He opened the passenger door for her, and she slipped inside. Her heart beat faster as she studied the necklace. No inscriptions with initials, or, that would be a miracle, a computer chip hidden inside. Yet her instincts kicked up. It didn't imitate any butterfly she knew of. Tiny black and white stripes crisscrossed the butterfly's body. One dot centered on each of its lower wings, while 3 dots formed a triangle on each upper wing. Did they mean something? Or was she grasping at straws? She took multiple photos with her phone to research later and in case she lost the necklace somehow. She wasn't taking any chances. Then she handed the necklace to Cormac. Would you put it on me now? The claw clasp in the back would be easier for him to do. Besides, he'd offered already. With pleasure. He nodded. But she had a tiny ulterior motive. She angled to the car window and lifted her hair. As his fingers touched the sensitive spot on her nape, a delicious wave went through her. The clasp was a bit rusty, and his thick fingers clumsy with the delicate contraption. Each time he fumbled it, fingers grazing her skin, and she was grateful. All done. Those fingers lingered for a few more blissful seconds before moving away. She let her hair down and turned around. Thank you. His eyes darkened as if he struggled with himself, and his breathing was faster than before. My pleasure. The pleasure was all mine. She meant it. He visibly slowed. Then he scanned the parking lot and moved closer to her. You have no idea how difficult it is to be around you and not be able to kiss you. So much emotion flared in his brown eyes. Her pulse skyrocketed. Her breathing went shallow as if to match his. She shifted toward him. About the latter. She'd just reclaimed part of her identity, even if she didn't know what it was yet. Now she wanted to reclaim another part, the part that could give affection and accept it. His fingers cupped her chin and brought her close. Are you sure? This kiss would mean a lot to her. It might bring her to the point of no return where she couldn't stop herself from falling for him. Yet, as she closed her eyes, she whispered, You're ruining it. Right. He stumbled. I mean. She opened her eyes, took hold of his camo t-shirt, and brought him closer. Just shut up and kiss me, will you? He chuckled against her lips. Gladly. Chapter 22. At the first kiss, gentle like the touch of butterfly wings, he barely brushed his lips against hers. Her heartbeat became a staccato as she responded with sweet abandonment, and her entire body went liquid. Proverbial butterflies fluttered their tender wings in her belly, and a wave of pleasure swept her up higher and higher like the wind with those butterflies. Elation buoyed her every cell, and those butterflies didn't just flutter, they danced in her belly now. Somewhere in her sneakers, her toes curled. She didn't know who came up for air first, but as she gasped for air, she nearly leaned in for a second kiss, needing it even more. I shouldn't have put you in danger, he whispered. The car is out in the open. Indignation rose. Excuse me? He grinned and started the engine. But I'd never regret kissing you. Nice save, she grumbled and clicked her seatbelt into place. Regretfully, it cooperated without problems now. He took off, and in the GPS, she keyed in the address of a nearby seafood restaurant with excellent food. Bonus, it was on the ocean shore. Maybe the kiss had affected her more than it affected him. His broad chest was rising and falling fast. Hopefully, it did affect him. Though he did have a point. Her life might be in danger, and therefore, his, too. That meant she needed to tell him about her secret project as soon as possible. She should have already, but she realized now she didn't want him involved. It was better to do this closer to the end of his leave. Her heart squeezed painfully. His departure date was approaching fast. Then she pushed the thought out of her mind. She'd been far away from people she cared about several times before. She should be used to it now. Where was her resolution to enjoy what life had to offer, one day at a time? His hand reached out to her, and she laced her fingers through his, enjoying the pleasant sensation the contact initiated. She enjoyed it even more when he brought her fingers to his lips, and she stored every bit in her memory card of feelings. He found a parking space, did his regular scan of the area, and escorted her to the restaurant. Would you like to sit on the dock? She asked. It was a bit windy, and after rush hour, only a few people lingered outside. They were going to have a private conversation, and she wanted only the ocean and seagulls to hear them. Well, maybe fish, too. Fish weren't going to talk. He nodded, and they took a table at the end away from the rest. The place smelled of fried fish, briny ocean, and sweet nostalgia. She and the girls had eaten here sometimes on Fridays, though Jessie was usually too busy with police work to join them. Her longing ebbed. She missed her foster sisters, but it was a new stage in their lives. And had she stayed in Houston with two of them, she might have placed them in peril. The waitress took their drink orders and left the menus. Paisley didn't need to read the menu to know what she wanted. At that moment, she looked into his eyes and knew exactly what she wanted. Well, she'd known it for a while, but she only allowed herself to admit it fully now. It was as if the kiss deciphered the code, and her feelings sprang free, vulnerable now, in the open. Too bad he wasn't available. Unlike the fish with a side of fries, she couldn't have the man of her dreams with a side of love. He leaned forward. You love this place and miss it, don't you? He was perceptive. Wind whipped her hair in her face, and she moved it aside. I miss the people. This place is the past. And she might be looking at her future right now. No, she couldn't allow herself to think that. You need to know some things about me. I dragged you into this situation, and though I don't think it's connected with the threats, you need to know. The waitress walked over with lemonade. Paisley hoped she wouldn't douse Cormac in it this time, and took their orders. Cormac went for fish and chips, and Paisley asked for the seafood platter, which consisted of fish, oysters, and fried shrimp and came with fries and coleslaw. Once they were alone again, she took a deep sip of her tangy cold drink and stared at the ocean. 5 years ago, I got out of an abusive relationship. I was a mess. The girls swarmed in to take care of me. Jessie dragged me to the gym, saying releasing endorphins would do me good. Paisley snorted to show what she thought of that. A muscle moved in his jaw. I hate that you went through that. An abusive relationship, not the gym. She was right. He would have gotten involved. The thought scared but pleased her. She took another sip. The girls also decided I needed to learn to defend myself better. That was when I met Zachary. He was a defense course instructor. He was all tough outside, but as I found out later, he was a mess inside, like me. His sister was killed by an abusive husband. Our hurt was our connection, and that was the case when 2 minuses, or 2 messes in this case, became a plus. You started dating. She shook her head and chuckled, though no mirth warmed her. At the time, even the idea of dating made me want to throw up. The waitress brought their food and sent Paisley a sidelong glance at the words throw up. When Paisley gave her a bright smile, the waitress retreated. As often in such cases, Zachary blamed himself, though he couldn't have done anything. He was working away on an oil rig at the time. She chased the bitter taste in her mouth with fries dipped in ketchup. And his sister didn't go to the authorities? Didn't try to escape to a women's shelter? The husband wasn't a typical abuser as we imagine him. He was a high-level official with great connections and an impeccable reputation. I guess she didn't think anyone would believe her. And that, if she left, he'd track her down anyway. His resources were unlimited. See, bullies come in different shapes and forms. Including tuxedos with diamond cufflinks. Or beautiful dresses. Men get abused, as well, but it rarely gets reported. He gulped down his lemonade. I never thought about it that way. Zachary and I came up with an idea. She popped an oyster in her mouth. He says I was the brain behind it and he was the brawn, though I don't entirely agree. It felt that way in the fight yesterday, too. I was the brawn, and you were the brain. He reached across the table to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, sending a wave of awareness cascading over her skin. Beauty, too. In other times, she'd brush off the compliment, but now, she said, thanks. I created an app with a network to help abused women or men escape such relationships. It's all supported by carefully vetted volunteers. She munched on several shrimp. The food was as amazing as she remembered. Do you have a lot of volunteers? More than I expected. She helped herself to the coleslaw. Our volunteers maintain several layers of anonymity. We walk a fine line between establishing a level of trust with those we help and keeping our identities secret. If needed, we provide people with physical protection, new clothing, hidden retreats, online courses and training, depending on their skills and abilities, and so on. A lot of jobs can be done online these days. We connect them to those jobs so they have an income. A seagull dove for a fish nearby, then reappeared with its fresh catch. Once upon a time, she knew how that fish felt. His eyes went huge, his food seemingly forgotten. Pity. Wow. Do you provide new IDs, as well? This she wouldn't admit to other people, but she met his gaze head-on. If necessary, we do. If warranted, we relocate people to other states and, if necessary, abroad. Think of it as an underground witness protection, but without testifying in court. His eyes shone. And you've done all this? Not by myself. We have chapters in many states now, though the headquarters stay in Houston. That must cost a lot. If it's okay to ask, how do you finance it all? Donations. And she shrugged. I did pretty well with my software designs. Should she tell him how well? He was a bit of a macho man. This wasn't the time. That first night in Houston, did you sneak out? She took another sip of her cold drink, studying him. She should have known he'd guess it. Yes. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But I thought you'd try to stop me if you knew everything. He leaned forward. Then what are you still not telling me? She grimaced. My name was leaked after I helped the wife of another powerful official escape. The husband put a bounty on my head. He flinched. What? It was a while ago. And it was on the wrong head, anyway. I mean, the wrong name. Fine, fake ID plus, the photo they have shows me with black hair, blue eyes, and a mask with a different nose. I always dressed in gray hoodies and nondescript clothes. I doubt anyone would recognize me like this. She pointed to her hair, and the butterfly on her headband bobbed as if agreeing. Still, we decided I'd better not participate in person any longer. I stay behind the scenes, now providing computer backup. He frowned. But do you think the threats and motorcycle run-ins could have something to do with this? She finished the rest of her platter and eyed his. For a petite woman, she could put away a lot of food. She could. No. This all feels too sloppy, maybe? Like it's more to scare me than to harm me. Help yourself. He pushed his plate toward her. Helping Cameron yesterday was risky. She knows your real name and appearance. She doesn't know my involvement with the organization. Either way, Zachary promised to keep aware and let me know if anything happens. He knows people who know people on the streets. I warned Jesse, so the people in the local police department will be on the lookout, as well. We have plenty of volunteers in the police department. In 2 days, I'll be lying low in the Show Me state. If needed, I can disappear to Canada or France on a moment's notice. She didn't regret helping Cameron, but she wasn't reckless either. Well, maybe just a little. Still, what's going to happen when I leave? She rolled her eyes before devouring some of his fish and chips. I'm used to taking care of myself. I know, but, he rubbed his temples. I mean. I don't know what I mean. It's just. I worry about you. You matter to me. She winced at the thought of him being deployed to a conflict zone. And I worry about you. You matter to me. Where do we go from here? His gaze latched onto hers, seeming tortured and fascinated. To the rental car in the parking lot? He gave her the look. She lifted her hands, one holding a fry, dipped in ketchup. She had to be an optimist. It was the only way to keep breathing. I don't know. But for now, we're going to enjoy the ocean's whispers, these fish and chips, and hopefully a few more kisses where we won't have to worry about being interrupted. He chuckled and reached for a fry. I can't wait. Same here. She took a lungful of salty air, anticipation already inviting butterflies into her belly. But despite her cheerful words, her heart ached at losing him. And we still don't know your parents' identities. I'm sorry. He sipped his drink. Don't be. I have some ideas for later. She lingered. One of the people they'd talked to in Houston raised her suspicion, which warranted another visit. She just hoped they wouldn't find the house empty. When he gestured for the bill, she got up. I need to use the restroom. He rose. Do you need me to? She leveled her gaze at him. Seriously? You don't need to guard me near the restroom door. His ear tips pinked. Right. Of course. Minutes later, she left the restroom when fast footfalls reached her from the right. A guy in aviator sunglasses and a gray cap drawn low was running toward her. She moved aside, and her hand reached into her purse. Apprehension flooded her body. But she couldn't pull a gun on a person in a family establishment just because that someone was in a hurry. He didn't slow down when he neared her, but jerked at her necklace and pushed her back. Before she could react, she stumbled backward, her arms flailing as if she were a bird who forgot how to fly. Her backside screamed as she landed on the tile floor while she shouted, "Stop him!" Cormac was by her side in seconds and pulling her up. What happened? Her hand flew to the empty spot on her neck. A man in a gray cap and aviator sunglasses took my necklace. He ran outside to the deck. Cormac growled. I've got to stop him. He bolted outside. She agreed wholeheartedly as she followed him. But several men matched the guy's description. When Cormac pulled one man's hand behind his back, he growled again, "Not him?" She shook her head. Not him. The guy squeaked, "Not me." Cormac released him and moved to the second. Not him either. Paisley hurried to say before Cormac could dislocate someone's shoulder. Then, at a commotion across the dock, she jerked her head in that direction. A woman fell into the water, a female screamed. Then a male voice followed. That's my wife. She doesn't know how to swim. Paisley sighed as she followed Cormac, who elbowed through the gathering crowd. People from inside the restaurant were joining in. She didn't know whether the perp had pushed someone into the water on the way out to create a commotion and therefore distraction, or if the woman somehow slipped and fell on her own, though the large chain railing guarding the deck should have prevented that from happening. Either way, they had to help. Cormac didn't hesitate to jump into the water the moment he reached the edge of the dock. She did hesitate because people recorded everything these days, and she didn't need her face to appear on social media. But then she imagined it could be one of her foster sisters out there, thrashing and struggling to stay afloat. Oh no! The woman disappeared beneath the waves. Chapter 23. Paisley leaned to a nearby woman in a wide white hat, sunglasses, and a bright apple red dress who seemed to be recording the scene on her phone. Could you please call 911 instead? Of course. The woman blushed and punched in the numbers. Paisley placed her purse on the deck, hating to do so, kicked off her sneakers, and plunged into the water. It was spring, so it wasn't cold. But not particularly warm and pleasant either. She was an okay swimmer for a short distance, but not the best diver. That put it mildly. Adrenaline flowed in her veins. Someone sent a life preserver, but it landed too far. Either way, it was going to be no use for diving. Worry for Cormac squeezed her heart. He reached the place where the woman disappeared and dove in. Paisley's heartbeat thudded in her ears as she pumped her legs and arms. She really needed to exercise more. She cranked up her speed. But she was still too far, and her muscles already hummed from exertion. Lord, please help. She didn't know whether she was praying for the woman or Cormac or herself, and having prayed at all stunned her. But she had no time to be stunned. Her heart nearly stopped when she couldn't see Cormac. Was he underwater too long, or did it seem like that? Lord, please. Paisley could lose him to the military, and she could live with that, but she had to know he was alive. And okay, she didn't want anything to happen to the innocent woman. Panic grasped Paisley's spine with ghastly fingers, and she shuddered. She took a deep breath, about to dive, when Cormac resurfaced, swimming with one arm and holding a woman in a yellow dress with another. Paisley's heart was about to burst as she swam toward him, adrenaline pumping new strength in her arms and legs. Only that and pure willpower kept her going. They didn't exchange words, but she helped him drag the woman to the dock the best she could. Paisley's rib cage constricted because the woman's eyes were closed and she didn't seem to move. Loud cheers erupted as they reached the deck. "You bumped me." "Made me drop my phone," a young boy screamed. "Sorry," a calm female answered. "The woman in the white hat?" Hands reached out to them, and Cormac moved the woman to be pulled out first. One of the men, probably the woman's husband, was sobbing. The wide white hat landed not far from Paisley, and just seconds before some men pulled her up, she pressed it on her head to hide her face. Then she was on the deck, wheezing and heaving. She collapsed on the wet wooden planks, thinking she'd never be able to move again. Ever. Everything inside her quivered and shook like jello. "I'm trained in CPR." Cormac had already started CPR. As military personnel, he would have had training as a first responder, as well. He counted compressions. Moving took a gigantic effort. She managed to rise on all fours, keeping her face hidden, and crawl toward him. 2 breaths, gasp, after 30 compressions, right? "I can do," gasp, breaths. "You can barely breathe yourself," someone from the crowd said, but no one offered to take her place. What she wanted was to collapse on the deck again. What she did was once Cormac said 30, she pinched the woman's nose and breathed in twice. The woman's long tangled brown hair spread over the deck, a sharp contrast to her pale face. Cormac and Paisley had to repeat another cycle before the woman coughed, and the water sputtered. The crowd cheered. The husband continued to sob. The siren split the air. Paramedics should be close. She gave thanks to the Lord, stunning herself again, and put on her sneakers, while her wet clothes left streams of salty water. She'd lost her headband somewhere in the ocean. Cormac got up and pulled her to her feet. She didn't think she could stand upright without his help, and she'd been in the waterway less than he'd been. The woman in the red dress and sunglasses handed Paisley her purse that miraculously stayed intact and didn't ask for her hat back. "Thank you," Paisley breathed out. With adrenaline ebbing away, her limbs didn't want to obey her. She clung to him like her wet clothes clung to her body. Her limbs seemed to weigh a ton. How he had managed to swim in combat boots and with a heavy belt was beyond her. "We have to get out of here," she whispered into his chest. He made his way through the crowd that cheered them on, keeping her tucked behind him. "What's your name?" someone asked her. She turned away. Then the two of them raced toward the parking lot, his arm around her waist and supporting her. The last pump of adrenaline helped her move before she collapsed again, this time on the front seat. Even breathing seemed to take too much effort. Cormac sped out of the parking lot, burning rubber. Paramedics would take it from here, and the two of them needed to get away before someone snapped a photo of their rental's license plate. Undoubtedly, people would post the videos online. She could only hope nobody matched her face to the one on the leaked ID, different eye and hair color and nose notwithstanding. Once again, duty and, what, was that love? No, couldn't be yet, Dualden Cormac. He wanted to spend time in some cozy cafe with Paisley, warming up after their cold swim and relaxing while staring into each other's eyes. She deserved it. And he, well, needed that. Right now, her fingers circled a cup of hot mint tea he'd ordered from room service as she leaned back in the armchair. He draped a white blanket around her after they'd taken showers in their respective rooms and changed into dry clothes. Her teeth had chattered all the way to the hotel, and he'd feared she might catch a cold. But so far, she didn't sneeze or cough or display any other symptoms. "I have some unfinished business here." His gut twisted. He'd postponed it long enough. Then he told her about Stephen's letter. "I'll have to go there tonight." His already twisting gut clenched. It was like losing Stephen all over again. Her eyes compassionate, she studied him. "I'll go with you. I want to stop by one place later, but that can wait." "Are you sure?" He leaned against the desk. "You just went through a scary experience." She was such a trooper, but these recent days would have taken a toll even on a strong soldier. "You've been by my side all this time. It's only fair I support you in this. Anne. I'm just happy to be alive. And breathing. And dry." The corners of her lips kicked up. Amazing. After all this, she was smiling. And was grateful. He wanted to gather her into his arms as if he needed physical proof she was indeed alive and breathing. His heart had almost stopped when he'd seen her in the water. But he knew she wouldn't stand on the sidewalk while someone was in need. She wasn't that kind of person. He ached that she'd lost her necklace, again, and he'd allowed it to happen. "I'm sorry about your necklace." "It's okay. A human life is worth more than a necklace." Her gaze pensive now, she took a couple sips of her tea. The mint aroma spread in the air. "Besides, it's not so much about the necklace, but what it represents." And for Paisley, it represented both her legacy and new beginning. She put the empty cup on the nightstand. "I checked the videos posted online," he said. What she'd told him about the bounty on her head was gut-wrenching, no matter how many times she'd tried to tell him it was no big deal and the leak couldn't connect to her true identity. If it were up to him, they'd be leaving immediately for somewhere very, very far away. Australia sounded good enough. The moon would be even better. The ones where you're swimming are too grainy to see your face. And once you were on the dock, that large hat covered your face. It was some comfort, though his blood still went cold that her heroic action could cost her discovery. She chuckled. The owner of the hat didn't ask for it back, thankfully. Her eyelids drooped as if it took an effort to keep them open. She must be exhausted. He knelt on the beige carpet and took her hands in his. Her smile turned softer and gentler. He was a man of action, but for now, all he wanted to do was to stay right there, beside her, looking into her luminous eyes. Fatigued after the adrenaline spike and exertion, and maybe with the tea's calming effect, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. He stayed in his place, content to guard her sleep and listen to her breathing. Once again, how fragile she looked amazed him. But now he knew better. The project she'd started and spearheaded was nothing short of incredible. He'd looked up what he could find online after they'd talked. He already knew she had a kind heart and a brilliant mind behind that cheerful exterior of an eternal child spirit, but he hadn't realized how kind and how brilliant. And frankly, she'd saved him yesterday in the fight by a carefully placed shot. He cared about her, admired her, and would protect her with his life, but it was more than that. Time with her was a delightful adventure. He also could see quiet evenings by her side as she read stories about caterpillars or ponies to children and later worked on software designs that might change the world while the world was asleep. He could imagine years passing by and him still finding her as fascinating as he found her now, probably more. The more he learned about her, the more he was falling in love with her. She stirred, and the blanket slipped a little. He tucked its soft white folds around her again. In that moment, he knew. Tenderness swelled his chest. He was wrong. He wasn't falling in love with her any longer. He was in love with her already, even if he didn't have the right to be. But his previous question remained unanswered. With her still being closed off to love and him leaving soon, where would they go from here? Compassion tightened its fist around her heart, and she glanced at Cormac. She'd volunteered to drive because he seemed to need to stay with his thoughts, and she knew Houston well. She suppressed the longing to hug him as they left the Houston area. This was another man who blamed himself for something that wasn't his fault at all. How was he supposed to know that his best friend would receive a letter with a divorce request? That his friend would die soon after? But both Cormac and Zachary had channeled their grief into something positive and dedicated themselves to making sure the legacy of people dear to them and lost too soon lived on. She could admire that. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel as she stole a glance at his handsome profile once again. Normally, she'd try to chat him out of this sadness, reach for his hand to show support, or at least put on some upbeat song and sing her lungs out to it. Her singing was so bad it made people smile and join in and feel good over how much better their singing was than hers. But she sensed he needed to stay with his memories for now. She nearly bit into her lower lip when she returned her attention to the road and concentrated on driving and making sure there was no tail. Maybe she was selfish, but she didn't want him to leave. And maybe the same selfishness, or instincts, told her he could have stayed in the army to compensate for his friend's death. She'd seen people living lives that weren't their own, like living their parents' dreams instead of theirs. In her case, she didn't have parents to know what their dreams were. Her hand flew to her neck to touch the place where the necklace had rested. She hadn't worn it long, had she? Her suspicion grew. If only she could be there already, checking it. But this trip was important to Cormac, and therefore, important to her. And just like he didn't want her to deal with heartache and danger alone, she didn't want him to deal with emotional pain alone. She pressed the gas pedal and passed a car. She'd edged over the speed limit, but probably not enough to warrant a ticket. She wanted this part of the mission over so he could start to heal. He'd start to heal after this, wouldn't he? She said a prayer for him. While it had seemed impossible to utter a single prayer before, now her prayers came in clusters. No, she hadn't miraculously become a total believer, but she'd accepted faith with some trepidation. Maybe she could believe God hadn't rejected her, after all, because he'd brought Cormac into her life, for however long it was going to be. Because he'd brought her foster sisters into her life. Believing God cared about her would be the ultimate bright side. Her faith was as shaky as her muscles had been after the swim, and it could collapse. But everyone had to start somewhere. Soon she pulled up to a latte-colored stucco home somewhat smaller than other houses in the neighborhood, with a smaller lawn. She parked at the curb, turned off the engine, and laced her fingers through his. She didn't say it was going to be okay. She didn't give empty promises. She just sat there and waited until he was ready. A beige curtain moved in the front window, and she tensed. But then, he'd called Selah and told her he'd be coming with a friend. After a long pause, Selah had said it was fine. Though what could be fine about it? Compassion for Cormac squeezed Paisley's heart. She didn't form an opinion about the woman yet, though he seemed to resent her with his entire being. Finally, he looked at Paisley, his brown eyes gleaming with haunting memories. "Let's go." She released his hand. Even in this condition, he scanned the street and opened the door for her. The house's white front door opened before they reached it. A tall blonde in a green sweater with hair brushed to one side and skimming her bare shoulder and resignation dimming her gray eyes glared at them. The cigarette in her hands trembled, and red lipstick smudged the tip close to her lips. She didn't invite them inside as if their presence would invade her new carefully constructed world. Selah stepped out on the porch, flicked ash from her cigarette, took another drag, then ground the stub out beneath her heel. "It will make you happy that my new husband divorced me." Huh. The new world wasn't so carefully constructed, after all. Paisley reached for Cormac's free hand and squeezed his fingers in a silent show of support. In his other hand, he held the letter. "What would make me happy is if my friend were still alive," Cormac said. Stiffening, Selah seemed to grind her heel deeper into the cigarette butt. Then she raised her chin and swished her hair back from her face, her cold shoulder sweater slouching further off to one side. "It's not my fault he died." Paisley's heart lurched, and she moved closer to Cormac, afraid he'd lash out. But he only handed Selah the letter. "That's for you, ma'am." Sorry, it took me this long to deliver it. And sorry for your loss. He was the one apologizing? Paisley gaped. But then, sometimes, strength was in quietness instead of screams. Tears streamed down Sella's cheeks as she took the letter. Her fingers trembling, she shook another cigarette from a packet and shielded it to light it. Cigarette smoke shifted closer to them. She seemed to be contemplating the lighter. Would she burn the letter in the ashtray? Sorry for your loss, Paisley echoed, then led Cormac away. Once in the vehicle, she didn't start the engine right away. Instead, she studied him to gauge his reaction. He stared straight ahead. I thought it was going to be much worse than this. I thought I'd feel broken. In the best case, numb. But I feel relieved. He winced and rubbed his forehead. I don't have the right to feel relieved, do I? You do. Dizzy with relief herself, she turned his face toward her and kissed him on the mouth, hard, because she thought he might need it, and she definitely needed it. Wow. You always know how to take my breath away. In so many senses, he said when they came up for air. You know, you helped me through this. Not just by being here. But the way you could grant kindness to a person who purposely hurt you. It taught me I could do the same. And Selah didn't even hurt me on purpose. She fell out of love with Stephen. Who am I to judge her? Her heart rejoiced for him. He could have held on to resentment, but he didn't. Granting kindness to yourself and others is the beginning of healing. In a way, by handing over that letter, I handed over my pain to the Lord. The way I should have done already. I'm glad to hear it. Is it okay to go now? He nodded. Yes, and to move on. Her heart beating fast, she drove off, hoping he wouldn't look back. He didn't. Yet it couldn't have been easy. As much as she longed to help him, she didn't know how. Maybe God did. The thought of giving burdens to the Lord was comforting in many senses. So she prayed silently as she navigated small-town streets back to the freeway leading to Houston. Their last day here. She didn't want it to be sad. But maybe he needed to grieve all he'd lost more deeply than she'd realized. This wasn't the time to be cheerful or put on loud music. This thing of asking God for guidance was new to her, but for Cormac, she tried. Well, the answer didn't magically appear in her brain. Pity. We could go back to the hotel if you'd like to be alone. Or I don't know, if you want to go for a run. Going for a run sounded like torture to her, but it might refresh him, or something. Didn't you say you wanted to make one more stop? She shifted her grip on the steering wheel, then switched lanes. It was probably too late to go there now, but it was worth trying. Yes. To Mr. Walter. Okay. The rest of the trip they spent in silence. She even tried to breathe carefully. But at some point, he reached for her hand, and she hoped it helped him. She parked where she'd parked before. The neighbor's house now had a for rent sign. For some time, she didn't move, but stared at the butterfly necklace photo on her phone. She counted the number of stripes on the butterfly's slim body. Then the number of dots on each wing, going from left to right. Really, this was ridiculous. But it was worth trying. She typed in her name, then the row of numbers. Are you okay? Cormac asked. Wow. He'd just gone through great emotional turmoil, and he was asking her? How could she not love this man? She stilled, the realization knocking the air out of her. Because she did. She'd known it the moment she'd kissed him, but she hadn't been ready to admit it to herself yet. Her heart twisted as she slipped her phone back into her purse. What was the use of falling in love with a great guy if she was going to lose him? What was the use of finding her mother if she was going to lose her, too? Well, not lose her since Paisley never had her in the first place. He cupped her face and brushed his thumb against her cheek, and pleasant tingles erupted on her skin. She never answered him, but he didn't seem to need it. That was his way to say he was there for her. Once he left for Germany, he'd still be there for her, only at a distance, as much as he could. That should be enough, right? Only it wasn't. She leaned into him and absorbed his strength while letting him absorb hers. A whirlwind of emotions swirled inside, and she ached for another kiss, the feel of his lips, the promise he cared about her. Her pulse spiked. But a new kiss was going to throw her off kilter too much while she needed her concentration, so she moved back. His eyes dimmed, but understanding still warmed their rich browns as he tucked wisps of hair back from her face, seeming careful not to touch her. Equally careful not to lean into his hand, she took a few moments to regain her composure. By the way, Walter is watching us. Well, watching the car, Cormac said, his gaze still on her. She startled. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? No, it's just training. She didn't ever want to know how it felt to be on full alert all the time. She took a deep breath of air scented with his intoxicating cologne and slipped out of the car before she could forget everything and kiss him. Cormac had a point. Walter opened the front door, arms folding on his chest, eyes hostile. I told you everything I knew last time. Which wasn't much. Cormac moved forward as if to protect her, but she nudged him aside. We won't be here long, I promise. Then we'll never bother you again. And before you say you don't know anything, please reconsider. You knew we were coming. You do watch the street these days. He glared at her. It's not a crime to look out my window. Exactly. When did your neighbor leave? She gestured to the elderly lady's house. She'd talked to them about Walter returning from his trip soon. Yesterday. Paisley rubbed her temples. So by the time the woman followed them to the seafood restaurant, she'd already packed up to go. There was no tail, so she must have tracked them by GPS on Paisley's phone. Or was she imagining things? What else can you tell me about your neighbor? She had looked up the information online, but it seemed a constructed story about a widowed baker from Minnesota who'd retired to Texas to avoid harsh winters. The social media encounters were well done, but Paisley sensed they were fake. He shrugged. Everlyn leased the house in the cul-de-sac for a year. She kept to herself. But in this place, we don't mind. We don't put our noses in each other's business. Probably the reason Ms. Everlyn had rented here. Or did she, deep inside, want Paisley to find her? Nah, that must be wishful thinking. It was the opposite. Ms. Everlyn didn't want Paisley anywhere close to her and her precious secrets. Badly enough to have someone steal Paisley's necklace and threaten her. She asked for the homeowner's name, although she suspected Ms. Everlyn paid up front. Did you see anyone visit her? Cormac asked. Just a young guy in aviator sunglasses and a gray cap. Must be her grandson. Paisley doubted that. Thank you. She turned around to leave. Once Paisley was back in her connecting room, she created a new file on her desktop and named it Everlyn. Then she put a simple Word document there where she typed her own name and the numbers from the butterfly necklace wings that must be a password to an account she had no clue about. She hesitated before adding the rest. Oh, why not? What did she have to lose? She typed the rest in capital letters, not because she was yelling, but to match the note left on the windshield. Hello, MOM. Miss me yet? By midnight, she had a new file on her laptop. Chapter 24. Back in Cowboy Crossing, Cormac did his best to give Paisley some space. Besides, he did miss his parents and siblings already. Between family meals and ranch tasks, he kept busy. Yet he only lasted a day without her. His brothers teasing him about the matter and his mother asking how things progressed didn't help. A day later, he invited Paisley for a ride in the fields, and she said she had some news. He couldn't wait to hear it, but even more, he couldn't wait to see her. His entire being needed her nearby. Which made the prospect of his approaching departure all the gloomier. He tried not to think about the latter. A man had to do what a man had to do. He met her outside the stable, having saddled one of the calmest horses for her, coincidentally, his mother's favorite, an Appaloosa named Speckles. Paisley didn't say a word, just stepped into his arms, and he was afraid even to breathe when he held her. It was like everything in him came alive from being close to her. His heart was beating so loudly he was sure she heard it. He wanted this moment to last forever and committed it to his memory for when. His heart squeezed. No. Best not to think about it. She'd become a part of him. A better part. How could he leave behind a part of himself and still function? But he had to. She eased out of his embrace way too soon for his liking and tucked wisps of fantastic hair behind her ears. I found a new file on my laptop. A file I didn't create. That piqued his curiosity. But first things first. He had her horse get used to Paisley's scent and let Paisley get comfortable around her while the same was said about Speckles. The carrots helped. He helped Paisley mount, enjoying the feeling of her in his arms too much, then taught her the basic steps. He kept his thoroughbred at a slower pace so Speckles moved slowly and Paisley gained confidence. Paisley gasped when they reached the back meadow. "This is incredible." "Yes," he said, proud of where he'd grown up. The fields were an incredible sight this time of the year indeed, with blooming flowers. Violets and a tender shade of blue and purple spiderwort interspersed with delicate whites of appropriately named spring beauty among emerald grass. They just took in that incredible beauty, she the sight of fields, he the sight of her. City girl or not, she belonged among these fields, beautiful and vibrant like a flower herself with her pink and blue hair and magenta shirt and teal jeans. He had zero doubt he wanted her to belong with him. He didn't just want to have only online communication for most of the year and time together when he came on leave. That wouldn't be fair to her, either. He wanted to be with her as much as possible. Like his mother had said, forever would be good. "Lord, please help me. Please guide me." Paisley leaned forward to pat Speckles' neck, though Paisley still looked a bit nervous. The horse did too, for that matter. And was Paisley just a tad wistful? She probably was sad she hadn't found her parents. He couldn't imagine how devastating that must have been. He ached to ask about that new file, but she'd tell him when she was ready. Guiding his horse close to hers, he took her hand. "I'm sorry we didn't find your father and mother or siblings." Her gaze turned distant as if she were looking into her past. "About that. Remember Mr. Walter's neighbor, Evelyn?" Of course. He tried to figure out why Paisley asked Walter about the elderly lady. She'd looked too old to be Paisley's mother. Or was he wrong? Or the woman with the wide-brimmed white hat and red dress, where you saved the drowning woman? Her horse's nostrils flared as if she were scared of something ahead, making Cormac and Paisley tense. But then the horse relaxed and continued, and so did they. "We saved. I couldn't have done it on my own." He hadn't expected Paisley to jump into the water or to know CPR. But then she always surprised him. He could spend a lifetime with those wonderful surprises. "Frankly, I don't remember much about the spectators." Though he should have. He'd been trained better. Paying attention to one's surroundings was essential for survival and keeping people around him alive. His chest twinged. He vaguely recalled a woman in a red dress. Hadn't a large hat covered most of her face? Hat, sunglasses, and red lipstick. That's all he'd seen. Okay, maybe he did remember some things. Paisley's expression changed from wistfulness to tenderness. "Her hat dropped into the water when I was near, giving me a chance to hide my face. And I suspect she knocked a phone from the guy recording the rescue. I don't think those were accidents." The horses stopped, and he let them graze on the grass. It dawned on him. Wait a moment. You think it was the same person? But they were so different in appearance and age. Walter's neighbor could barely walk and was much shorter in height, and her face was wrinkled, her hair white. Then he realized his mistake. She walked stooped and dragged her feet. The white hair could be a wig. Wrinkles could have been created with makeup. Her hands looked too young for her age, skin too smooth. Plus, I saw her reflection on my phone when I pretended to write down things. She watched me with too much attention and a touch of regret before she seemed to catch herself. And she didn't have to leave her house and ask us about Mr. Walter. I think she wanted to see me up close. Of course, all that was only wild speculation until I received that file. His heart went out to her. Speckles neighed, and her tail swished, which meant she might be sensing Paisley's distress. And it might be easier for Paisley to tell the story without worrying about keeping in the saddle. He offered to dismount, and so they did. They tied their horses to a lonely tree at the end of the field, and he threw his jacket on the grass. She lowered herself to it. He sat nearby. "Is it okay to ask what was in the file?" "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, of course." "I want to, and I know it'll all stay between us." She hugged her knees close and tucked her chin on them. "I memorized everything because I knew the file was going to self-destruct. I didn't dare print anything out. I still don't know her real name, but she was my mother. She and Charles Whitlock were in love, but she asked to keep it secret. She was a brilliant computer programmer." When she fell silent, he reached for her hand. "No wonder you're great with computers. It runs in the family." He wanted to marry her, but she refused, even when she became pregnant. See, a group of people wanted her to siphon funds from a bank to their offshore account. When they targeted her, she wanted to disappear abroad. But Charles refused to let her go, and she was so much in love with him that she stayed. He thought he could find a way to protect her. Cormac could see where this was going. The story seemed like one from some mystery book. But this was Paisley's origin. He did his best not to show his surprise, much less judgment of her mother, who should have gone to the police like he'd have done. His guess was that Paisley's mother had done something, a different hacking job, maybe, and the group blackmailed her. That little detail probably wasn't disclosed to Paisley. But he didn't even ask questions. All he could do was be there for her. After I was born, she received threats that I'd get hurt if she didn't do what they told her to. So she did. Of course, they wanted more. It was the most difficult thing she had to do, but she realized that, to keep me alive, she had to let me and Charles go. So she disappeared. Charles couldn't reveal her identity, couldn't reveal his connection to me, so he pretended to find me and worked on adopting me. He turned to the police for help to find my mom. Cormac went cold. "Oh no. The police officer who adopted you." He saw an opportunity and took it, selling information to the group who looked for my mother. But then he was on the hook. My mother guesses he got the payment to hurt Charles to make her cooperate. While interviewing Charles, he slipped sleeping pills into Charles's drink. It worked, and Charles went off the road without anyone suspecting anything. The police officer had a stellar record. He claimed he cared about the poor foundling so much he sought custody of me. Now he knew he and his new buddies could get my mom to do their bidding. Heart thudding, Cormac shook his head. The peacefulness around him stood in stark contrast with the horrors she described. "So the nice guy who first adopted you wasn't such a nice guy, after all." Mom agreed to meet him, but once she found out I wasn't in the car with him, she led him on a chase. His car crashed, and he died. She burned her car to stage her death. She thought about kidnapping me. But her life was still at risk, and she didn't want me to spend my life on the run. Like me, she was a foster child and didn't have any relatives to turn to. She probably wouldn't have, anyway, she'd be scared to put them in danger. He did his best to process that. "What about the death of your second adoptive parents?" Mom guesses it might have been another attempt to influence her, just in case her supposed death had been staged. But by that time, she'd left the country. She thought being out of the picture was the best way to protect me. Once she believed herself safe, she even had another child. With the passing years, members of that group either ended up in prison or dead. Only one is left, and he's not in Texas any longer. A year ago, Mom thought it was safe enough to return to Houston to visit Charles's grave and grieve. She decided to stay under a false identity in the neighborhood where Charles had once lived, so to say, hiding in plain sight. She'd never visited Charles and wore a disguise now, so she didn't think she'd be recognized. Besides, people there seemed to mind their business. An elderly lady who could barely move didn't attract much attention. And I guess it made her feel closer in some way to my father. He pondered it. Still, some pieces didn't fit. But why dress up in that red dress and hat and go to the seafood restaurant? Hold on. Was it about the necklace? And who was that guy on the motorcycle? Too many questions, he knew. But he had a feeling Paisley had the answers now and probably guessed some of them before she'd received that file. She was brilliant, after all. That ran in the family, too. Mom tried on a new identity after deciding to leave due to my digging. I suspect she dons new identities like other people put on new clothes. She went for something bright and as far from the previous as she could come up with. Hence a much younger woman in bright clothes appeared. She tracked the GPS on my phone and worried I might bring danger to her and myself in Houston. That was the reason she followed us to the seafood restaurant. Did she give you that name because it was connected to Dr. Whitlock's heritage? She nodded. Yes, in a non-obvious way. Why take the necklace back? Anger shot through him. Paisley sighed and rubbed her neck. Yeah, I don't appreciate that she did that. But like I guessed, it meant something to her. Charles's mother was an avid entomologist with a special love for butterflies. He grew up in a house filled with their photos, helped in the garden filled with flowers and insects. It was where he was happy. He gave her a necklace with a golden butterfly and that one. He called her his beautiful butterfly. But that's not all. She put that necklace on me for a reason. He connected the dots, literally. It contains the password to the bank account with stolen funds. Bingo. The police officer who adopted me didn't figure it out, but Mom didn't want a chance that other people might. She didn't want me to know about her either, because she was scared for me. So she asked her son to create warnings for me. Hence the motorcyclist pretending to hit me. Pretending? Her son? Seriously? He gawked at her. He could have hurt you. His own half-sister. She grimaced. He might have gone a bit overboard while doing it. You think? He didn't say the words. She'd been harmed enough already, and trying to make her hate her only sibling wouldn't be helping her heal. Yeah, I know. I don't have warm feelings for that, either. Apparently, in her mind, she was trying to protect herself and me. He stole my necklace to return it to her. And she didn't want anyone to record the rescue because she didn't want my face online, hence the hat in the water. She did knock the phone from another spectator's hand, so it ended up in the water. Wow. He took a deep breath of air scented with wildflowers, the familiar background grounding him. I spent all my life hating my birth parents. Her voice trembled. Thinking they rejected me and abandoned me. I was sure they didn't care about me. It turned out my father loved me so much that he gave his life for me. Mom did everything she could to keep me safe, even if some of her actions were questionable. Well, I hope so. His heart broke for her. How gut-wrenching to learn she had a mom and a brother, only to find out she couldn't see them again. Her heart must feel as if it had been ripped out. He slid closer to her and hugged her, praying for her. It's never too late to learn you were loved. She stilled as if pondering it. Then she relaxed in his arms. Maybe one day your mother will realize she can stop running. He so wanted Paisley to be happy. It's been decades since she went into hiding. I understand why she's afraid to go to the police. But the vast majority of cops aren't dirty and do their best to protect people and help them. Cops like my brother and your foster sister. The newlyweds are returning home tomorrow. I can talk to them if you'd like me to. She eased out of his embrace. No. I can't reveal her secret. Her eyes shadowed as if she realized she'd done just that. You have to be the only person who knows for now. I love my foster sisters, but I can't tell them yet. Mom blames herself for Charles's death, and she doesn't want that to happen to anyone else. She says she has to wait until that last person in the blackmail group is either dead or in prison. Maybe my brother and your foster sister could help with that. I mean, the arrest part. Seeing her like this made him ache. She shook her head, sending her hair flying. She says she doesn't have any proof. I have to accept what she gives me and not ask for more. She chuckled, a raspy, mirthless sound foreign to her. And be grateful my half-brother didn't actually try to run me over. Because if that's what he does when he's not trying. I'm grateful for that, too. Though the attempt was too close for Cormac's peace of mind. He brushed the back of his hand over her smooth cheek. Her breathing increased, and they stared into each other's eyes. The longing that claimed his every cell reflected in her hazel eyes. Isn't it weird how people I thought were good turned out anything but and vice versa, she whispered. That police officer didn't adopt me out of the goodness of his heart, but to use me as a weapon to blackmail my mother. The stranger on the motorcycle didn't mean me harm. My parents never wanted to abandon me. He ached to never be apart from her again, but it wasn't possible, was it? Life is filled with surprises. So was she, and he'd love to spend a lifetime discovering them all, treasuring every one of her quirks. He glanced at the horses, but they seemed content to graze. You changed the way I look at life. You changed me. I believe God sent you to help heal the part in me that needed healing. He wanted to believe that, especially after hearing her pray in Houston. She'd told him she was a believer on the flight back, flooding his heart with happiness. I'm grateful to hear it. She scrunched her upturned nose. But I don't see how I helped you heal. He looked at the stretch of blue sky, endless like her kindness. You showed me how giving grace to the person who hurt you can heal you inside. Any other person would have punched Cameron for what she did to you. If I'd met someone who bullied me as a child and could have revenge, that's what I'd have done. I imagined that for years. Her voice dipped, low and whisper soft. It took me a long time to let go, at least mostly. And not that I was glad to see Cameron in that condition, but helping her helped me. Granted, I could have done nothing or gloated. But that would make me like one of the bullies who kicked me while I was on the floor. Not to brag, but I'm better than that. Yes, she was, and that made him immensely proud. And more in love. He turned to her as she reached out to a flower, but instead of plucking it touched its petals. Your example made me stop hating the woman who hurt Stephen. Letting that go was so liberating. Okay, maybe it helped that she didn't seem all that happy either. When you told her you were sorry for her loss, you meant it. She leaned toward a flower and breathed in its aroma. And when I say I'm sorry for your loss, I mean it, too. But maybe it's time we stop looking at the past and look at a brighter sky and a brighter future. Could they look at a brighter future together? He didn't have the right to ask. More calmness seemed to ground her now. Even if she couldn't reunite with her mother, knowing her origin must have liberated her from the hold her past had on her. But another part of her life worried him, especially now that he had to leave soon. His gut tightening, he did his best to find the right words. I'm proud of what you've done with your secret project. I really am. But plenty of sources already help abused women. And men. Right. And abused men. There are shelters, hotlines, police, and so on. He couldn't accept even a minuscule danger to her. He just couldn't. You don't have to step in. Wisps of pink feathered across her cheek before she pinned her hair down with one hand. Then she shielded her face against the sun as she looked away. Yet so many people are still suffering. Some of them don't go to the police for fear of retaliation. Some are afraid to escape to a shelter for fear of losing everything. And while talking to someone about the issue helps, something needs to be done, as well. We have vast resources and, yes, operate in gray areas, but that also makes us efficient. That said, we can't help everyone, much less those who refuse to help themselves, and frankly, I thought Cameron would be one of them. Does it hurt when that happens? A cloud shadowed the sunshine in her eyes. It does. But even I have to accept my limitations. Okay, I stepped away from the project as much as I can already. I wouldn't want my foster sisters to suffer because of my passion for it. But I can't step away entirely. I can't promise you that. I'll continue providing financial and computer support. If I know I can help and I do nothing, I'm helping the abusers, not the abused. He took in her words, equal parts proud of her and scared for her. But part of the price of loving a strong-willed woman was accepting that strong will and admiring it. Then I'll support you however I can. He wouldn't push again. Just, be careful, please. Always. I have people looking out for me, as well. She leaned into him, stealing his breath. Thank you for accepting me the way I am. My history, too. He cupped her face and brushed the delicate outline of her chin with his thumb. It's my pleasure because the way you are is amazing. I love everything about you. Maybe it was time to state the obvious. I love you. The thoroughbred chose that moment to neigh, drowning part of Cormac's confession. Her eyes went huge, and her breath hitched. What did you just say? He swallowed hard. Was this too soon? He didn't want to be one more person who loved her and left her, even if for a good reason. But he couldn't deny how she made him feel either. I love you. Your quirks, your kindness, your courage, your brilliant mind. It takes a special kind of courage to risk your life for people you never met or the ones who hurt you. I love your smile that brightens your entire being and that you grace the world and me with it often and generously. I never knew how vibrant and joyful life could be until I met you. She kept quiet, just staring at him as if she had difficulty believing him. Or maybe she didn't feel the same way about him? His stomach seemed to slide into the grass. He'd never regret loving her even if she didn't feel the same about him. Could it be for the better for her not to have feelings for him since he had to leave soon, anyway? It would be kinder toward her for him to be the only one hurting. Still, something broke inside him. Then she threw her arms around him, her lips a breath from his. I love you too, she breathed against his mouth. His heart about stopped beating before resuming with a wild force. He didn't think he could feel happier than at that moment. Then she kissed him and proved him wrong. The next day, Cormac pressed the code Paisley had given him for the gate and drove through it. Joy and sorrow battled as he ran up the porch, a bouquet of daisies in his hand. He'd spent his morning in Springfield getting flowers, and then his legs had carried him to the jewelry store. The moment he'd seen the velvet box with an image of a butterfly, he knew that was it. That this was a sign. He'd bought the engagement ring with a small pink diamond on the spot. But how could he propose if he was leaving for the other side of the world the day after tomorrow? He pressed the doorbell, but only barking answered him. He rang the bell again. That barking got more furious. Her truck was here. He tried again with the same result. His rib cage constricted, but Paisley could have gone shopping with Madeline. Or maybe they'd gone to a hairdresser. There could be a million reasons Paisley wasn't home. He tried her phone number, but it looked like her phone was turned off. She probably didn't want to be disturbed. That was all. She'd gone through a lot lately. She deserved some peace and quiet. He glanced at his watch. He was supposed to be home for dinner in 3 hours. His mother had shooed him out of the house that morning and told him not to come back until then. He'd fed the horses and put fresh straw in the stables, but then his brothers had told him they had it covered and he needed to do something else. That tasted bitter. He was leaving in 2 days, and his family didn't seem to want to spend time with him. But then, what did he want? He was off the ranch and out of the state nearly the entire year. They'd moved on without him, forming a tight family unit where he no longer belonged. Now that he realized it, he wanted back into its fold. So, dinner in 3 hours. In the interim, he'd wait for Paisley here. The flowers seemed to droop as he jogged back to his truck and climbed inside. His fingers tapped against the steering wheel as worry tapped against his gut. If she decided to take off somewhere far away, she'd have told him, right? What if something made her leave in a hurry? But wouldn't she let him know even then? Time stretched as taut as his nerves. Seconds slipped into minutes, then ticked away. He called Paisley again and again as more concern squeezed a fist around his throat, making it difficult to breathe. He even called Madeline, but she wasn't picking up, either. He left his truck and checked the house for any forced entry. He found none. The place was a fortress, so surely no one had penetrated it. Then he paced the ground near the truck. Finally, he climbed back inside. Paisley was an independent woman. She could be gone the entire day, and it was none of his business. But in 2 hours, he was about ready to explode. She had a bounty on her head once, and so had her mother. Apparently, more than great computer skills ran in the family. Paisley had downplayed the danger they both were facing now, but what if she was wrong? What if the danger was real and someone had discovered her location? Chapter 25. Cold ran down Cormac's spine. He couldn't sit still any longer. He turned the key in the ignition a little too forcefully and revved the engine to life. He took off, scary scenarios running through his mind. One good thing. His cop brother was back today from his honeymoon trip. After dinner, if Cormac could eat at all, Cormac would talk to him. No, he couldn't wait that long. They'd have to talk before the meal. Cormac did his best to think rationally on the short way back to the ranch, but his fingers wrapped around the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles became white. His worry shot through the roof by the time he parked near the ranch-style house. Staying inside would feel suffocating. So he sprinted toward the stable and saddled the thoroughbred he favored. Seeing the horse he'd taken for their ride yesterday made his heart shift painfully. Yesterday was the best day of his life. Learning she loved him was such a huge gift. She had to be all right. She had to. He sent up the most fervent prayer of his life. He leaned forward, encouraging his mount to go faster, and soon they took off in a gallop. He tried to imagine his life without her and couldn't. But he could see raising a family with her on this ranch, surrounded by people who loved and cared about them. The thoroughbred neighed. Oh yes, and horses. Lots of horses. She was such a giving person, and she deserved to be given happiness in return. If only she was okay. He was supposed to protect her. A heavy weight slammed him. Had he failed her like he'd failed his best friend? He jumped over a fallen tree as he made it to the flower-covered meadow. Fierce longing stirred him. After their conversation, Paisley had run through the fields yesterday, a smile on her lovely face, and the image called to him. The place called to him. He slowed to a trot. Was his father right? Was Cormac living a life that wasn't his own? His term was coming up in half a year, and before this trip home, he'd had no doubt he was going to re-enlist. But now. Trip home. This was home. This was where he wanted to be eventually. He'd given the military a big chunk of his life and had no regrets. He'd experienced being part of something much bigger than himself and received benefits out of it, too. He urged the horse to stop and looked up at the sky. Lord, please guide me. And please, please, please keep Paisley safe. Maybe this was the guidance. God had led him home and to Paisley. To a love larger than Cormac ever imagined. He called her again with the same result, and his heart twisted. Now, when his head was clear, he galloped back. He needed to talk to his brother as soon as possible. They had to find Paisley. He shouldn't miss the family dinner, but they'd understand. They'd even help search for her. They were that kind of family, something he'd taken for granted for decades. He didn't care if he looked ridiculous if they found her in a grocery store, for example. He just wanted her to be safe and happy. Soon he was busting through the front doors. "Mom, I..." Surprise, everyone screamed. What in the world? He blinked at the crowded living room where pink and blue balloons and glittery banners contrasted with camouflage banners. His entire family, sans the reporter brother, and his cowboy neighbors with their families were here. Some of the children he saw for the first time. His mother rushed over and hugged him. The gray ponytail bouncing around her face made her look younger. Or maybe her bright smile did that. "We wanted to give you a farewell dinner party." "Yeah. So you'd remember and miss us extra hard," Brandon grumbled, but his lips tipped up. Their father rolled up to Cormac in his wheelchair. "Whatever you do, wherever you are, we want you to remember we love you." He opened his arms. With his heart overflowing, Cormac leaned to his dad and hugged him. "When I left for the army, I just wanted you to be proud of me. Don't you know it?" "I was always proud of you," his father said, making Cormac's heart soar. Then Cormac blinked again because his eyes burned. So this was why they shooed him off the ranch this morning. The scene tugged at him. "Thank you to all for coming. It's more than I could ever imagine. Much more. And thank you so much for organizing it, Mom. I can't take the credit. Paisley came up with the idea and organized everything. In an incredibly short time, I must add." His beaming mother patted Paisley's shoulder.